Day after day, this boy swung his sword like a madman, even risking his life to absorb the vilest curses just to grow stronger. Eventually, even an S-rank monster was defeated in a single blow, but that was far from enough because he was driven by one thing: revenge. In his past life, Kraush awakened an overpowered skill that allowed him to steal others' abilities, and even their curses. He used this power to absorb every wicked curse into his own body to support the hero, hoping his sacrifice would finally bring peace to the world. But nice guys never last long. The ones called heroes saw him as nothing but trash, ultimately betraying him and casting him aside. During that battle, high up in the sky, the Death Knight rode upon his powerful dark steed, exerting a terrifying, suffocating pressure. Witnessing that sight, one of the party members couldn't help but tremble and ask, "Are we seriously going to defeat the Death Knight with just this many of us?" The legendary sword slammed hard into the ground. In sheer disbelief. No way. Desperate cries for Sigrun, Abella, and Mary echoed one after another. Panting and sobbing, the girls rushed over to support their hero. "Lord Arthur! Everyone, hurry over here!" Kraush, his body covered in bizarre tattoos and battered with wounds, could only speak with bitter resentment. "Arthur, you bastard! What the hell do you think you're doing?" Arthur's eyes were cold, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. He declared, "I'm ending this, right here and now." At that very moment, the world's final sliver of hope seemed to be brutally cut short. Now, nothing remained but desolate ruins amidst the white snow. Gritting his teeth in pure fury, Kraush roared, "What do you mean, you're giving up? After everything we did to get you here? Do you have any idea how many people died for this?" His rage boiled over, and he kept screaming right in the hero's face. "Just because you were too busy fooling around with those girls, have you finally lost your damn mind?" Instantly, an angry shriek cut him off. "Shut your mouth!" "Arthur did his absolute best," screamed Sigrun, the third princess of the Empire and a genius of the Sky generation, her voice dripping with rage. She didn't hesitate to humiliate Kraush. "You're just trash, who can't do anything but steal. Don't you dare talk back to Arthur." Throwing all respect out the window, they hurled unbelievable insults right at his face. Kraush gasped. "What?" He couldn't believe his ears. His blood-stained face contorted with raw anger. "Trash? Who the hell are you talking to? How dare you say that to the one who saved your miserable lives?" He pointed directly at the group, roaring, "Listen to me. You wouldn't have even made it this far if it weren't for my skill." He hacked and coughed violently, yet Kraush pushed through the agony to bring up the bitter truth. "Since you've forgotten, let me remind you. Starting with you, Abella." The Red Witch of the Magic Tower was currently hovering anxiously by Arthur's side, but Kraush completely exposed her true colors. "Weren't you the one who said you couldn't cast magic if you lost your voice? Didn't you beg me to take that curse away?" When they needed him, they begged. When they didn't, they treated him like garbage. And now, Kraush was the one suffering from those brutal curses in her place. Yet, in return for his sacrifice, Abella had ruthlessly attacked him while he was simply trying to get some pain relievers. Kraush grit his teeth. "Then and now, your habit of looking down on others hasn't changed a bit." Kraush's gaze shifted to Mary Diana, the woman hailed as the strongest spear of the Empire. He sneered in contempt, "Brainless idiot. Charging in without a second thought, getting yourself infected with all kinds of curses, and then whimpering for me to take away the pain." Mary stood there in silence against the heavy accusations. Finally, he looked directly at Sigrun, the very savior she had just called trash. Kraush choked with grief. "The one who sacrificed his eyes for you is trash?" Memories of their academy days rushed back, when Sigrun would always point her sword at him just because he was from the kingdom of Stalent. Even though he was bullied, beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back, and ridiculed by everyone as a pathetic failure, Kraush endured it all in silence. He bore every ounce of physical and mental agony, and now, these backstabbing hypocrites were turning around to bite him. He had endured all that humiliation just to find a way to heal Sigrun's eyes. Kraush scoffed at his own naivety. Why did he do it? Because you guys are the Sky generation, the ones who are supposed to save this country. Meanwhile, he was hated and shunned by the entire kingdom simply because he had no combat abilities. "I've been cleaning up your messes this whole time. What was the point of any of it?" Blood continued to seep from the corner of his mouth. Staring at Arthur, the one he had trusted completely, he screamed, "But you guys were supposed to be the ones saving the world. Arthur, you're supposed to lead those idiots." Memories of the early days flashed back, of when Kraush had once knelt at Arthur's feet. Witnessing him standing at the forefront of the Sky generation, he had resolved to stand by his side until the very end. But now, only despair remained. So why are you giving up so easily now? How could someone who gave him so much hope leave him so utterly disappointed? Arthur silently stared down, his cold face completely expressionless despite his heavily wounded body. He casually declared, "Now, I can finally tell you the truth. Like I said, this world is finished, so I'm going to start everything over from scratch." Kraushu's eyes widened in sheer shock, cold sweat dripping down his distorted, horrified face. "Start over? What are you talking about?" In response to his utter bewilderment, Arthur remained eerily calm. "That's right. This isn't the first time I've witnessed the apocalypse. Because my skill is regression." Arthur's confession was like a dagger, twisting through every single effort Kraushu had made up until now. He then coldly went on to explain his ruthless plan. "Now, I will cast memory preservation, and we can all return to the past with our memories completely intact." Arthur's gaze drifted over Sigrid, Abella, and Mary, the only ones he deemed worthy of bringing along. He believed that starting over with their current experience would skyrocket their chances of stopping the apocalypse in the next timeline. "I'm going to start from scratch with these three." Every word out of Arthur's mouth felt like a chokehold on Kraushu's heart. Clutching his bleeding chest, he trembled and stammered in absolute horror. "The four of you. But what about me?" Arthur only counted the four of them. To him, Kraushu didn't even exist. A knowing smile played on Arthur's lips, but his eyes remained bone-chillingly cold. He delivered a brutal blow, officially discarding the only ally who had sacrificed everything for him. "I have no use for you." Kraushu stood frozen, paralyzed by the bitter betrayal, as the chains of fate began to wrap around him. Arthur smirked mockingly. "I'll admit, your black hat skill was incredibly useful. You really are someone who can steal even the most absolute curses." He looked down at the collapsing Kraushu, who was coughing up blood, and continued to sneer. "But what good is regressing with a crippled, broken wreck like you? Honestly, what else could you possibly be good for?" He then casually made a horrific suggestion. "So, wouldn't it be better to just wipe your memory? That way, you can start fresh as a completely different person in the next world." Kraushu's eyes trembled violently as the harsh, painful truth sank in. "So, I was nothing but a disposable tool to you this whole time? Had this bastard viewed him as nothing more than a throwaway pawn from the very beginning?" Keeping that fake smile plastered on his face, Arthur turned his back on him alongside the women, tossing one last remark over his shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll make great use of you in the next world. And the one after that. See you around, Kraushu." Kraushu could only scream out in desperate protest. "Wait, hold on." As he collapsed onto the freezing snow, watching the retreating figures of the people he once called comrades fade into the distance, Kraushu realized he had always known this deep down. When the A-rankers had ignored him, Arthur had just stood by and watched without raising a finger. He knew Arthur had never truly seen him as an ally. Overwhelmed by a wave of pure, unadulterated rage, Kraushu roared, "Take me with you, you bastard." He slumped to the ground, gasping for air as his consciousness began to fade, the sheer weight of the accumulated curses eating away at his body from the inside out. He clawed his trembling hand into the snow. "My life is going to fade away before this world even collapses." The grim realization flashed through his mind as death closed in. But then, a spark of absolute madness ignited inside him. He gritted his teeth. "No, I refuse to let it end like this." He unleashed a shocking secret. Black Hat isn't just a skill that steals curses, it can steal skills too. Kraushu resolved right then to become the strongest, the ultimate protagonist. He would swallow his pride, slay the dragon on his own, and tear down the four heavenly kings. He had never tried it on Arthur before, since the man's power wasn't a simple curse. But this time, he was ready to risk everything. A surge of pitch-black energy erupted as Kraushu unleashed his black hat skill. There was no way in hell he would let himself die in such utter humiliation. A brilliant, blinding light enveloped Arthur as he prepared to trigger the time loop and regress. But right at that moment, a colossal hand of pure darkness, dotted with unsettling purple eyes, clawed its way out of the void and seized the hero from behind. Kraushu, his face battered and drenched in blood, let out a wild, manic grin. Not so fast. That massive, pitch-black shadow was the physical manifestation of his black hat skill, and it was slowly swallowing up the space around Arthur. Shocked by his former ally's desperate stubbornness, Arthur gasped, looking back at Kraushu with exhaustion in his eyes. "Kraushu, you still refuse to let go?" Deep down, Kraushu answered with sheer bitterness. "Arthur, you've lived through countless apocalypses, and every single time my usefulness ran out, You threw me away like garbage. You left me to rot in a dying world, over and over again. Memories of mountains of corpses flashed before him, a haunting testament to the sheer cruelty Arthur had inflicted in past timelines. Kraush wondered just how many times he had been forced to taste that absolute despair. But now, the tables have completely turned. He coldly declared, "This time, Arthur, you are the one who gets left behind." It was time for him to pay the price for his endless betrayals. Looking up at the blue death knight descending from the sky, Kraush pointed straight at the traitor, a highly satisfied grin spreading across his face. I guess you could say that. Standing face to face with impending death, Kraush threw Arthur's own brutal words right back at him. "Didn't you say it yourself? This world is finished." He glared directly into Arthur's terror-stricken face, delivering a cold, vicious final order. "If you don't want to die, you'd better fight like your life depends on it." Without hesitation, the Blue Death Knight swung his massive blade, unleashing a deadly slash of blue energy that swallowed Arthur in an earth-shattering explosion. "I will be the one to save the new world." Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through the haze, and Kraush slowly opened his eyes in utter shock. His eyes flew open as he felt life rushing back into his body. He bolted upright with a terrified scream. Staring up at the ceiling with its magnificent chandelier, Kraush raised his tiny hands, trembling as he struggled to believe his own eyes. He looked around the luxurious room, taking in the familiar furniture in shock. Isn't this my childhood home? Had he really gone back to his childhood? A confirmation screen popped up. Kraush Vanham, 13 years old. Regression process complete. Staring at his hands in disbelief, Kraush stuttered, unable to hide his shock. Did I get younger? World erosion, a terrifying phenomenon where another dimension slowly invades and consumes our world. Whenever this erosion occurs, the surrounding environment mutates into a toxic, hostile wasteland. But the worst part is the invasive creatures from that other realm that pour into our continent. Among them, those with human appearances are known as world invaders. The arrival of these godlike entities spreads absolute terror everywhere, leaving the helpless citizens with no choice but to run for their lives. "There's an invader over there. Run! Inform the Night Order immediately!" Amidst the ruins and chaos, there are still those who stand tall to fight against the world's erosion. They founded an organization, gathering the strongest warriors to wage a desperate war. These elite frontline warriors were known as Generation A. Kraush bitterly recalled those dark days. And me? With a body whose only purpose was to seal curses, I ended up joining Generation A. Even though we were supposedly comrades, I was treated like trash. My body was constantly ravaged by curses, until I was coughing up blood. Kraush bolted awake, his 13-year-old eyes wide with astonishment as the reality of his regression set in. He sat up, panting heavily in sheer disbelief. He stared blankly at the lavish room around him. Is this my old room? Just moments ago, he was standing in the middle of a freezing winter battlefield. Now, the sweltering summer heat had him drenched in sweat. Kraush realized he was back at Green Pine Manor, his childhood home. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Does this mean my final trump card, using Black Hat on Arthur, actually worked? Did I successfully steal his regression skill? Because of that, he had returned to the past with all his adult memories intact. Sitting blankly on his bed, Kraush clutched his head, still in complete shock. But how on earth did I pull that off? People always assume the Black Hat skill can be used freely without limits, but it actually has a fatal weakness. Black Hat can only steal a target's item once the user unlocks it. That magical lock is forged based on the value the owner places on that specific item. Even a worthless pebble on the side of the road. If the owner treasures it like a masterpiece, the unlocking conditions would skyrocket. You might have to transfer 99% of the world's wealth to them just to unlock it. For something as priceless as a unique skill that the user deeply treasures, the difficulty of stealing it should have been off the charts. The greater the value, the more brutal the conditions. Kraush muttered to himself, "Arthur, what the hell were you thinking?" He recalled that very moment. Black Hat had definitely activated, but he hadn't seen a single lock appear. The complete absence of a lock pointed to one unbelievable truth. He actually wanted to throw this skill away. The legendary hero King Arthur actually wanted to abandon his own regression skill. Was that why he was able to steal it so easily? Looking back, there were times when Arthur looked utterly exhausted, drained to his very core. He always acted as if he was merely going through the motions to complete some tedious chore. In a world doomed to repeat its destruction, having to go through it alone over and over again, did he lose his mind in his own tragic loop? Trying to save the world entirely on his own, He probably lost his sanity a long time ago. To Arthur, regression was probably nothing short of a curse. That's why he wanted the other three to inherit their memories and regress together with him, while heartlessly leaving me behind. But stealing his skill with Black Hat means the Arthur from my timeline has completely lost his ability to turn back time. He was left behind in that dying world, crushed under the meteor rain of the Blue Death Night, which means he is truly gone. Standing in this quiet room from my past, I muttered to myself, I've taken the very thing you wanted to throw away the most. You should actually thank me. Consider it my way of breaking your curse. Ha ha. A bitter smile played on his lips. Arthur had always cast me aside, acting as if bearing those agonizing curses was just some trivial task anyone could do. He never cared, not even for a second, about his comrade who was writhing in agony in the dark. Looking back at the memories of my severely injured, pathetic self, collapsing on the ground while they coldly turned their backs, my blood boils with pure rage. Serves you right, you absolute trash, I mutter, my cold, sharp eyes reflecting in the body of a mere child. Stepping out into the hallway of Green Pine Manor, I realize just how tiny my body is now. Before leaving the room, I stood in front of the mirror to get a good look at myself. I look like I am only about 10 years old. Though short and small, my muscles are incredibly toned and solid. This is the result of years of brutal sword training just to survive in the Vanhem family, the most powerful martial arts clan in the Sterling Kingdom. He had to train relentlessly since childhood to build a body like this. If I am indeed at Green Pine Manor, it means my 10th birthday ceremony has just ended. Kraush falls deep into thought. It is a mandatory ritual of the Vanhem family, where every member must prove their worth by revealing their contracted god and the skills they were granted. The more outstanding the contracted deity, and the higher their rank, the more secure one's status in the family becomes. While the main line of the Vanhem family always receives absolute respect, Kraush is the sole exception. He was born with absolutely no martial talent, simply because not a single god bothered to choose him. After that, he was ruthlessly kicked out of the main estate. He was exiled to Green Pine Manor, which is nothing more than a glorified prison for the family's failures. Standing by the window, Kraush gazes into the distance, with a storm of complex emotions raging inside him. Now, only I, the most worthless failure of the Vanhem family, know about the impending apocalypse. It is a catastrophic disaster that even the most legendary generation of heroes will not be able to stop. He wonders if he can stop the destruction of the world. No, stop whining, Kraush tells himself, trying to stay calm. His tiny hand clenches into a tight fist. This is no longer a question of whether he can do it, but something he absolutely must do. Since he has been given a second chance at life, he will find a way to save the world. After all, if the world ends, he will die along with it. There is simply no other choice. The 10-year-old boy's gaze suddenly turns freezing cold and intensely determined. Just then, hollow footsteps echo along the wooden hallway. "Young master," a voice calls out, making Kraush flinch and spin around. "Arius," he thinks, staring at the man in front of him. "What are you doing here?" So, at this point in time, he is still alive, huh? Arius is the sole butler of Green Pine Manor. Kraush walks over, grabs the old butler's collar, and calls out, "Arius!" Remaining perfectly calm, the butler bows and asks, "Is there something wrong, young master?" In Kraush's memories, Arius was the only person who cared for a failure like him, but the dark truth behind it is utterly brutal. Staring straight into Arius's eyes, he flashes a chilling, haunting smile and asks point blank, "That poison my brother gave you to kill me. When exactly do you plan on using it?" At the family arena, even the most elite knights are absolutely no match for that girl. With just a few clean, effortless moves, she sends the entire squad flying, leaving them sprawling on the ground with zero ability to fight back. This overwhelming power belongs to a young girl with long black hair and razor-sharp eyes, completely dominating the entire arena. Charlotte Vanhem stands proudly among her defeated opponents, a powerful blue-purple aura radiating all around her. Is she seriously only 15 years old? The onlookers are left utterly speechless by this mind-blowing talent. The knights can't even lay a single finger on her. The title of Sword Saint isn't just for show. Rumor has it that she is a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Vanhem family. While everyone showers her with endless praise, Charlotte only looks down coldly and mutters in disappointment. How boring. The expectations of the entire clan weigh heavily on her shoulders. They believe that with a genius of new blood like Charlotte, the Vanhem family will never fall. The entire family takes immense pride in this talented girl. However, behind all those praises lies the murderous gaze of Billiken Vanhem, Kraush's half-brother. He clenches his fists and grits his teeth, plotting a truly heinous scheme. I will completely wipe out that entire bloodline. Although he considers Charlotte a threat to watch out for, his easiest target right now is his useless failure of a younger brother, Kraush. Billiken's eyes gleam with absolute madness at the thought of eliminating his own flesh and blood. In a dimly lit room, Billiken sits across from Arius and casually declares, "I plan to kill him first." He doesn't hesitate to twist the knife in the old butler's painful wounds, dragging him into this crime. You must be struggling quite a bit, aren't you? After all, your career has completely stalled because of Kraush, hasn't it? He presents a vial of poison, glowing with a mysterious, eerie light. Billiken offers a highly tempting yet utterly cruel bargain. If you give Kraush just a single drop of this, your daughter's medical treatment will be taken care of, and all your debts will be wiped clean. Do we have an understanding? Seeing his hesitation, he presses on. So, what is there to hesitate about? Arius responds, trembling in sheer agony. Young Master Kraush is someone I raised as my own child. How could I possibly do such a thing to him? Ignoring his desperate plea, Billiken coldly says his name as a final command, Arius. Are you really going to choose someone else's child over your own? His own biological daughter? He had actually used the old man's deepest weakness to threaten him. The old butler stood there, completely frozen, his face contorted with sheer shock and terror. In the brutal memories of the previous timeline, Aelios had coldly denied those feelings, but the reality had played out in the most painful way possible. When severe wounds suddenly died, the entire plate of food red, Kraush had wailed in utter despair as he watched his closest companion fall into critical condition. I am so sorry, Master Kraush. Those weak, final words echoed through Aelios's ragged breaths. Before Kraush regressed, this butler had actually received orders to assassinate him. But at the very last second, his deep affection triumphed over his logic. Choking back tears, he cried, Master Kraush was as precious to me as my own child. So what on earth have I done? Aelios's hand went limp, dropping onto the cold floor as the last spark of life faded away. It turned out that, unable to bear the crushing weight of his guilt, he had eaten that bowl of poisoned soup himself to end his own life, rather than kill the one he truly cared for. And so, he quietly passed away right before Kraush's eyes. Returning to the present reality, Kraush stared directly at Aelios with a gaze so cold and sharp, it seemed to pierce through his very soul. That poison my brother gave you to kill me. When exactly are you planning to use it? The direct confrontation made Aelios tremble, cold sweat pouring down his face. He stammered in absolute terror. What? What poison? Kraush didn't give him any room to make excuses. He growled, Are you going to play dumb? You were actually planning to kill me for your daughter's sake. Because I'm just a failure, right? Did you really think I wouldn't know? Kraush's question left Aelios with no choice but to hang his head in silence. He couldn't bring himself to face the brutal truth that had just been laid bare. Seeing the broken state of the old butler, Kraush realized that if he kept pushing, he would only drive him into a corner, just like in his past life. He suppressed a sigh and declared, Anyway, if you want to keep playing pretend, go right ahead. Before turning to walk away, he left behind a bitter remark. If I hadn't been such a failure from the start, you wouldn't have taken that order in the first place. Aelios stood rooted to the spot, completely speechless. He was stunned by the terrifying transformation of the young master, whom he thought would be cowering in fear or weeping in rage upon learning of the betrayal. Never did he expect the boy to be as calm as an adult. Kraush walked away coldly, leaving Aelios behind. With his mind in absolute turmoil, the old butler wondered in disbelief. Has Master Kraush truly changed? The young master led him to the mansion's spacious study. Aelios was utterly bewildered, not understanding why they had suddenly come here. Then Kraush called his name. As Aelios stood before a perfectly ordinary wall, Kraush coldly commanded, Cut down this wall for me. Aelios gasped in surprise. What? But Kraush only gave a mocking smirk. If you are the butler of the Wanhei family, this should be incredibly easy for you, right? Unable to refuse, Aelios bowed. Of course, young master. He drew his sword, took a stance, and unleashed a powerful slash laced with a brilliant blue and purple energy. The precise strike brought the wall crumbling down, revealing a dark, hidden passageway inside. Kraush nodded slightly in approval. Oh, what a clean cut. Aelios was stunned, because even he had no idea this secret path existed. A secret passage? In this very place? Ignoring the butler's astonishment, Kraush casually stepped into the darkness. Before walking ahead, he even praised the butler for a job well done. Aelios watched the young master's small back, cold sweat dripping down his neck. He realized Kraush was completely different from yesterday. The boy casually took out a night glowstone to light the way, radiating a majestic aura that instantly reminded him of the powerful family head. They ventured deeper inside, until they came across a door heavily locked with chains. Kraush stood there in silence, old memories flooding back. He recalled how in the previous timeline, by the time he finally managed to find this place, everything had already been reduced to ashes. But this time, I made it here before any of that could happen. Standing before the door tightly bound by dense magical chains, Kraush resolved to succeed. Seeing this, Aelios stepped forward and offered, "Young master, let me break those chains for you." However, Kraush coldly stopped him. "No, you won't be able to cut through these chains." He wanted to use this opportunity to test his own strength. Why not see what I can do this time? Instantly, dark energy erupted violently as he shouted, "Black Hat skill!" A grotesque hand adorned with creepy purple eyes and razor-sharp teeth materialized from the void, charging straight to strike the chains. With the raw force and power of the shadow hand, the iron chains shattered into pieces in mere seconds with a harsh metallic crunch. Kraush casually caught the giant padlock as it fell and quietly observed, "My skill's power hasn't rusted at all." Meanwhile, Aelios rushed over in a panic to take the heavy object from his hands. "It is so heavy," the old butler asked in utter shock. "Young master, have you made a covenant with a god?" Kraush suddenly realized that at this point in his past life, he had not actually formed any covenant yet, so he casually lied to cover his tracks. "Yeah, I just signed one with an unnamed god." He then calmly continued with his orders, "As for the library, feel free to report it to my father." Aelios stood there completely motionless, his eyes unable to hide his absolute shock. Faced with this young master's sudden change, he muttered to himself. Just yesterday, Kraush's eyes still looked like those of someone who had completely lost his reason to live, existed. Yet, in just a single night, he had completely transformed after forming a contract with a god. Aelios was convinced that Kraush had obtained an incredibly powerful skill. After all, he carried the blood of the mighty Van Hem family, sharing the same lineage as the great genius, Charlotte. He thought to himself that even if Kraush couldn't match Charlotte, he was no longer the useless nobody he used to be. Aelios gulped, placing his hand over his heart and bowing deeply, making his oath with the utmost respect. "Young master, at least until you've finished what you set out to do, I won't breathe a word of this to anyone." Seeing the change in his butler's attitude, Kraush quietly observed him and realized an important truth. And so, this was the major drawback of regression. Since his own actions differed from his past life, Aelios was changing as well. Still, his eyes remained guarded as he thought about the man standing in front of him. After all, Aelios was a traitor. The memory of Aelios collapsing in his past life would always be burned into Kraush's mind. Looking at the butler, he wondered if Arthur had also suffered from this paradox, which was why he made him learn the regression skill in the first place. Kraush's eyes darkened as he calculated. "Aelios, if I cure his daughter's illness, he'll be completely loyal to me, won't he? I need to gather more pawns I can use while living here." Kraush coldly turned away, tossing back a single sentence, "Do whatever you want." He decided to deal with Aelios's daughter later, as the secret library was his top priority right now. The heavy wooden door slowly creaked open, releasing an overwhelming pressure of crimson energy. Kraush stood frozen as a massive pillar of light, and raging magical flames erupted from within, threatening to reduce any intruder to ashes. His eyes widened in sheer awe at the pure grandeur and power of the place. He never expected a place like this to be completely burned to the ground later on. Even after surviving countless world erosions, Kraush still felt a shiver run down his spine as he stepped inside. "There's no mistake, his secret technique is definitely here," he muttered, scanning the massive bookshelves that stretched as high as his eyes could see, before finally speaking with deep satisfaction. "Found it." This place was the secret library of the Blue Pine Pavilion. It was where the ancestors of the Van Hem family, who were deemed failures, recorded all of their techniques and memories. This wasn't just a collection of skills. It was a magnificent achievement of humanity, housing the ultimate secret arts. Originally, anyone could enter this place, but it became a secret library because of just one man, Damaris Van Hem. He was once considered the absolute worst failure in the history of the Van Hem family. But after being swallowed by the world erosion, he returned as the strongest of them all. Kraush let out an ambitious smile as he stepped closer to the glowing light. The secret book left behind by that legendary failure was right before his eyes. Kraush reached out, grabbing the blazing manual. He whispered, "Sorry I'm late, ancestors. But now, this belongs to me. This entire treasure trove of knowledge finally has a master." Damaris van Hem, a name that once struck terror across the entire continent, a man deemed the absolute worst failure in the family's history, yet, at the same time, the strongest warrior to ever walk this land. When he stood at the peak of his power, his presence was like a god of destruction, stepping out of ancient myths. The strongest warriors of that era united to challenge him, but against his absolute power, not a single soul could stand in Damaris's way. He tore through every defensive line, reducing the sturdiest magic circles to flat ground in the blink of an eye. The secret behind that terrifying power was an extreme poison, a deadly toxin coursing deep through his very veins. Damaris had done the unthinkable, fusing the very erosion of the world into his own body and mastering the secret technique to control that malevolent energy. He had learned to use poison to fight poison, turning it into his ultimate strength. Kraush lifted the secret manual in his hands. He thoughtfully recalled that in his past life, half of this book had been burned, leaving him unable to ever find out how his ancestors' story ended. Could Damaris have actually gone mad, unable to control the violent rampage of the erosion energy within him? Recalling when he was attacked by the curse, Kraush remembered using the black hat to weaken and balance different curses just to survive. If the same principle applied, he could use a stolen curse to suppress and control the violent rampage of the extreme blood poison. The image of a spirit serpent and a fierce bird clashing erupted in a brilliant burst of light, proving that these conflicting powers were finally being subdued. Kraush focused every ounce of his mental energy as dark energy and crackling lightning began to gather between his palms, forming a sphere of intense, crushing pressure. A confident smirk played on his lips, believing that with this method, he could become strong enough to defy all logic just like Damaris. That burning desire flared in Kraush's chest as he called out to his butler, Alios. He coldly handed down an absolute command. "Starting today, make sure no one enters the Blue Pine Pavilion. That is an order." Alios bowed deeply in obedience. "Yes, young master. I understand." From the moment he swore the butler's oath, he had dedicated his absolute loyalty to him. Walking down the grand, magnificent hallway, the old butler quietly made up his mind. He had to repay the young master's kindness, especially after Kraush had so graciously overlooked his past mistakes. He decided to officially reject young Master Barokin's cruel offer. This news was like a splash of cold water straight to Barokin's face, making him roar in absolute fury. "What did you just say?" He furiously tore the documents on his desk to shreds, unable to believe that Arius would actually dare reject his invitation all because of that idiot, Kraush. In his sheer rage, Barokin cursed Kraush as a piece of trash who shouldn't even exist in the Wanhem family. He glared bitterly at the newspapers praising the genius Charlotte, driving himself mad at the thought of being stuck between a pure genius and a total failure. He thought with deep bitterness that if it weren't for Kraush's bloodline, both he and Lilith would have already secured their rightful places in the main family. Barokin gnashed his teeth and called his subordinates, ordering them to head to the Green Pine Pavilion immediately to find out why on earth that butler had changed his mind. However, the subordinate trembled as he reported a shocking truth. We couldn't get inside, sir." As Barokin demanded answers in utter shock, he received a staggering reply. "Young Master Kraush's butler, Arius, has completely locked down the entrance. He has banned everyone, even the family head, from stepping foot inside the Green Pine Pavilion, sir." Outside the gates, Arius stood tall and immovable, a sword gripped tightly in his hand. His razor-sharp gaze was ready to cut down anyone who dared violate his master's territory. Banned even the family head? Barokin was frozen in a mix of shock and burning rage at the sheer arrogance of someone he had always looked down on as a loser. He couldn't comprehend why a failure like Kraush was held in such high regard by a man like Arius. Meanwhile, deep inside the secret library, Kraush was sitting in meditation. A dark purple energy blazed and swirled around his sweat-glistened, small body, before he let out a long, deeply satisfied breath. "Finally, I've reached the first stage of the Aura Expert realm. According to the hierarchy, there are several levels of Aura, such as Aura Emperor, Aura Master, and Aura Expert. Kraush had officially entered the novice stage, the very beginning phase for anyone learning to use this energy. The second stage is Aura Expert, which is the most common level, but also the brutal dividing line between the mediocre and the true geniuses. At this moment, Kraush considered himself as only having just crossed the threshold of an ordinary warrior. Meanwhile, Charlotte, his older sister, who was only 2 years older than him, had already reached the level of Aura Master long ago. Her talent was described as that of an absolute monster. Yet, even a genius like Charlotte was forced to her knees, utterly helpless against the brutal destruction of the world in the previous timeline. Compared to Charlotte, Kraush still saw himself as nothing more than a complete amateur. He wondered if he could save the world at this pace, but quickly brushed his doubts aside. If I don't try, I'll never know. Complaining is useless. He remembered how, in his past life, he couldn't use aura at all, due to being burdened by countless curses. But now, things were different. Even if he couldn't match Charlotte's raw talent, Kraush believed he could still break through if he mastered the secret techniques left behind by the failure, Damaris. He would study the book piece by piece, line by line. I can definitely become stronger. Confidence flashed in Kraush's eyes as he envisioned a future of immense power. Pulling back the dark energy wrapping around his body, he muttered to himself, "This is enough for now." Just then, the door to the training room slowly creaked open. Arius walked in with a towel in his hands, bowing respectfully. "Young master, congratulations on reaching the first stage of the expert realm." Kraush casually took the towel to wipe his sweat and replied, "It's nothing worth mentioning. More importantly, why were you waiting out there like that?" The old butler delivered a piece of news that left him completely stunned. "Your fiancée, Lady Bianca Hayden, has arrived at the Green Pine Pavilion, sir." Kraush froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. "The White Devil! Bianca?" In his memories, despite being a leader, she had ultimately become a mere pawn for those who sought to control and destroy this world. She was also the very person who had defeated one of the 10 heavenly generals to claim the proud title of the White Devil. Even though she was currently just the youngest daughter of the Hayden family, this engagement was nothing more than a political marriage. The Wanham family got the perfect chance to throw away their useless failure, while the Hayden family could secure their rule over the North by aligning with the most powerful martial clan. Kraush bitterly realized that both of them were just being used by their families, reduced to mere chess pieces in the grand schemes of their respective clans. Yet, a calculating smile played on his lips. "Actually, I have some business with Bianca anyway. I didn't expect her to come looking for me herself." Bianca Hayden, the youngest daughter of the Northern Lord's family, carried a tragic fate. Because her mother had been afflicted by the world-eroding curse before she was born, she had been completely devoid of any physical sensations since birth. The curse was deeply embedded in her soul, making it impossible to break through exorcism. With her corrupted body, she couldn't even form a contract with the spirits. She was branded a cursed child who cost her mother her life, which led to her being treated with cold neglect by the Hayden family. Kraush pondered, wondering, does Bianca hate me? But he quickly shook the thought away. As long as she doesn't get in the way of stealing her curse, it doesn't really matter. After all, the snow doll is the exact curse needed to keep the madness under control. As the deadly poison courses through his veins, Aelios looks worriedly at the still shirtless Kraush. "My lord, going out like this might not be a good idea. I'll prepare some clothes for you to change into right away." "All right, thank you," Kraush replies, a mysterious smirk playing on his lips. He had forgotten that in this body, he is still just a teenage boy. He turns to his butler and orders, "Show her in, and tell her to wait for a moment." Outside, his fiancée Bianca is standing quietly. With her silver hair adorned with a snowflake hairpin, her emotionless face waits for their meeting. 5 months ago, in a fit of rage, Kraush hadn't hesitated to yell right in Bianca's face, telling her to get lost. He glared at her with pure hatred and contempt, snarling, "All you care about is the power of the Van Heem family, so stop pretending to be my fiancé." In response to his harsh words, the door slammed shut coldly. Bianca quietly walked away, thinking to herself that she hadn't wanted to come here anyway. She recalled the crushing pressure from the Hayden family, where her own relatives forced her to sacrifice herself for the family's interests. After all, the only way for the Hayden family to survive was by relying on the Van Heems. They told her to use her pretty face to win over the young master. Even though Bianca was emotionally numb, she was fully aware of this harsh reality. Deep down, she knew that if it weren't for this political marriage, she would never associate with such an abusive, pessimistic loser. Now that they're meeting, he'll probably just lash out at her like before. Back in reality, the moment Kraush steps into the room, a shiver runs down his spine as he recalls how horribly he treated her in his past life. He inwardly panics, thinking, "Oh, crap." To break the suffocating silence, Kraush scratches his head awkwardly, realizing they served hot tea to someone with a highly sensitive palate like hers. I'll remind the servants later, let's just leave it here. Actively changing his demeanor, he gently suggests, the weather is beautiful today, so how about we take a stroll in the garden? There must be plenty of flowers there that don't grow in the north. Bianca simply replies with a brief, all right. Kraush immediately orders his butler, Elios, bring some macadamia cookies to the garden. Elios bows, replying, yes, my lord. Bianca, it must have been a long and exhausting journey for you. Kraush strikes up a conversation. As they walk through the magnificent hallway, he follows up with a polite smile. Since we're engaged, meetings like this are quite necessary, aren't they? Bianca silently follows him, her mind filled with suspicion. Is that so? Kraush suddenly turns around and teases, yet, it feels like you're talking to a boss rather than a lover. Met with Bianca's silence, he realizes her tone is far too formal. Was it because of his past verbal abuse, or is she just naturally emotionless? Meanwhile, Bianca can sense that something is definitely off. She remembers how his gaze was sharp as a knife during their last meeting, but today, he's completely different. What shocks her the most is that he knows she loves macadamia cookies, a preference she's absolutely certain she never shared with him. Stepping into the garden, Kraush stretches his arms and sighs with relief. Phew, so peaceful. His relaxed demeanor prompts Bianca to ask, are you really Lord Kraush? Sensing her suspicion, he wonders if he has changed too much from his past self. Suddenly, a faint but sharp aura of cold pressure accidentally leaks from Kraush, making Bianca flinch in sheer terror. Bloodlust. Terrified by the pressure, Bianca immediately bows her head in apology. I'm sorry, Lord Kraush. I crossed the line. Kraush panics, cursing himself internally. He didn't mean to scare her at all. His memories of this period are just too hazy. He can't recall exactly how badly he used to treat her, but there's one thing he remembers vividly, this very expression on her face. Her face right now looks exactly like it did the day she collapsed, covered in blood, in front of the North Sea ice mansion in his previous life. To ease the tension, Kraush scratches his head and laughs it off, deciding to use a lie to cover it up. Let's just wing it for now. I can't blame her for doubting me. Bianca, I recently made a pact with a god, so that might explain why my personality has changed. While he makes up excuses to get by, Bianca can only offer a robotic response. Congratulations, young Master Kraush. Seeing his chance, Kraush looks straight into his fiancé's eyes and says, in that case, I have a proposal for you. Bianca freezes, repeating the word in her mind. She can't believe that someone who just gained divine power would want to make a proposal to her. A dark thought crosses her mind, causing her to turn pale. Could he be calling off our engagement? Seeing her anxious expression, Kraush can only think, why would she think that? Hesitating, Kraush lowers his head humbly. What I mean is, if you don't want to marry someone like me, and you wish to break off the engagement, please. Bianca looks at him, her heart heavy. He's putting himself down again. Even though he carries the prestigious Van Heem bloodline, why is Lord Kraush so insecure? She looks him straight in the eye and declares firmly, I will be your fiancé, Lord Kraush. That will never change. Kraush is stunned, frozen by the young girl's unwavering declaration. How long has it been since I heard someone speak with such sincerity? Kraush thinks, as a strange warmth spreads through his chest. He clears his throat to regain his composure. Then, let's get down to business. Realizing she was only terrified of him calling off the wedding, Kraush's gaze suddenly turns razor sharp. A dark purple energy flared from his scarred hand, fueled by his newly awakened power. Would you like to hand over that curse to me, the very one even the best curse breakers couldn't solve? Bianca froze, unable to believe her ears. Did he just ask her to hand over an unbreakable curse? Did he actually mean he wanted to take the curse upon himself? Kraush nodded, confirming her suspicion. Yeah, I need to use it. If you hand it over, I'll grant you any wish you want, even if it's total destruction. Bianca fell silent. She realized that, for once, her emotionless curse was actually working to her advantage. She knew everyone looked down on Kraush as a failure, and he was clearly locked in a bitter feud with the main family. Looking closely at Kraush now, Bianca couldn't help but wonder, was he so exhausted from everything that he ended up like this? Was he so tired of hurting that he wanted to wipe away his emotions entirely? She suddenly remembered what a mind-healing mage had told her when she was a child. When people are pushed past their mental limits, they break under the weight of a broken heart. The mage's warning from years ago echoed clearly in her mind. Once they reach that breaking point, they might end their own lives, or suddenly become incredibly gentle, as if they were a completely different person. He had warned her that this was an extremely dangerous moment, a warning sign of a tragic end. Bianca, if anyone close to you ever ends up like that, you must stay by their side. Convinced that Kraush had reached his breaking point, Bianca suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed his scarred, calloused hand. She looked into his eyes with absolute determination and comfort. It's going to be okay. I know you can get through this. Kraush, you can learn to control your emotions. You don't need a curse to do it. Bianca's words caught Kraush completely off guard. He stammered, "Wait. What? Bianca, I think there's a huge misunderstanding here." But despite his utter confusion, she kept going. "From now on, I will visit you all the time. If my father agrees, I might even move near here just to be closer to you." Kraush was dumbfounded. Where is this coming from? Wait, don't you hate me? You don't even want this engagement, do you? Bianca squeezed his hand tighter, her eyes unwavering. Even if I don't, I could never abandon someone who is standing on the edge of a cliff like this. Kraush realized she hadn't denied wanting to escape the engagement, but she was clearly the type of person who, once she made up her mind, would stubbornly see it through to the bitter end. He thought to himself, I have a bad feeling she is totally misunderstanding this. Knowing he couldn't just talk her into giving him the curse, Kraush decided to secretly activate his skill. A dark purple energy enveloped Bianca as he whispered, "Skill, Black Hood." Instantly, a magic circle manifested, attempting to bypass the lock and steal the curse. But her curse was completely sealed away. Condition number 1, become Bianca's friend. Kraush grimaced in frustration. A double lock? What a pain. He realized that since this curse had been with Bianca since birth, it was bound to her very soul, giving it an incredibly high value. This was going to be even harder than getting engaged to her. Since Bianca lacked emotions, she rarely showed interest in anything at all. Kraush worried that if he sent her back to harden, she would soon turn into a ruthless white demon. He decided to keep Bianca close and wait for the right moment to unlock her curse. It was a perfect plan to kill two birds with one stone. He could keep her from transforming into a white demon and steal her snow doll at the same time. That sounds wonderful. I'd be absolutely thrilled to see my fiancé so often. Hiding his true motives, Kraush smiled warmly at her proposal. Bianca gave a small nod. I'll go get my father's permission and return shortly. See you soon. Kraush watched Bianca's figure disappear into the sunset. He realized he had about 1 month to devour as many forbidden magic books as he could find. He let out a sigh of relief. Phil, things are about to get really busy around here. But the very next day, the tranquil peace of Greenpea Manor was completely shattered by a loud, chaotic commotion. Kraush stood there, dumbfounded, watching a group of men carry massive wooden crates into his home. Hello, Master Kraush. A familiar voice suddenly called out, making him jump out of his skin. There stood Bianca, framed by a sudden gust of wind and swirling leaves. She calmly announced, I will be living here at Greenpea Manor starting today. I look forward to your care. Kraush froze, his eyes nearly popping out of his head in sheer shock. She was actually moving in with him? Was she actually serious yesterday? And how on earth did she get back so fast? Wait, is Bianca seriously sleeping in his room again? Kraush let out a heavy sigh as he looked at his fiancée, fast asleep and looking perfectly comfortable right on his bed. He nervously muttered to himself, if anyone sees us like this, they're going to get the wrong idea. Just then, Bianca let out a long yawn, slowly blinking her eyes open. She looked up at him and casually waved. Good morning, Master Kraush. But why are you in my room? Kraush's temper flared as he snapped back. I should be the one asking you that. Months flew by, and soon, a thick blanket of pristine white snow covered the entire estate. Despite the bone-chilling cold, Kraush continued to push his body to its absolute limits, drenched in sweat. A vibrant blue aura blazed fiercely around him. He paused, realizing it had already been several months since they started living together. Yet, the memory of her very first day here was still fresh in his mind. Bianca had stood right there with her elegant, delicate face, coldly declaring, starting today, I'll be moving into the Thon Tung Pavilion. I'll be in your care. Kraush's eyes widened in sheer shock, and he stammered, Wait, you're moving in already? She nonchalantly replied that her family had agreed instantly, without any objections. Looking at the little girl, Kraush couldn't help but worry. He wondered if she'd be okay living so far from home at only 12 years old. Or did she simply have no desire to stay in a home that constantly tried to cast her out? He realized that because Bianca lacked emotions, her bond with her family was incredibly fragile. She couldn't even comprehend feelings like sadness or loneliness. Still, Kraush tried to comfort himself. Maybe this was for the best, since he wanted to become her friend anyway. From then on, their relationship developed in a bizarre way, almost like a mother hen and her chick. Wherever he went, she would follow right behind, making the two of them look absolutely adorable. Back in the present, Kraush was pushing his limits during training, a powerful surge of energy bursting from him. He realized she had moved in back in the summer, and now it was already winter this year was coming to an end, which meant the opening day of Lahenner Academy was just around the corner. This academy was co-founded by the 4 great kingdoms and the empire to train talents to fight against the world's erosion. It only accepted students between 15 and 20 years old. Before Kraush regressed back in time, this place had trained countless members of Generation A with high-level skills. Kraush gritted his teeth in burning anger, promising himself that the moment he enrolled, he would steal every single skill from those bastards. After all, he knew their weaknesses better than anyone. In his past life, they had tortured him like their worst enemy. Now, they were finally going to pay. Next year, Kraush would turn 14, meaning he only had about 1 year left to prepare and get much stronger. However, he noticed that his talent was already hitting a wall, as those magic books could only take him to the beginner level of an aura expert. To break through this barrier, Kraush knew he had to acquire Bianca's snow doll curse as soon as possible and master extreme blood magic. The moment he stepped out of the training room, Kraush saw Bianca sitting there, waiting for him. He asked, "Are you waiting out here again today?" She casually replied, "Yes. I can't leave you alone, young master." Since the summer, she had been sticking to him like a shadow. When Kraush, visibly annoyed, asked if she planned to follow him into the bath too, Bianca simply stared back blankly and asked if that was forbidden. Kraush could only sigh, wondering when Bianca would finally start seeing him as a real friend, so he could achieve his goal. Trying to change the subject, he asked, "Would you like to go out for a walk?" Just then, a butler approached to report, "Young master, an invitation has arrived from the Star Sanctuary." Kraush repeated in surprise, "The Star Sanctuary?" It was a prestigious annual banquet for the young nobles of the Kingdom of Starin, where almost everyone attended to socialize but in reality, it was just a place for aristocrats to show off their wealth and flaunt their influence. Kraush held the invitation, muttering under his breath, "Ah, now I remember. Thanks for the reminder." In his previous timeline, Kraush had isolated himself inside Thontung Pavilion, so his memory of this event was quite vague. However, he knew for a fact that the bastard Boken would be there. Kraush's eyes grew cold. He resolved to go, determined to keep his promise to Arius. He told himself that this would deny Boken any excuse to do what he did last time, resolving to prevent the tragedy that had befallen the old butler's daughter. Kraush handed the letter back to Arius and said firmly, "Tell them I will attend." Instantly, Bianca, who was standing beside him, spoke up, "I will go too." As they strolled down the grand corridor, Bianca looked at Kraush with concern and said, "Kraush, the people at the Star Sanctuary will definitely criticize you." He looked at his fiancée, replying with worry, "Yeah, but who knows what they'll say about you too. It might be better if you don't go." In response to his concern, Bianca looked him dead in the eye and asserted, "No, I am going with you." Kraush gave a faint smile, reached out to pat Bianca's head, and teased, "Well, after all, protecting your fiancé is a fiancé's responsibility." Realizing he might have teased the little girl a bit too much, he quickly corrected himself. "I'm not asking as your fiancé, though. I just want to hear your honest thoughts." Bianca froze at his gesture, once again catching that familiar look of pity in his eyes. For the past few months, Kraush had been treating her with an incomprehensible level of kindness. From asking her what she wanted for breakfast, to inviting her to pick out books in the study, and even staying awake all night to watch over her sleep, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Go back to sleep." This warmth was something Bianca had never experienced in the cold, distant Hayden family. Watching Kraush tirelessly practice his swordsmanship under the moonlight, she realized his gentleness had made her almost completely forget their terrifying first encounter. Deep down, Bianca thought, that's why I don't hate Kraush anymore. She looked deep into his eyes and repeated firmly, "I will go with you, not as your fiancé, but as myself. These are my true feelings." Kraush was stunned by her sudden sincerity. He could only manage to say, "I see." Soon, their carriage rattled away, leaving the estate behind under a breathtaking sunset. As the magnificent palace came into view, Kraush peered out the window and whispered, "So, this is the Star Sanctuary. Wait, what? No wonder this is the most famous spot in the area." Did they seriously rent out the entire venue? Just how insanely rich are they? Kraush couldn't help but marvel at the grand scale of the party venue. These nobles sure live in extreme luxury, throwing money around like water. He quietly thought about why the nobility in this world were so deeply revered. It was because they fought against the world's erosion on behalf of the commoners. And yet, look at the bunch of idiots in front of him. All they do is party day and night without ever bothering to train. Kraush bitterly wondered if this was truly the future of Star. But as soon as he stepped into the banquet hall, a booming announcement echoed through the air. Lord Kraush Vanhem and Lady Bianca Hayden have arrived. Instantly, a wave of malicious whispers and nasty gossip closed in on them. Is that Kraush, the loser son of the Vanhem family? And look, he's even with that cursed girl from the northern clan. Talk about a match made in heaven. The hypocritical nobles sneered at them with pure contempt, even warning each other not to stare too long, or they might catch Bianca's curse. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Kraush noticed the presence of some very interesting people, true nobles who would later join Generation A. There was Balak Hotma, known as the Young Tiger, with a chillingly sharp gaze, the mysterious, crimson-eyed Emilia, the Wicked Star, and Anxic Rare, a highly skilled archer who effortlessly wielded a wooden bow. These three made up the legendary Star Trio, and right now, all their attention was locked onto him. They looked down on him with utter disdain. Kraush realized they were staring at him, and he was absolutely certain it was because of his older sister, Charlotte. He recalled her telling him about the time she wore that gorgeous red dress. That dress had people constantly swarming her just to strike up a conversation. But in the end, not a single one of them could stand a chance against her in a duel. Charlotte had once disgustedly called this place a garbage temple, and swore she would never set foot here again. Looking at the current atmosphere, Kraush knew for a fact that his sister had caused quite a massive scene here. Suddenly, Bianca gently tugged at his sleeve to comfort him. Lord Kraush, please don't pay any mind to what they are saying. Kraush was stunned. He never expected that the girl who had just been severely insulted would actually be the one worrying about him. He reached out, patted Bianca's head, and smiled. I don't mind it at all. I was just thinking about Charlotte, just as he was wondering when that guy would show up. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The announcement boomed once again. Lord Durling Danfion has arrived. The most bizarrely styled man among the nobility made his entrance, flashing a bright grin and waving excitedly. Hello, everyone. That was none other than the famously flamboyant alchemist, Durling Danfion. He couldn't care less about appearances, which was why his outfits were always so eccentric. He recalled a memory from his past life. Oh my god, your entire body is covered in curses. What on earth happened to make you look this terrible? Durling had gasped in shock upon seeing Kraush's battered, scar-ridden body in the previous timeline. He had rubbed his chin, excitedly mumbling calculations to himself. For a corrosive type of curse. Combining this and this should do the trick. Yes, that seems highly doable. Right after that, Durling had eagerly made a crazy proposition. Hey, are you interested in becoming my test subject? I will cure you. A blinding light erupted as Durling forced his healing magic onto him, leaving Kraush only enough time to yell. Stop! Stop it! Are you insane? Get away from me! He had intentionally teased Kraush, finding amusement in his misery. That man was Durling Danfion, the lord of the renowned alchemy castle. That was also the very first time Kraush had met the man who would eventually be hailed as the world's greatest alchemy king. Back in the present, Durling strode into the banquet hall with absolute confidence, waving his hand in excitement. Hey there, everyone. His arrival instantly split the room into mixed reactions. While the young ladies squealed in admiration, look at Lord Durling. He looks so amazing today. On the other hand, the other nobles sneered, mocking him as a freak who intentionally showed up late just to grab attention. Watching from a distance, Kraush thought to himself that a show-off like him would naturally choose an event filled with peers to make his grand entrance. He turned to Bianca, who was completely absorbed in her plate of food, and said, Bianca, wait for me here, okay? Still chewing, she obediently mumbled back. Okay. Kraush quietly walked away, heading straight toward Durling, and immediately catching the attention of the young alchemy lord. Who is that guy? I feel like I have met him somewhere before. The sharp, piercing gaze of Kraush Vanhem locked directly onto him. Seeing Kraush get closer, he stared intently at him and gasped in surprise. He really does look a lot like Charlotte. He curiously asked if Kraush had something to say or if he was simply drawn to his unique look, but then his tone suddenly grew serious. Lately, you seem to have been digging around for information about the world's erosion, haven't you? Unfazed, Kraush smirked defiantly. I wonder if saying yes would make you even more interested in me. Durling let out a sly smirk. You really are a provocative kid, aren't you? Since you have sparked my curiosity, you better brace yourself. He led Kraush into a private room, and while admiring some legendary swords, he casually asked Kraush how old he was. Upon hearing Kraush reply that he was only 13, Durling remarked that although he looked incredibly young, his aura was on a whole different level. Kraush stifled a sigh and spoke frankly. Well, I don't have much time. So, wanting to get straight to the point, Durling drew his sword from its scabbard and replied coldly, "Go ahead." Suddenly, he tossed a sword toward Kraush with a mischievous grin. "Hey, catch!" The moment Kraush caught the weapon, Durling lunged at him with incredible speed, their swords clashing as they got to know each other a little better. Struggling to parry the relentless strikes, Kraush roared in anger. "What the hell are you doing?" Durling calmly kept up the pressure, explaining that he just wanted to test the skills of Charlotte's little brother. Kraush gritted his teeth in frustration. What a massive pain. Even in the heat of their fierce clash, Durling kept pushing. "By the way, didn't you say you had something to discuss?" "I'm listening, so let's hear it." Bracing himself, Kraush replied. "Oh, that?" His sword clashed loudly against Durling's weapon. Watching him defend, Durling mocked. "Aren't you supposed to be some talentless loser?" Kraush gritted his teeth and replied with forced calm. "Well, I might look like one, but I train every single day." In his mind, he quickly weighed his options. Should he use his secret technique against this alchemist? Or just shake him up a little? Suddenly, Kraush threw out some irresistible bait. "That research on neutralizing curses. I can help you with that." The offer left Durling stunned, causing him to blurt out, "What?" Pressuring him with sharp, precise strikes, he demanded to know what a loser like Kraush knew about alchemy to even suggest a partnership. Dodging sharp, dangerous kicks, Kraush confidently explained the methodology for neutralizing curses. It was something even cleansing mages couldn't break, but it could be done by using another curse as a counterweight. He never expected a supposed failure like Kraush to be so knowledgeable about alchemy. Durling realized that to become a first-rate alchemist, he absolutely had to prove this research. Lowering his stance, his eyes grew serious. "I'll help you with the research." Right then, a dense, dark aura erupted violently, enveloping Kraush's small body. He declared with a smirk, "With my curse-stealing skill." Witnessing this, Durling was utterly shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. That aura. Isn't he supposed to be a powerless loser? He thought to himself, if what Kraush said was true, this would be the perfect opportunity to complete his research. Overwhelmed with excitement, Durling flashed a mischievous grin and asked, "What should I do to repay you? How about becoming my boyfriend?" Kraush got goosebumps and immediately shut him down. What the hell are you talking about? This guy was not only a weird dresser, but his personality was just as bizarre, wasn't it? Getting straight to his real goal, he asked Durling to use his potion-making expertise to create a medicine that could ease the curses he would collect in the future. Kraush knew that relying solely on his skill-stealing ability wouldn't be enough to survive in this brutal world. Even S-rank individuals, who possessed extraordinary skills, couldn't stop the destruction of the world. Kraush understood that better than anyone. He told himself that a failure like him had to use every possible resource, whether it was potions or anything else. Standing before Kraush, Durling closely observed his cold expression and silently evaluated him. "I heard he lost his drive because he was constantly compared to Charlotte. But that doesn't seem to be the case at all." He realized he was facing an overwhelming genius and a true anomaly. Both siblings of the Van Heim family never failed to amaze him. Kraush broke the silence with a question. "Can I ask you something?" "Curious," Durling replied. "What is it?" Hearing Kraush ask if he planned to go to the newly established Rahin Academy, Durling's interest was piqued. Looking toward the majestic academy, Kraush smirked with a calculating look. "Of course I am." Inside, a new plan was already brewing. There would be a ton of skills for him to steal at the academy. And more importantly, he needed a legitimate reason to move freely around the place. Durling was so excited he couldn't hide his enthusiasm. "Fine by me. I'll do whatever it takes, brewing potions or anything else." He declared that as long as it involved curses, he was always down, while also making sure to demand a spot right by Kraush's side. Witnessing this over-the-top enthusiasm, Kraush thought to himself, "This guy hasn't changed a bit. In this life, or the last." Suddenly, he pivoted to a much more serious topic. "You know about the discoloration disease, right? It was an incurable illness that turned the skin a dark greenish blue, eventually leading to death. Kraush looked straight at Durling and commanded, "Create a cure for that disease." Durling was absolutely stunned, reacting with pure disbelief. "Do you even know what incurable means?" "Even for me, that's impossible." Kraush remained perfectly calm, because he knew for a fact that in the distant future, Durling would be the one to successfully develop this cure. He clenched his fist, looking at the alchemist with absolute trust. "You can do it." Those words instantly sparked Durling's pride, and a smirk played on his lips. "Hearing you say that, it really hits my pride." He had successfully baited him. This show-off fell right into his trap. Hee. Kraush smiled. They bumped fists, officially sealing the deal. Kraush added, "Once the potion is ready, make sure to contact the Azure Pine Pavilion." Dean replied with excitement, "You got it. I'll deliver it to you personally." But then, Kraush paused, bringing up a question he had been harboring for a while. He asked bluntly, "You like my sister, don't you?" Dean didn't even try to hide it and cheered enthusiastically, "I absolutely adore Charlotte." Kraush was still skeptical, so he pressed him about why he had mentioned earlier that the seat next to him was empty, and even brought up having a boyfriend. Dean acted shy, explaining that Kraush was still too young to understand, before suddenly confessing, "Well, I like boys too, you know. I can love both men and women." Completely horrified by this confession, Kraush yelled, "Well, I don't." He immediately bolted as fast as his legs could carry him, ignoring Dean's dramatic cries behind him. "Wait, come back, my future boyfriend." Panting heavily as he ran, Kraush thought to himself, so that alchemist was that kind of person after all. As he made his way back to the banquet hall, he suddenly froze in his tracks at an infuriating sight. A man was roughly grabbing Bianca's wrist, completely ignoring her trembling in pain. Bianca glared at him with resentment, but was utterly helpless, silently calling out Kraush's name in her mind. While he was away, had she been bullied like this the entire time? Without a single second of hesitation, Kraush rushed forward and delivered a devastating kick right to the noble's head, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. The man groaned in agony, clutching his head. A dark, menacing aura erupted and enveloped Kraush, his face completely shadowed with pure rage. He growled threateningly, "How dare you force yourself on my fiancé? What do you think you're doing?" Facing that terrifying wrath, the man trembled, stammering for mercy. Kraush looked down at him with utter disgust. "Fine, I'm leaving," the cowardly noble squealed in terror, quickly backing away from Kraush's overwhelming pressure. Before he could even catch his breath, Kraush coldly declared that instead of meeting the second princess as ordered, he would go find Anis. The man asked in confusion why, but Kraush had already seen right through the situation. He warned him that no matter who he was serving, he had clearly picked up all of his master's worst habits. Kraush firmly told Bianca to follow him, leaving the stunned man sprawled on the floor. Just a pathetic lackey trying to copy his master by harassing an innocent girl. Walking down the luxurious red-carpeted hallway, Kraush wondered in silence why Bianca had dared to refuse to meet the princess. Drawing from the experiences of his past life, he could easily guess the identity of the mastermind behind this. However, what puzzled him was that at only 12 years old, Bianca shouldn't have been sharp enough to grasp such a complex political situation. Kraush stopped and softly called out to Bianca. Looking straight at his fiancée, he asked her why she chose to defy the princess's orders. Bianca lowered her head, her silver hair lightly veiling her face. She whispered with absolute sincerity, "Because you told me to wait, Lord Kraush." This innocent response, filled with unwavering trust, took Kraush completely by surprise. A soft smile played on his lips. He reached out to gently pat her head as they continued down the hallway, murmuring, "Good job." Arriving in front of a massive door, luckily, with some help from Anis, Kraush and Bianca managed to enter the room behind it. But the moment the door shut, Anis couldn't contain his excitement. Blocking their path, he proposed, "While we're at it, I've been quite curious about you. Kraush, fight me." He really didn't expect to run into another screwball. Suppressing a weary sigh, Kraush thought, of course it would turn out like this. No fighting in the spirit sanctuary, you say? Anis wouldn't back down, arguing provocatively. But you already fought Scott, so there shouldn't be any issue fighting me, right? Since you're weaker than Scott. Kraush suddenly recalled the rumors about this guy. During his match against Scott, he had lasted even longer than Abrax, a martial artist who was slightly superior to him in skill. What made Anis truly terrifying was his unpredictable battle instinct, making it impossible for his opponents to anticipate his next move. Kraush thought to himself that he wanted to avoid a clash with this guy, but seeing the burning passion in his eyes, He realized he wouldn't be let off that easily. Kraush coldly accepted, fine. Instantly, Anis unleashed a surge of purple magic, readying himself for battle. At blinding speed, he launched an attack, but Kraush nimbly dodged. Clenching his fist, Kraush delivered a blow infused with cursed black energy, sending him flying. Anis could only clutch his stomach, groaning in agonizing pain. Standing tall and composed, Kraush quietly looked down at his defeated opponent. Clutching his chest, Anis groaned, "Kraush, you're merciless." Coldly adjusting his collar, Kraush shot back flatly. "You're the one who picked a fight." Despite his pathetic state, Anis still tried to plead. "Yeah, but wait, can I go grab my weapon first?" Kraush only smirked, asking mockingly, "Your weapon? More importantly, can you even stand?" Ani struggled to pull himself up, but his completely exhausted body gave out, causing him to collapse back onto the floor, utterly drained of energy. Watching the scene unfold, Bianca asked curiously, "Kraush, what did you actually do to him?" Kraush calmly explained as they walked away, "I used a secret technique passed down in the Van Helm family, the 1-inch punch. This is a secret technique created by someone once branded as a failure by the Van Helm family years ago. It is a strike designed to deliver maximum damage over the shortest distance. If the conditions are right, it can even cause severe internal organ damage. Thanks to this 1-inch punch, Kraush has survived countless life or death situations, even saving himself back when the Azure Pine Pavilion burned to the ground." Kraush looks at his hand, asserting confidently, "I used my strongest move, so he probably won't be getting up anytime soon." He gestures for Bianca to head inside, leaving behind Anix, who lies defeated on the ground, muttering in utter despair. Just as he steps onto the balcony under the bright full moon, Kraush suddenly freezes, noticing 2 strangers standing there, waiting for him. In utter shock, he gasps, "Bal." Bal stands there with a mysterious smile, smirking mockingly. "It is quite amusing that you actually managed to defeat Breakhood." Unfazed, Kraush immediately exposes his scheme. "After all, you only used the second princess to lure me here, didn't you? Aren't you waiting here for that exact reason? Well, now I am here." Without wasting any time, he gets straight to the point. Surprised to be seen through so easily, Bal mutters, "How did you figure it out? How strange. You are nothing like what I heard. Maybe the rumors are false?" Pointing directly at him, Kraush growls, "You were the one who spread those rumors in the first place, calling me a failure." Thrusting forward a hand radiating a pitch-black aura, he declares threateningly, "However, if you lose to me today, those rumors are going to change a bit, because I am going to steal your skill." Looking at the man standing proudly on the balcony, he is none other than Anix Glur. Deep down, Kraush bitterly recalls the time they stood side by side, from their academy days until they joined Generation A. "You are an old friend of mine. Since we have been together for so long, I know you all too well." But behind that facade of friendship lies a harsh truth that Kraush has seen right through. The cold hard truth is that you only befriended me because I was useful to you. He is a selfish betrayer of teachers and friends, hanging around him solely to exploit him. And that so-called usefulness became the ultimate reason for his betrayal. Memories of that fateful day rush back like a nightmare. On a ruined battlefield where their comrades have all fallen, Kraush struggles to cling to a cliffside, his breath coming in desperate, ragged gasps. "Damn it, is everyone down? Anix, are you there? Help me." In response to that desperate cry for help, Anix simply stands above, staring down with a chilling, bone-cold gaze. He casually calculates, "Kraush, if they find out that walking into the trap was my fault, I will definitely lose my spot in Generation A, right? But if I am the only survivor, no one will ever know." Anix's cold-blooded words leave Kraush in utter shock. Even on the brink of death, he screams back, "Hey, you think it's that easy? The internal power struggle is already brutal. You will definitely get kicked out for this." But Anix only smirks deviously, having already crafted a sinister plan. "Don't worry, I will pin all the blame on you. Since everyone already hates you, they will believe me. And just like that, the truth of this incident will be buried." He leans down to bid a fake farewell. "Thanks, Kraush, for being my friend till the very end." With those final words, he walks away without a single backward glance. Teetering between life and death, Kraush feels his strength fading, his blood-stained hands slipping from the cold rock. Is this really how I end? Just as despair clouds his fading vision, a hand suddenly reaches out and grabs him tight. Arthur appears as a savior at the last second, asking, "Are you okay?" before quickly pulling him out of the abyss. In the present, Kraush reflects on how Arthur only saved him because they were on the same team, but he also knows all too well that it was the beginning of another long, tragic nightmare. Following that incident, Annex was expelled from Generation A, thanks to Arthur's testimony. Kraush used to be furious watching him desperately try to marry the princess. But facing Annex in this timeline, he realizes the guy hasn't changed one bit. Annex smirks mockingly. Kraush, your face, and the way you talk. You sound just like Charlotte. Those words touch a sore spot, infuriating Kraush. He growls. Hey, don't say her name so casually. You think she and I are alike? The dark energy from his black hat skill erupts violently, enveloping Kraush's body as he readies himself for battle, coldly declaring, "That's right. Just like her, I am the type who never backs down from a fight." Under Annex's calm gaze, Kraush charges forward like a pitch-black specter, unleashing a devastating strike. A giant tree root suddenly erupts from the ground, forming a solid shield. But Kraush reacts instantly, kicking off the wood and swinging around a branch to build momentum before launching himself forward again. Relying on his far superior strength, Annex looks down arrogantly as the massive roots launch a frenzied assault on Kraush. Despite his best efforts to dodge, Kraush was tightly bound by the wooden tentacles and whipped through the air before crashing down right next to Bianca, letting out an annoyed sigh. He muttered, "Seriously? What a pain." Annex smirked triumphantly, the roots writhing around him like venomous snakes. He smugly showed off his heaven and earth wood art, the signature technique of the Ser family that allows the user to enhance and control plants at will, using aura. By using a recovery skill to propagate the plants, he could easily overcome the limitations of this technique. Annex taunted, "Is that all you've got? You'd better draw your weapon." Kraush casually picked up a dry branch from the ground and shot back. "You want me to use a weapon? Fine. Then I'll use your own wood against you." Seeing Kraush challenge him with nothing but a dry branch, Annex sneered. "Really? Then try blocking this with that twig." Annex roared, controlling a barrage of roots that surged forward like a raging storm. But Kraush left him wide-eyed with shock as he continuously dodged every single attack flawlessly. Annex wondered in disbelief how a loser like Kraush could possess such insane reflexes. He began to suspect whether Kraush had awakened Mind's Eye, a supreme sensory ability reserved only for geniuses like Charlotte. A mysterious purple light flashed in Kraush's eyes. He coldly declared, "To someone like you, I'm nothing short of a natural enemy." Deep down, Kraush knew all too well that he had seen through Annex's abilities so many times in his previous timeline that he was sick of it. Seeing his opponent still lost in thought about Charlotte, Kraush delivered a powerful strike with the branch in his hand, sending Annex staggering back. Infuriated by the disrespect, Annex snarled, "Kraush, you'd better watch your mouth." He immediately unleashed his fifth move, Heaven and Earth Wood Giant, summoning a massive wooden giant with a demonic face to crush Kraush. Every single blow was aimed to kill Kraush. Annex wore a sinister smile. Looking down on Kraush, he threatened, "From now on, you'd better watch your back." Right at that moment, a girl rushed over frantically, her face pale with panic as she screamed, "Lord Annex, stop, you can't do this." She knew all too well that if that devastating attack hit Kraush directly, the consequences would be irreversible. The giant's massive wooden fist slammed down with crushing pressure, ready to pulverize everything beneath it. Facing certain death, Kraush calmly closed his eyes, letting the leaves swirl around him. In his mind, the image of the thinnest manual sitting quietly in the secret library of the Green Pine Pavilion estate appeared. Its author was an ancestor who possessed absolutely no natural talent, a man who spent his entire life repeating mediocre practice swings until he was 80 years old. The manual was incredibly short, only recording his simplest strikes from his final years. But because his curse had backed him into a corner countless times like this, Kraush finally understood his ancestor's true heirloom technique. It was far more than the simple notes scribbled in that book. "I am the sword, and the sword is me." Kraush swung the dry branch in his hand. As long as he envisioned what he held as a sword, that simple truth would unleash limitless power. With a single vertical slash, he split the massive wooden monster in two, leaving his opponent utterly dumbfounded as the giant shattered into pieces. Witnessing this, Bianca and the onlookers stood frozen, their eyes wide with sheer shock. Annex trembled, his face turning pale and sweat pouring down in terror as he watched his strongest skill get neutralized so effortlessly. Kraush stepped forward coldly, staring down at the man groveling on the ground, and growled, "Hey, don't you ever get cocky again." Kraush coldly tossed the dry branch aside, looking down at Annex, who was completely broken by the balcony. After suffering such an unexpected, crushing defeat, He could only let out a weak groan before collapsing, leaving the onlookers in utter disbelief. Kraush stood there, panting heavily, sweat dripping down his exhausted face after the intense battle. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. I planned to pace myself so I could easily steal his skill, but since I poured everything into that single strike, I can't even move now. Crap, I can't even find the breath to speak. Kraush's legs trembled violently, and his vision began to fade from pure exhaustion. Just then, Bianca and Durling rushed over to support him. Bianca called out in worry, "Let me help you." Durling suddenly grabbed Kraush, making him wince in pain. Seeing his depleted state, Durling panicked. "Oh no, at this rate, Kraush is going to die." "I'll take care of him," Durling offered. Bianca nodded in agreement. "I'm counting on you." Then, Durling hoisted Kraush onto his back. Whispers and murmurs among the nobles began to spread throughout the banquet hall. What's all the racket? Did that loser actually beat Annex? No way. The useless youngest son of the Valheim family? Carrying Kraush on his back, Durling thought to himself that rumors, sure, travel fast. Those who used to look down on him would now have to see him in a whole new light. He was sure that once Kraush woke up, he would become the center of attention throughout the entire kingdom. However, a sudden wave of unease washed over the alchemist as he recalled the look in the defeated man's eyes. But seriously, the expression on Annex's face just now is really bothering me. I have a bad feeling about this. Under the glow of a full moon, Dialin carries Kraush on his back, whispering a warning. "Hey kid, you're not allowed to die until we work on that research together. You hear me?" The scene shifts to Kraush's brutal training days at the manor, where his tiny body had to face massive wooden logs hurtling at him from every direction. Tensing his muscles, Kraush endured the agonizing impacts, his eyes burning with a fierce determination to break past his limits. He was preparing for the storms ahead. 1 week had already passed since he returned from the Holy Land. Standing in the middle of the training grounds, sweat completely drenched his small back. Exhaling a soft sigh of relief, he was glad to have finally recovered from that intense battle. Reflecting on his fight with Annex, Kraush realized that if he had pushed his opponent to the absolute limit back then, he might have ended up even worse off than him. Fortunately, he had some self-control and stopped just in time. Kraush let out a heavy, regretful sigh. If only I hadn't passed out, I would have at least been able to steal his skill. After all, he had 2 different ways to steal his opponent's abilities. The first was the standard route of unlocking the Black Hat skill, while the second was much more devious, making the opponent completely underestimate their own power. For Annex, Kraush chose the second method. It's incredibly easy to pull off once you completely dominate your target. Annex's strongest move, the Giant's Eye of Heaven and Earth, was crushed in a single blow, and by a loser he had always despised. Because of that, seeds of doubt about his own skill's worth would inevitably take root in his mind. Once he starts doubting himself, his mental defenses will crumble, and he'll stop valuing that failed technique altogether. It might take a little time, but Kraush is absolutely certain that Annex's healing ability will eventually be his. With only 1 year left before officially entering the academy, Kraush planned to train like a madman every single day to surpass those so-called geniuses. But his thoughts were cut short when the door swung open. The butler, Alios, stepped inside with a respectful yet deeply serious look on his face. "Young Master Kraush, Lord Billiken, has arrived at the Thon Tung Pavilion." Kraush smirked. He knew Billiken had finally run out of patience after having his invitations rejected 22 times. Knowing he couldn't stall any longer, Kraush calmly ordered, "Show him in." Alios bowed and exited the room. Just then, Bianca approached, gently handing him a cup of water. "Here, Kraush, have some water." He took it with a soft thank you, but Bianca immediately wrinkled her nose in disgust. "What's wrong? You're absolutely drenched, and you smell like sweat," she teased. Kraush gasped in surprise. "Huh? Really?" He wondered if this was just the impurities being purged from his body through his aura, or maybe his nose had gone numb from being too used to the stench of the world's decay in his past life. He hadn't even paid attention to his own physical state. Noticing her fiancé's awkwardness, Bianca playfully asked, "Aren't you going to take a bath before meeting Lord Billiken?" Kraush just clicked his tongue. He decided to keep training instead of worrying about his appearance in front of an enemy. "Fine then, stay away from me," Bianca pouted, turning on her heel and leaving Kraush with an amused grin. He chuckled to himself. Look at her, ordering her fiancé around. "You've really grown up, Bianca." Looking at her tiny figure, she reminded him of a puffed-up, angry little penguin. Unable to resist the urge to tease her, He quickly chased after her as she ran away. "Where do you think you're going?" To Kraush, Bianca felt like a little sister, and he just couldn't resist picking on her. But in those rare moments of peace, the ghosts of his past life would suddenly return to haunt him. Kraush fell silent, a shadow of sadness passing over his eyes. The allies he once knew before going back in time, they probably looked at him with nothing but cold disdain. Even though he lived in the present, the agonizing past refused to set him free. In his mind's eye, Arthur's figure loomed intimidating, powerful, and utterly freezing. It felt as if Arthur were standing right there, demanding, "Kraush, has this peaceful life made you soft? Do you really think you can stop the apocalypse like this?" "Arthur," Kraush muttered under his breath, forced to admit a bitter truth. Aside from his ultimate act of betrayal, Arthur had always been a legendary pioneer, someone who never let his guard down for a single second. His train of thought was broken when Kraush wondered, wait, where is Arthur right now? And what is he up to? Right then, a mocking voice echoed from behind. "Flirting with your fiancé, are we? Must be nice." The man standing there with an arrogant smirk was none other than Bilokin Van Hem, the third son of the Van Hem family. "Everyone needs to unwind sometimes," Kraush replied, privately noting that the guy who once trembled too much to look him in the eye was now boldly staring him down. While Bilokin was still sizing him up, skeptical of the rumors that Kraush had defeated Annex, Kraush went on the offensive with his words. "Besides, aren't you too busy to be wasting time at the Thon Tung Pavilion?" Bilokin froze, stammering, "Busy?" He had no idea what Kraush was hinting at. Seizing the moment, Kraush delivered a heavy psychological blow. "I heard Ren Academy is recruiting. Admissions are purely based on exams, regardless of status. So, shouldn't you get ready too, brother?" That highly provocative remark made Bilokin's face twist in sheer shock and anger. Was this guy actually mocking him? His pride was deeply wounded. To him, the Van Hem family stood on a completely different level, one so high that even the most powerful empire had to treat them with caution. As a direct descendant, being told he needed to take an entrance exam felt like the ultimate insult to Bilokin. He gritted his teeth, warning himself that Kraush shouldn't get cocky just because he beat a nobody like Annes. But to save face, Bilokin forced a fake smile and replied, "You make a funny joke." Bilokin continued using a sarcastic tone to demean Kraush. "Well, that makes sense. I suppose failures like you would naturally worry about passing or failing the academy entrance." He tried to back his younger brother into a corner, but to his disappointment, Kraush only calmly replied, "Yeah, I guess so." That nonchalant attitude instantly made Bilokin's blood boil. Suppressing his rage, he got straight to the point. "Actually, I came here today to deliver an order." Kraush raised an eyebrow in doubt. "An order?" Bilokin coldly announced. "We are going to stop the world erosion at Mount Golek." This news caught Kraush completely off guard. What? Family missions do not require anyone under 15 to participate. To trap his brother, Bilokin reassured him with a scheming smile. "Don't worry, I will be tag teaming with you as your guardian." Leaning in close to Kraush, he provoked him. "My dear little brother, who supposedly defeated Annes, surely wouldn't tremble over a minor thing like this, right?" Reading his brother like an open book, Kraush realized he was only trying to test his strength and keep him in check. Without a second thought, he accepted the challenge. "Fine, let's do this." To Kraush, dealing with world erosion was far more familiar than this peaceful life. He clenched his fist, confident that even if this was Bilokin's trap, he already had a counterplan. Right then, Bianca showed up and asked anxiously, "Kraush, where are you going?" He told her not to follow, explaining he would be away for a while to handle the erosion. Bianca asked sadly, "Can't I come with you?" Watching them, Bilokin found the whole scene completely nauseating. He sneered at the absurdity of a 13-year-old trying to stop world erosion, muttering under his breath, "That cursed princess." Instantly, Kraush stepped in front of Bianca and snapped, "She is my fiancé." He didn't miss the chance to throw the mockery right back. Surely a noble brother like you wouldn't take a 12-year-old's words seriously, right? Kraush's words were a total slap in the face, showing absolutely zero respect. Their eyes locked in a tense standoff. Bilokin gritted his teeth in fury and stormed off. Kraush gently patted Bianca's head and praised her. "You did great, Bianca." As she looked at him in confusion, he assured her that her very presence had been a huge help. Bianca looked up at him with pleading, worried eyes. "Please, don't collapse again." Kraush whispered, "I won't, I'm off," and decisively turned to walk away. The world was being encroached upon by another dimension, a terrifying phenomenon that spawned mutated creatures and caused extreme environmental distortions. If the erosion advanced any further, the area would be entirely swallowed by that other world. A swamp had already formed on Mount Gerlach, classified as a 3-star erosion zone. Standing among the knights in deep blue uniforms, Kraush coldly asked for updates from the purification squad. Despite his young age, he was fully focused on the mission. A soldier reported that they would begin their work as soon as the area's boss was defeated. At a 3-star level, this was a challenge a mid-tier professional knight squad could easily handle. For a high-level expert like Billiken, defeating the boss of this erosion zone should be a walk in the park. Calling out to Kraush, he smugly declared that he only brought him along so a low-level rookie like him could gain some experience. Kraush only gave a cold hum in response, but secretly sneered at his brother's patronizing tone. Experience? Who do you think you're talking to? Kraush thought, his gaze turning razor-sharp. The only reason he went along with a control freak like Billiken was, for one thing, to test a temporary remedy for his manic episodes. The real battle erupted, as hideous erosion monsters were sliced clean in half by powerful slashes, clearing a path deep into the swamp. Terrified screams echoed from the surrounding swarm, and the soldiers began to panic. Damn it, at this rate, we'll never wipe them out. There are too many of them, and we're totally outnumbered. Kraush chimed in, giving instructions about the headless, sharp-toothed monsters, warning everyone to coat their bodies in aura because a single bite would make their wounds swell up instantly. One of the soldiers asked in surprise, "Lord Kraush, have you dealt with world erosion before?" Kraush answered calmly, knowing that for a 13-year-old, having prior experience with erosion zones would make absolutely no sense. Still, the calm composure of someone who was always looked down on as a loser made Billiken highly suspicious. But why is a loser like him so calm in the erosion zone, especially when it is his very first time here? Memories of being 15 years old, when his pride was crushed to pieces in this very place, came rushing back as a bitter reminder. Yet, how could he so casually offer advice to the knights? Billiken stared at Kraush with intense suspicion. He realized his younger brother's calm composure was completely different from how he himself had acted when he first stepped into the erosion zone. Watching Kraush's back as he quietly walked ahead, an extreme theory began to brew in Billiken's mind. He trembled as he wondered, if Kraush grows up like Charlotte and surpasses me, will I be the one who ends up as Valheim's biggest failure? He was terrified that his younger brother would leave him behind, making him the one who got discarded. Kraush suddenly stopped and called out softly, "Brother, we are almost at the master's lair." Trying to regain his composure, Billiken smirked and told Kraush that he was just getting lucky, since this run seemed way easier than his own first time. Noticing that there were no other erosion creatures around, Billiken assumed only the master itself was left. But Kraush immediately chimed in with a warning. "That is exactly why we need to be on high alert." He explained that if a 3-star master had the power to maintain an erosion zone all by itself, its strength was not to be underestimated, which immediately sent a wave of panic through the knights behind them. Seeing the soldiers' morale begin to waver, Billiken snapped, "Hey, don't let yourselves get shaken. Those are just the words of a mere child." Trying to boost the soldiers' morale, he ordered the team to quickly eliminate the 3-star target so they could head back early. Kraush quietly watched the rushing crowd, thinking to himself that they would soon find out the hard way. Focusing entirely on the task at hand, his cold eyes sensed the surging erosion energy swirling beneath the ground. Thanks to the poison that had seeped deep into his blood before his regression, Kraush realized his senses were even sharper than in his past life. Now, he just had to absorb it. Kraush held the potion cup, his heart pounding rapidly as the decisive moment arrived. Without hesitation, he drank the dark liquid to the last drop. Instantly, an agonizing pain surged through him, turning his eyes bloodshot and making his veins bulge terrifyingly. Kraush collapsed, coughing up a large pool of blood, leaving everyone around him in utter shock. A knight rushed over in panic to support him. "Master Kraush, are you all right?" Forcing down the pain, he wiped away the fresh blood and lied to reassure them. "Yeah, I just tripped." Standing nearby, Billiken offered with a look of pity. "It is your first time, so do not overdo it. I will carry you on my back." But Kraush coldly refused. "No need." Looking at the blood on his hands, he realized the erosion energy was acting like a deadly poison, tearing his body apart, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and bear it. Why on earth would he harm himself like that? This was exactly why Kraush had trained to let the deadly poison seep into his blood beforehand. Following the secret technique, he began to fuse his aura with the erosion energy, forcing his aura to circulate without stopping. He imagined his aura as a vast river, quietly absorbing and dissolving the erosion energy within itself, creating a new, dominant color of power that could never be overshadowed. However, the consequences of this violent process were devastating, leaving Kraush's eyes bloodshot and his body trembling uncontrollably. He coughed up blood once again, looking at his red-stained hands and thinking, an ordinary person would have definitely broken under this pressure. It was time to use that secret technique. He recalled the history of the Blue Pine Pavilion, which was shut down and seemingly forgotten after Damaris Valheim disappeared. However, a blind ancestor had accidentally discovered this secret archive. Unfortunately, because he was blind, he couldn't read the manuals, which led to this place being locked away forever. To ensure no one else would repeat his tragedy, that ancestor decided to leave behind a single manual that could be learned without sight. And Kraush had inherited that very teaching from him. A violent surge of aura electricity erupted around Kraush, marking the awakening of a superhuman sense that could feel the slightest vibration through aura. That was the sixth sense. Even though Kraush could only extend his sensory range by about a finger's width right now, it was more than enough for him to detect the anomaly right where he stood. Kraush's eyes widened, and a wild smile spread across his blood-stained face as he realized his true situation. It wasn't that the world was being consumed by madness, but rather that Kraush's own senses were becoming sharper than ever before. He noticed the madness beginning to clear up, all thanks to following his ancestors' sixth sense technique. Even so, Kraush knew this was only a temporary fix. If he kept absorbing the erosion energy, the madness could take over at any moment. This was what they called chi deviation from overtraining. And when that happened, he would still need Bianca's snow doll curse to keep his mind grounded. Though it was just a temporary band-aid, there was no denying that Kraush had successfully gained control of his power because of it. Clenching his fists, he could clearly feel that for the first time, he was stepping up to a whole new level. But right then, a sudden shiver ran down his spine. Kraush's eyes widened in sheer shock. Sensing an overwhelming, oppressive presence, he quickly whipped around. Out of the shadows, a hideous creature slowly emerged, its body stitched together from countless human body parts. Stretching its long, slender neck and ash-gray face, its tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, burning with a deadly crimson glare. It was a giant, grotesque mass of flesh, covered with faces screaming in absolute agony. Just looking at this thing would probably make faint-hearted folks like us pass out on the spot. It's a boss monster. A piercing shriek shattered the darkness. The monster roared, revealing a gaping mouth full of sharp fangs and eerie, twisted faces covering its entire body. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Bilokin was completely paralyzed, his face distorted with a fear so intense he couldn't even speak. Kraush was also deeply shaken by the sudden appearance of this incredibly powerful entity. A system notification popped up to confirm its identity. Sengaki, the thousand-faced demon, a 3-star boss of the erosion zone. Standing before the massive beast that radiated overwhelming bloodlust, a commanding shout rang out, shattering the heavy silence. Everyone, prepare for battle. Get ready. The booming shout urged the knights to draw their swords all at once, ready to face the looming danger. In the dark erosion zone, Bilokin began to channel his energy, causing his sword to glow with a brilliant blue light. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of heat erupted. Enveloping him in bright red flames, the Ignis skill was officially activated, turning Bilokin into a powerful fire warrior. With hair burning like molten lava, his formidable strength meant he actually stood a chance at defeating this demon. Witnessing that scene, the other knights couldn't help but gasp in awe. Lord Bilokin's flames never fail to amaze. And its destructive power is absolutely terrifying, isn't it? After all, it's a top-tier skill that can reduce anything in its path to ashes. But unlike the cheering crowd, Kraush stood frozen. His eyes burned with pure hatred as he stared at those flames, bitterly recalling a horrifying memory from his past life. Ignis was the exact skill that had burned off his arm before. The image of the brutal Bilokin stomping on a helpless Kraush, and his cruel insults came rushing back. Do you see the difference between us now, you trash? I don't have time to waste on garbage like you. Watching Bilokin's arrogant back as he walked off with his flaming sword, Kraush muttered his name with absolute coldness. He knew very well that in his past life, Bilokin had completely lost his mind, right before the time regression happened. But now, with power in his own hands, Kraush was no longer that weak kid, who could be bullied. He was going to pay him back for everything he did to him in his past life. A mysterious dark purple energy erupted and enveloped his body as the Black Hat skill was activated. Creepy eyes and mouths began to appear on Kraush's hand. He smirked knowingly. But what about now? I really hope you haven't changed one bit. Instantly, a violent tremor erupted. accompanied by screams of agony. A grotesque entity with a hideous face, it was choked by the purple energy, its body writhing in vain. The apprentice knights began to panic, in absolute terror, as they witnessed the horrific scene. Is that the face-stealing curse? The situation rapidly descended into chaos, as the monster extended its 8 giant arms, madly attacking and crushing everything around it. Watching even their seniors struggle to hold their ground, the young recruits trembled in despair. How are apprentices like us supposed to dodge a curse like that? If it's come to this, our only choice is to run. A soldier's desperate cry rang out amidst the chaotic battlefield. The scene was pure madness, with some shouting to fight while others screamed to run. Instantly, a powerful roar drowned out the chaos. It was Belikin. In the blazing state of his Ignis skill, he charged straight at the monster like a flaming arrow. His slashes, carrying an intense heat, sliced through the hideous body of the thousand-faced demon, creating brilliant streaks of fire in the dark swamp. Watching from afar, Kraush couldn't help but be surprised. Is he targeting the thousand-faced demon instead of me? He narrowed his eyes, tracking every frantic movement of his older brother. But the battle suddenly took a bizarre turn as the faces on the monster's body began to drip a dark liquid. Kraush gasped in shock. Bloody tears? Streams of pitch-black blood poured from the hollow eyes of the masks, creating a spine-chilling and haunting scene. Something is wrong. If this keeps up, it's going to get dangerous. If it keeps pouring like this, it'll submerge everything in no time. Kraush thought to himself as he saw the bloody tears continue to pour relentlessly from the creepy masks. Ignoring that ominous sign, Belikin charged forward in a frenzy, repeatedly landing flaming blows on his massive opponent. However, a sudden, terrifying wave of pressure exploded from the monster, causing Belikin's face to go pale with sheer horror. What on earth is this overwhelming pressure? I have to focus and kill the thousand-faced demon right now, before any more anomalies happen, Belikin told himself. The flames from his Ignis skill flared up fiercely on his sword, as he surged forward like a flaming arrow, roaring an order. All knights, bring down the thousand-faced demon. But in front of him, his soldiers stood completely motionless, like statues. Their faces were shrouded in an eerie demonic darkness. Belikin stammered in absolute panic. What? What on earth are you? Then, a horrifying realization flashed through his mind. Is this the curse of the thousand-faced demon? He couldn't believe what was happening. But I haven't even touched it yet. That bizarre sensation from earlier suddenly rushed over him again. Trembling, Belikin raised his hand to touch his own distorting face. He was hit by a bitter, shocking realization. Don't tell me. That strange feeling from before was actually that giant monster. Its bloody, fangs-filled maw was right above his head, staring down at him with the eyes of death. Belikin froze in terror. Has it already caught me? The scene suddenly shifts to a dark forest under a torrential downpour. Right now, he is collapsed on the soaking wet ground, gasping for breath in sheer terror. Oh no, this is bad. I'm going to be killed. The young boy tried to crawl away in vain. Mud covered his small body. At this rate, I'm dead meat. Right behind him, a massive, monstrous hand, cloaked in dark purple energy, reached out, ready to crush him. Why? Why is this happening to me? Die? Me? The strongest in Valheim. Dying here? Through the blinding rain, a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind him, speaking with cold mockery. Because you're a fool who let himself get surpassed by a sister 3 years younger than you. After all that boasting, you lost your entire order of knights, and now you're running away just to save your own skin? What a pathetic loser. Since you failed so miserably, you deserve to die. Those insulting words choked Belikin's mind as the giant hand of the thousand-faced demon crushed him. He could only let out a desperate, final scream. With that, he completely collapsed, both mentally and physically. Under the pouring rain, the once arrogant man was now nothing but a pathetic wreck, crawling through the mud with blood and rainwater mixing on his battered face. He looked up, gasping for breath, and asked in sheer desperation, Who are you? Standing right before him was Kraush, looking strangely calm. Belikin gasped in absolute shock. Kraush? Why are you here? You're still alive? Kraush smirked and replied casually. Oh, you're finally awake, brother? Yep. I've been watching everything play out from a distance this whole time. He explained that after seeing his brother get swallowed by the swamp during the thousand-faced demon's attack, he had secretly dragged him out of there right away. Suppressing his agonizing pain, Belikin clung to the last shred of his pride and snapped. I'm fine now. I can walk on my own. Kraush stared intensely into his trembling eyes. silently mocking him. With a body that can't even channel aura, Kraush stepped closer, reaching out to help while asking mockingly, "You're absolutely sure you don't want to lean on me?" Belokan gritted his teeth in rage, shoving away the hand of the younger brother he had always looked down on. "I don't need help from an idiot like you." Even though he had failed miserably, his stubborn pride refused to die. He tried to use his sword to prop himself up, but with his hands trembling violently and his body completely spent, he could barely stand in the pouring rain. Is the thousand-faced demon still nearby?" Belokan asked anxiously. He wanted to know how far they had managed to get from the battlefield. Kraush simply replied with indifference. Who knows? They had been walking for quite some time, yet there was still no way out. This world erosion zone was likely a completely closed-off space. He thought to himself, "Does this mean we can't leave unless we defeat the thousand-faced demon?" Belokan collapsed back onto the wet ground, gritting his teeth and cursing in absolute despair. Kraush looked down at his broken brother and called out softly, "Hey, big brother?" Kraush suddenly revealed a shocking secret. "Actually, I have a secret ultimate technique. It's something Charlotte passed down to me." He claimed that the only reason he was able to stand up to Ignis back at the spirit sanctuary was because of this very technique. Belokan froze, unable to believe his ears. Charlotte's secret technique? In his mind, he was utterly bewildered. Even someone as cold-hearted as Charlotte actually cared enough to give her secret technique to this useless brat. He glared at Kraush with deep skepticism and asked, "You really think we can defeat the thousand-faced demon with a technique like that?" Kraush looked straight into his brother's eyes and replied with absolute confidence, "Sure, you can't beat this monster on your own, but if we fight together, don't you think we actually stand a chance?" Instead of running from the thousand-faced demon and slowly rotting away in this erosion zone, I'd say this is definitely a gamble worth taking. Kraush stood tall amidst the pouring rain, continuing to persuade his devastated brother. He knew full well that his brother didn't trust him, so he aimed right at his weak spot. But then again, "Brother, surely you trust her skills, right?" Belokan fell silent for a long moment before finally admitting the truth. "Yeah. After all, Charlotte is an absolute genius." Dragging himself up, he pulled his sword from the muddy ground and gave a final, grim warning. "But if this fails, we are both dead meat, kid." Kraush simply smirked as a surge of energy, a powerful dark purple aura, began to flare around his body as he confidently declared, "Don't worry, brother, I absolutely will not fail. That thousand-faced demon is coming," Kraush whispered, his sharp, cold eyes locked on the enemy closing in through the pouring rain. He turned to his injured brother and asked, "Brother Verokan, are you ready to cast Ignis?" Verokan gritted his teeth through the pain and nodded. "Yeah, I am." Flames began to erupt from his hand, and Kraush said decisively, "Then let's begin." Stepping out of the bushes, he kept his eyes tightly shut, channeling every ounce of his focus. Suddenly, a brilliant, pure blue aura erupted. It enveloped Kraush's small frame and his sword. Watching this, Verokan's heart hammered in absolute shock. He gasped, "What? What unbelievable focus!" He stared blankly at the translucent aura, a sight he had never witnessed before. He could clearly feel its absolute purity. Deep down, Verokan was forced to admit the truth. When Kraush had suggested combining the Ignis flame with Charlotte's secret technique, he hadn't believed it, but now, he was seeing it with his own eyes. He couldn't comprehend how an aura he had failed to master, despite years of grueling training, was being wielded so effortlessly by Kraush. "Brother Verokan," Kraush's voice suddenly snapped him out of his thoughts. He commanded, "Use Ignis now." Verokan stammered, "Right." Shaking off his daze, Verokan focused on channeling the flame into Kraush's sword. The two powerful energies began to blend, turning the treasured sword into a blazing column of fire in the dark night. Gripping the sword tightly, Kraush stared ahead with unwavering determination and murmured, "Is something wrong?" Kraush asked as he noticed Verokan still standing frozen in shock. He casually added, "Actually, never mind. It looks like I'll make it in time. I won't be needing your help after all." Verokan stood speechless at the sheer arrogance of the younger brother he had always looked down on. "What?" Staring into Kraush's glowing eyes, he realized with horror that the fire emanating from the boy's sword was even more intense and pure than his own flame. Verokan tremblingly admitted that the sword truly possessed the power to finish off the thousand-faced demon. In an instant, humiliating memories flooded his mind of the battle where he had lost all his men and was forced to flee in disgrace. Remembering how he watched all those knights die, he realized his own overconfidence had led to that disastrous outcome. A mad surge of jealousy welled up inside him. Verokan wondered, If Kraush actually defeated this monster, would it mean he was inferior to a complete loser? Right then, Kraush dashed forward like a blazing streak of lightning, swinging his sword to deliver a fatal strike to the demon's hideous body. A massive pillar of fire erupted, incinerating everything in its terrifying heat. Verokin stood frozen, sweat pouring down his shocked, distorted face as he watched that powerful entity get completely wiped out. The eroded zone dissolved, returning the clear blue sky and lush green meadows under the bright sunlight. Kraush stood proud amid the peaceful scenery. He turned back to look at his brother and casually announced, "Well, brother, I've taken care of it." Instead of showing gratitude, Verokin's face darkened with bitter resentment. How was it that easy? Gritting his teeth, he suddenly drew his sword and lunged at Kraush from behind, shouting like a madman, "Then go to hell." But Kraush was faster. He spun around and blocked the strike, leaving the traitor in utter disbelief. He knew the bastard would try to backstab him eventually. Verokin realized in horror that he could no longer use his Ignis skill at all. Little did he know, his entire power was being swallowed whole by Kraush's dark purple energy. Kraush looked him dead in the eyes and sneered, "Thanks, Verokin." He glared at him with cold, sharp eyes. His body was wrapped in an eerie, dark purple aura. He casually dropped the bitter truth. "Because you haven't changed one bit." As it turned out, everything that just transpired was carefully orchestrated by Kraush to fulfill the conditions for unlocking the Black Hat skill against Verokin. The requirements to steal this skill were simple, yet incredibly brutal. First, the target must willingly transfer a portion of their Ignis to the opponent. Second, they must believe that the opponent can master Ignis far better than they ever could. And finally, the ultimate deciding factor, the complete and absolute shattering of their pride. The moment Kraush swung his sword, the full power of Ignis officially became his. Verokin screamed in agonizing pain as his core source of power was brutally stripped away from him. Looking down at the man who had once tormented him, now groveling at his feet, Kraush coldly muttered his name, Verokin. Every grudge from both his past and present lives, he was going to settle them once and for all. Memories of his shunned childhood suddenly flashed back when poor little Kraush had desperately yearned to get along with his brother and the rest of the family. Yet, his goodwill was always met with harsh, cruel rejection. "Mind your own business," or "You can't do anything right." It was Verokin's relentless hostility that killed any chance of reconciliation. Even after all the abuse, Kraush had still clung to a sliver of hope. A hope that, just this once, Verokin would finally accept him as a real brother. Kraush's eyes were filled with sadness, yet burning with determination, as he stared into the empty void, mocking his own past naivety. He had still clung to the foolish hope that, since they were brothers, they would finally accept him this time. But cold, hard reality slapped him right in the face. It turned out that even at the very end, Verokin never had a single decent thought for his younger brother. Even when he was on the brink of death and saved by Kraush, he still intended to kill him. Verokin now lay curled up on the ground, gasping for breath in an utterly pathetic state. Kraush looked down coldly and asked, "Hurts, doesn't it?" He recalled his old grudge from the previous timeline, when Verokin had ruthlessly burned his arm and face, leaving him writhing on the ground in agony, just like Verokin was doing now. Kraush decisively turned his back, leaving the defeated bastard groaning amidst the ruins. He smirked bitterly, saying to himself, "How hilarious. Ironically, today of all days is so beautiful." Lord Verokin's entire squad was wiped out. This shocking news plunged the entire Valheim main estate into utter panic. The recently eroded zone had been reclassified as a 5-star threat level, a terrifying rank that only top-tier experts could suppress. Amidst the whispers of doubt, someone shouted in frustration, "What the hell is that supposed to mean? Only that useless failure survived?" Instantly, the head butler of the Valheim family coldly cut him off. "Watch your mouth, servant. Lord Verokin died protecting his younger brother. Let us honor his noble sacrifice." Well, they've got who the real hero is completely backward, don't they? Standing in the middle of the funeral, Kraush casually observed it all. He figured that since they bought the testimony, he didn't have to worry about being suspected. In fact, thanks to Verokin's disappearance, this mission had yielded results far beyond his expectations. Kraush Grey had fully adapted to the extreme poison coursing through his blood and confirmed that his sixth sense could somewhat control the madness. Most importantly, through the EX skill he stole, he now possessed a new power called Black Flame, A mysterious dark purple fire erupted from Kraush's hand, a flame capable of incinerating everything in its path. Touching the very essence of world erosion had yielded this black flame, a trump card far more powerful than he could have hoped for. Though its dark color seemed sinister, Kraush was completely at ease since nobody else could see it. However, the only remaining issue within the family was the investigation into the anomaly in the eroded zone. Who could have caused it without leaving a single trace? As he approached the meeting room, Kraush heard a voice call out, "Come in." He knew very well that the truth behind those anomalies was the work of the world invaders. The true body of an immortal was sleeping in an eternal slumber, only able to observe reality through their subordinates. The fact that they were starting to move meant Kraush could cross paths with the immortal's lackeys at any moment. The moment he stepped into the room, he was met by a fourth-tier investigator from the Erosion Survey Bureau. She announced, "Master Kraush has arrived. We have been waiting for you." Immediately, Kraush noticed something strange on her neck. A black star was clearly visible. He hadn't expected them to cross paths again so soon. To Saphira's utter bewilderment, Kraush coldly pointed his finger and declared, "Hey, immortal, I want to make a deal with you. I'm going to strip you of your immortality." His gaze pierced deep into her soul, delivering a shocking question. "Tell me, you're a regressor, aren't you?" Confronted by Kraush's direct question, Saphira's face suddenly distorted, her eyes glowing red with a sinister smile, as the entity inside spoke. "I was looking for a different destination, but it seems destiny has sent me to the wrong place. Before regressing, under Arthur's orders, I had tried to steal that guy's immortality, but the attempt ended in miserable failure. Memories of his body bound in heavy chains came rushing back. Back then, the immortal only had enough strength left to maintain his regeneration, with no power to control his subordinates. In those memories, Saphira softly spoke, "So, the reason he commands so many lackeys is that his true body is cursed and completely paralyzed. Sounds pretty pitiful, doesn't it?" Sigrun immediately snapped, "Pitiful? Did you forget he's the one who leveled up the eroded zones and dragged us all into a living hell?" Sigrun continued to lash out. "Stop acting so self-righteous," leaving Saphira flustered as she tried to explain, "Lord Sigrun, that's not what I meant." She could only stand there and take Sigrun's harsh scolding. Although the conflict with the immortal seemed to be over, bringing an end to the senseless battles, the reality of the situation was incredibly bitter. The Kraush of the past smiled bitterly and admitted when asked about stealing that power, "Yeah, no matter how many times I regress, that task remains absolutely impossible. The reason is simple. The condition to unlock the Black Hood skill on immortality is an insurmountable barrier. Because the requirement is to become stronger than the immortal, a goal that Kraush was completely incapable of achieving back then. Back in the present, the entity possessing Saphira's body flashed a sinister smile and asked directly, "Tell me, you're a regressor, aren't you?" Kraush calmly shot back, "A regressor? Humph. What on earth makes you think I'm a regressor?" The entity smirked deviously and explained, "The moment a mere child dared to propose a deal with someone like me, you completely exposed yourself. Only a regressor would have the guts to do that." It looked down in disdain at the boy before it, a boy trapped in his own endless loop, yet daring to claim he would kill an entity that exists beyond time itself. It covered its face and burst into a mad, hysterical laughter. "Don't make me laugh with such obvious lies." After letting him laugh his fill for a moment, the boy spoke up. "This is no lie," Kraush asserted coldly, stretching out his hand, which was radiating a deep purple energy. Suddenly, a grotesque mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth opened right in the middle of his palm. Kraush explained that, thanks to this unique black hat skill, he had the power to steal his opponent's immortality. Hearing this, the entity inside Saphira's body fell silent. Memories of centuries of loneliness flooded back. He admitted that he had personally expanded the erosion zones for hundreds of years, with the sole purpose of finding someone powerful enough to end his life. Now, with the person who could finally steal his cursed immortality standing right before him, he asked with a trembling voice about Kraush's conditions. In response, Kraush made a straightforward demand, "Make me stronger." He explained that his skill could only be activated when he was stronger than his target. The entity smiled with pure satisfaction and made a choice. "Then I shall take you as my disciple." He was willing to do anything, even sell his own soul, just to escape this cursed immortality. Being unable to die was the absolute most disgusting and terrifying thing to him. A violent, crimson bloodlust erupted as the entity officially revealed his true identity. "I, Crimson Garden August, will make you the strongest." A massive, blazing projection of a divine dragon materialized behind him, emitting an overwhelming pressure that forced Kraush to brace himself. He realized with sheer shock that the mere aura of the projection alone was enough to completely overpower everything around them. Kraush knew very well that Crimson Garden was once a powerhouse on par with Arthur, commanding countless terrifying subordinates. He told himself that with this entity's help, he would have the chance to grow even stronger, to protect the world from the brink of destruction, even if it meant borrowing the power of an invader. However, a deeply concerning truth suddenly dawned on Kraush. According to the laws of the timeline, the regression skill he stole from the future, Arthur had now returned to the hands of the current timeline's Arthur. This meant Kraush no longer held the power to turn back time on his own initiative. If this world fell to ruin once more in this era, it would truly be the end. He had only one single shot at saving the world. If this world collapses, I'll vanish along with it. Kraush stared at his trembling hand. Meanwhile, the entity Crimson Garden August inside Saphira's body wore a knowing smile, delighted to have found a companion. Kraush blankly repeated the unfamiliar name, Crimson, only to immediately receive a harsh blow to his head. Saphira growled, "Kraush, you should call me master." Rubbing his aching head as he walked down the hallway, Kraush let out a sigh of relief. "All right, now I can finally get out of here." Crimson asked curiously if he didn't live here. Kraush thoughtfully admitted he hadn't set foot in the main mansion for years, to the point where he had almost forgotten what his parents looked like. As he passed through the grand Valheim Hall, a servant suddenly blocked his path to inform him that Lady Arya wished to see him. Kraush figured his mother was probably just curious about the rumors of his sudden change, which is why she wanted to meet. But the servant didn't stop there, adding a shocking piece of news. The patriarch said that once he returns from the Forbidden Region, he wishes to meet with you privately. Kraush was stunned. Father wants to see me? He knew very well that his father was an incredibly terrifying entity who had already reached the demigod realm. Why did both of them suddenly want to see him now? Were they just curious to see how much their son had grown? Kraush wondered if his father had sensed something unusual about him through the stars. Although Lady Arya had requested that he remain at the main mansion to wait, Kraush's thoughts drifted to Bianca, who was waiting for him at home, and the mountain of important things he had to do. Not wanting to waste any time here, he double-checked to be sure. So this isn't a direct order from father, right? Then I'll head back first. Leaving the servant utterly stunned, Kraush turned and walked away without hesitation. I will return when father summons me, or perhaps he will come find me himself. Kraush thought to himself as the carriage rolled away from the mansion. Lounging on the seat, he let out a long, satisfied yawn, thrilled to finally escape that stifling place, and told himself he wouldn't be returning anytime soon. Suddenly, the entity Crimson popped up to scold him. "Show some manners, you disrespectful disciple." "By the way, Crimson, don't you think that bright red is a bit too eye-catching?" Kraush frowned, looking at the vibrant red crow perched on his shoulder. Crimson casually transformed his feathers into a jet-black color and smugly replied, "Don't worry, I can change my color whenever I want. See? Now I look just like any ordinary crow." He didn't miss the chance to mock him, adding that he was now as pitch black as Kraush's own soul. Kraush snapped in irritation, "I need to take that curse of yours as soon as possible." The two playfully bickered back and forth when Kraush suddenly asked about Crimson's true, original form. Crimson sighed, calling Kraush a petty regressor for intentionally rubbing salt in the wound about his paralyzed body. Meanwhile, Kraush thought to himself, in reality, Arthur was the true regressor, and he was only borrowing a cheap copy of that skill. But he figured there was no point in explaining this to Crimson. As the two of them returned to Green Pine Pavilion at sunset, the crow suddenly reminded Kraush to play nice with the white-haired girl waiting inside. Kraush stared back in bewilderment. Right in front of him was Bianca, wearing an adorable bird-themed hoodie. Clutching her book tightly, she softly said, "Welcome back." Kraush flashed a triumphant smirk at Crimson. "See? I told you I would make it back." Just then, the butler, Arius, came rushing over to deliver a letter from Deline. Kraush opened it out of curiosity, only to be left completely speechless. He had actually finished the cure for the color-shifting disease. Apparently, he succeeded because he kept thinking about Kraush, leaving a bright red lipstick mark on the page. Kraush instructed Arius to handle Deline with the absolute utmost care. Since Deline was their future benefactor, Arius respectfully agreed before softly revealing that Bianca had been worried, sick about him. She was even planning to drive a carriage to the main estate to look for him the moment she heard about the erosion zone. Kraush stared at Bianca in silence, deeply moved that she cared so much and was genuinely worried about him. He realized it had been a while since he checked her seal. Suddenly, the dark purple energy of Black Hat flared up, revealing a magical padlock. The requirement was to become Bianca's friend. The moment their eyes locked, a glowing notification popped up. The system confirmed that condition 1 had been met. Bianca's first lock was officially undone, leaving Kraush utterly astounded. Kraush froze, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at the glowing prompt from his Black Hat skill. The first condition was to make friends with Bianca. It all happened so fast, leaving him to wonder in disbelief. Has Bianca's first lock already been unlocked? Noticing his intense gaze, Bianca blinked in confusion and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Snapping out of it, he quickly tried to play it cool. "Oh no, I just wanted to introduce you to a new friend." With that, Kraush presented the crow, Crimson. He introduced the bird as Cream, a name that sounded much softer and friendlier. Bianca eagerly took the crow into her hands. She cradled the bird and whispered, "Cream? He really is as soft as fresh whipped cream." Watching the peaceful sight, Kraush couldn't help but smile. "So you like animals too, Bianca?" His mention of liking them too showed they finally shared a common interest. But the real challenge was just beginning, as a second lock materialized before him, posing a new trial. How was he going to open the second lock? The glowing purple letters clearly displayed the new condition, become someone important to Bianca. Kraush pondered the options. Normally, an important person would be a parent, a child, a close friend, or a lover. Theoretically speaking, since he was already her fiancé, becoming her lover seemed like the most plausible path. But a sudden wave of hesitation hit him. Could he really make an emotionless girl like Bianca fall in love with him? Besides, with the soul of a full-grown adult who had survived a regression, the thought of flirting with a 12-year-old girl made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. Right on cue, Crimson began to tease him. "Hee, looks like that pale. Just stick with her, who knows, maybe she actually likes you too." Teased by Crimson, he could only stand there, completely frozen in embarrassment. "Anyway, Kraush." Crimson's voice rang out, shattering the quiet night air. Kraush asked, "What is it?" The crow with glowing red eyes suddenly unleashed a chilling aura of bloodlust, coldly declaring, "I want to test your strength. Playtime is over, head to the training ground." Kraush was stunned for a moment, but then decisively accepted. All right. On the shattered training ground, Kraush lay flat on his back, gasping for breath in a state of total exhaustion. Crimson couldn't help but sneer. "How pathetic. A regressor like you, yet your talent is absolutely garbage." Kraush had to admit the harsh reality. "I told you, didn't I? I'm a total failure." Crimson continued to pour cold water on his hopes. He pointed out that Kraush had only made it this far thanks to his past life's experience and secret techniques. But all that effort will soon be overtaken by a true genius in less than 5 years. However, that is only if we are talking about pure talent. Hovering in midair, Crimson released a powerful, glowing red pressure that dominated the entire space. He asserted that such talent meant nothing to Kraush, because he possessed a unique skill of his own. If you lack talent, just steal it from someone else. Since Kraush still lacked quite a few things to become truly powerful, he promised to drag Kraush out of the mud, helping him seize everything from heights far beyond the clouds. And ultimately, steal my immortality as well. Crimson lowered his voice as the projection of a red-haired demon with long horns appeared. The majestic image materialized right behind the crow. Kraush sat flat on the ground, looking up at the powerful entity before him. With a determined look in his eyes, he firmly asserted, "That goes without saying." A few days later, at the Green Pine Manor, Dylan suddenly appeared with a cheerful face. He jumped up and down, calling out, Hey, have you been waiting long?" While Kraush was hard at work training. Frowning, Kraush replied with clear irritation, "Since when did I become your darling?" But despite his cold shoulder, Darling just beamed with joy. Cutting straight to the chase, Kraush asked, "Anyway, did you bring what I asked for?" Prompted about his latest creation, Darling happily handed it over to Kraush. "Haha, I finished making it." Darling smugly presented the newly completed potion. He asked proudly, "So, what do you think? Am I a genius or what?" Kraush nonchalantly admitted, "Why even ask the obvious? You've always been a genius." Hearing this, Darling froze in pure touched emotion before throwing his arms around Kraush. Kraush snapped, "Whoa, cut it out." Suddenly, Darling changed the subject. "Oh right, I wanted to tell you something. I heard Annex has completely changed. He stopped training after losing to Charlotte, but rumor has it he started up again after the incident at the Spirit Sanctuary." Kraush held his head in deep thought. Could that traitor actually be inspired by me? But then he brushed the thought aside. Damn it, I don't give a crap about Annex. If you're done here, go home. Kraush knew that Staron had many other targets besides Vanhem. Just then, the Crimson Crow spoke up. It is fine. I originally planned to use an elixir to bolster your weak physical body anyway, just have that star alchemist guy brew it for you. And just like that, this gender-fluid guy had work to do again. It was a special elixir that boosted physical stats and aura, something incredibly expensive, and usually only passed down through secret family records. An elixir is only for the chosen few. Back then, I wouldn't have even dared to dream of it, Kraush thought to himself. Seeing Darling still clinging to him and teasing, he yelled, Hey, what do you think you're doing? The Crimson Crow urged. I know the recipe. Just tell him what to do. Kraush immediately changed his mind. Actually, I have another favor to ask. I need you to brew an elixir for me. Darling looked bewildered. Huh? Didn't you just tell me to go home? Wait, so suddenly? Did the news about Annex get you all hyped up? He asked worriedly if Kraush even had the ingredients, since the Vanhem family definitely wouldn't back him up. Kraush stared ahead with absolute determination in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. If I use my knowledge from before the regression, I can pull this off. Kraush calculated in his head as he decided to craft this legendary elixir. Only with it could he quickly gain overwhelming power. Under the Crimson Crow's guidance, repeat after me. Kraush began listing the ingredients for the elixir. Darling stood by, his eyes wide with shock as his hands frantically scribbled in his notebook. So, we mix this with that? And then do that other thing like this? He couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Whoa, where on earth did you get this information? Kraush simply replied with a shrug. Oh, it is just a family secret of the Vanhem clan. Darling nodded, totally buying it. Ah, of course, the great Vanhem family, right? However, his excitement was quickly replaced by anxiety. Darling stared at his notebook and sighed. I'd love to try, but the problem is, how are we going to get the ingredients? He listed the hardest ones to find. I won't even get a chance to lay my hands on this frost heat mushroom or the golden dragon herb. Darling explained that the frost heat mushroom only grows in the Hen region, but the treacherous mountain terrain and erosion have made it nearly extinct. Hearing this, an idea struck Kraush. I'll ask my fiancée. Her family is based in Haddon-Haz. He suddenly realized that Bianca was. That is the key to the first ingredient. But what about the golden dragon herb? Kraush continued, asking about the second ingredient. Darling explained that this was a legendary herb, only growing near the nests of golden dragons in the Empire's distant borderlands. Going there to search is highly unlikely to succeed. He hesitantly suggested, maybe we can buy it from the black market. But Darling immediately expressed concern. But if the Empire finds out, we will be in deep trouble. Illegally trading rare national treasures always carried brutal punishments. Kraush crossed his arms in thought, his eyes filled with determination. If there is no other way, we will just have to hunt down a black market dealer. Right then, Darling raised his finger and excitedly interrupted. Let me show you a much better way. Kraush was bewildered. Another way? Darling revealed that a martial arts tournament for youth under 15 was about to be held in the Empire. He claimed all they needed was to win first place. The prize for that tournament is the golden dragon herb. What do you think? Pretty awesome idea, right? Kraush held his head in sheer frustration. Have you forgotten? I am a member of the Vanhem family. He worried that the Empire was using this tournament against the Academy, and the appearance of a Vanhem family member would throw everything into chaos. However, Darling gave a mischievous wink and pulled out a pink potion. Of course I already have a plan, honey. Just leave it to this genius. Here, drink this. With that, Darling shoved the potion into Kraush's hand. Kraush stared at the translucent pink liquid in his palm with suspicion. What is this? Do I really have to drink something this clear? Without thinking too much, he chugged the entire bottle. Instantly, an excruciating pain surged through his body, making Kraush scream in absolute agony. As the blinding light faded, he was shocked to find that his body had completely transformed into a young girl with long flowing hair and a slender figure. Kraush shrieked in absolute horror. What the actual hell is this? Darling only chuckled as he finally explained his crazy plan. Anyone can join the tournament, as long as they do not reveal their identity, right? You just need to enter as a girl, and you will be perfectly fine. Kraush was absolutely furious at this twisted, sick joke. Kraush grabbed him by the collar and roared in pure desperation. Cut it out! Turn me back right now! Even the Crow Crimson, witnessing this bizarre scene, could only watch in stunned silence. its glowing red eyes filled with pity. That serves him right for being so incredibly impatient, drinking it without asking a single question. Kraush's fury boiled over as his eyes flared with murderous intent, while a menacing, dark purple demonic energy began to envelop his hands. He growled, demanding answers from the mastermind. Hey, are you playing games with me? Seeing the terrifying power on the verge of exploding, Durling turned pale, sweat pouring down his face in sheer terror as he stammered, I am sorry. I am so sorry. The alchemist's pathetic cries for help echoed throughout the room. A few days later, Kraush trained relentlessly at the manor, under Crimson's strict supervision. Deep blue aura flared wildly around his blade as he repeatedly executed powerful offensive and defensive maneuvers. Concentrating intensely to counter the blazing red energy blasts unleashed by Crimson, he dodged swiftly, parrying every strike in the blink of an eye, sending powerful shockwaves throughout the training hall. After an intense round of sparring, Crimson spoke up. That is enough. Kraush collapsed onto the floor, gasping heavily for air. The black crow hovered above, commenting with satisfaction, the blunt sword technique I taught you this time is an advanced martial art, the skill of reading your opponent. Every movement of your opponent can be read instantly with zero delay. Though the training was grueling, he had managed to absorb a great deal. He asserted that with nothing but his innate talent and a keen sixth sense, Kraush had already reached a level near complete mastery. Crimson encouraged, once you enhance your physique with high-grade herbs, your body will gradually catch up to your tactical mind, and you will become even stronger. It is time to leave this place. Crimson's reminder instantly lifted Kraush's spirits. He responded with a firm nod, threw on a brown cloak, and packed his gear, ready to head to the Empire for the tournament. All right, let's get moving. Kraush muttered to himself as he strode down the manor's long hallway. He pulled out a glowing, sparkling blue potion, feeling incredibly lucky that he had brought it along. Memories of a few days ago resurfaced as Kraush held the bottle, asking Durling, with this potion, I won't have to worry about my identity being exposed? Durling had enthusiastically assured him that not even magic could expose his true identity, making it easy for him to disguise himself as a commoner from a neighboring kingdom to enter the tournament. Remembering the cruel prank from before, Kraush snapped. You should have given me this in the first place. Why the hell did you turn me into a woman, you bastard? Durling could only offer a sheepish smile to placate him, saying, I was just playing around, don't get so worked up. Only after learning that the potion's effect lasted for about 1 day did Kraush's anger finally subside. Thank goodness he would only be a girl for 1 day. If it were any longer, he wouldn't even know how to face his fiancée. Returning to the present, he officially left the Thon Tung Pavilion to embark on his new journey. Durling was indeed reliable, but dealing with his playful, annoying antics was absolutely exhausting. Exhausted, Kraush sighed as he held the disguise potion in his hand. At the manor's gates, his butler, Arius, had already prepared everything for his journey. He reported, We have been waiting for you, my lord. Lord Kraush, I have secured a broker from the erosion zone and a merchant to assist with your covert infiltration. Please keep your identity hidden throughout the journey. Kraush noted with satisfaction how thorough his butler was, especially securing a merchant who traded with erosion creatures. With these preparations, crossing the border will be a breeze. Classic Arius. Thanks to Arius's arrangements, Kraush could leave the Pine Pavilion with peace of mind, free from any worries. Arius bowed in acceptance, his eyes flashing with a resolute, deep blue guardian aura. Yes, please leave this place to me. I won't let anyone set foot inside, even if the family head themselves shows up. This butler was now completely and utterly devoted to his young master. Arius's absolute loyalty stemmed from what happened the day before. Right after Din brought the cure for the discoloration disease, the old butler fell to his knees at Kraush's feet, sobbing tears of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much for saving my daughter. With this matter resolved, I have no more regrets. Kraush looked down at the man who was overwhelmed by his kindness, replying in a cold yet authoritative tone, If you're truly grateful to me, then live on. No matter what, I will make sure your daughter is safe. So, spend the rest of your life serving me until I grant you your freedom. Kraush thought to himself that compared to the life of Arius's daughter, this was an incredibly cheap price to pay. Arius cried out, choked with emotion, Yes, I swear I will live on to serve you. Witnessing such devotion, Kraush told himself that maybe he could finally forget about Arius's betrayal in his past life. Turning to Bianca, who was currently wrapped tightly in a hooded cloak, he said gently, Bianca, thank you for helping me. Knowing she was about to head out on a mission, Kraush advised her, It's been a while since you visited home, so make sure to enjoy your time there, and get plenty of rest. However, Bianca immediately rejected his concern, asserting firmly, "No, as soon as I secure the slime, I will return immediately. I will wait for your return at the Pine Pavilion, Lord Cruz." Bianca brushed past Cruz with a look of pure determination, leaving him stunned. Could a 12-year-old girl really possess such resolute and unwavering resolve? "All right, I'll be back as soon as possible." Cruz smiled, waving goodbye while holding a wicker basket in his hand. Glancing at the delicious sandwiches packed inside, he realized that all the noise last night was because Bianca had been busy preparing this breakfast for him. He gave a quiet nod of appreciation, promising to eat it later. Bianca pulled her hood down, her sad eyes watching him as she softly whispered, "Have a safe journey, Lord Cruz." He also told her to take care before giving a final, firm wave. The carriage began to roll forward, heading straight for the Empire, guided by the crow, Crimson, soaring high above. 5 peaceful days passed, and Cruz used his time in the carriage to train tirelessly, causing dark flames and erosion energy to constantly swirl around his body. Crimson hovered nearby, asking how he was managing the erosion power. Cruz calmly replied that thanks to his sixth sense, it was quite stable. Even so, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed that the merchant was being too cautious, constantly choosing safe routes, which left him with no chance to absorb more erosion energy along the way. Looking at the blue-haired merchant girl ahead, who was casually munching on an apple, Crimson quietly observed, "That only proves how talented your butler is. He chose your guide very carefully." Suddenly, the apple slipped from the girl's hand and fell to the ground in shock. Crimson immediately opened his beak, on high alert. "Looks like the carriage has run into some trouble." A band of fierce bandits suddenly appeared, surrounding the poor merchant girl. Backed into a corner, she could only let out a terrified gasp. The masked leader stepped forward coldly, while his henchmen grinned wickedly, amused by their leader's bottomless greed. A rough hand brutally grabbed the girl by her hair, leaving her sobbing in utter despair. She blamed herself for not spotting the bandits sooner, terrified that her life would end in this desolate place. But suddenly, a flash of blackish-purple light ripped through the air, cutting down the surrounding bandits in the blink of an eye. Cruz emerged, his eyes cold as the Grim Reapers, leaving the remaining bandits utterly stunned. "Who the hell is this skinny kid?" Furious at the interference, the leader roared, "Get him, now!" Instantly, the savage bandits swung their axes and spiked maces, charging madly at Cruz. They rushed him, confident that such a small kid wouldn't stand a chance against them. "Hey kid!" the bandits screamed as they pounced on Cruz together. Another sneered triumphantly, "What else you got, huh? You don't even have a weapon to hide behind." Surrounded by enemies, Cruz remained eerily calm. A smirk played on his lips as a surge of blackish, purple energy erupted from his hand, forming a powerful sword of darkness. "A weapon? You mean this?" In the blink of an eye, Cruz swung his sword, sending purple slashes flying that completely neutralized the bandits. Cruz's icy glare locked onto the leader, sending a shiver down his spine. The masked leader, clutching his giant axe, finally realized something was off. He roared, "You're no ordinary kid, are you?" He swung the heavy axe down in a lethal strike, shouting, "I'll finish you in a single blow." But against that devastating power, Cruz managed to raise his energy sword just in time to block, causing a shower of sparks to fly. The impact left the leader wide-eyed with shock. Cruz didn't just block the attack. He quickly countered with a brilliant slash, leaving the leader bewildered, wondering, did he actually read my move? He never expected that the very attack he used to crush others would now be turned against him. Immediately after, a burst of blazing fire erupted, enveloping Cruz's body. Seeing that familiar flame and overwhelming aura, he panicked, shouting, "Are you the disciple of the butcher hound Behemoth?" Behemoth was a crazed murderer, the mastermind behind the white demon Bianca, and a pawn of the invading forces. He had been ordered to infiltrate Stalent and slaughter innocent civilians, but all his atrocities eventually came to an end under Charlotte's blade. Cruz waved his hand, and the dark flames incinerated the enemy in an instant. He muttered to himself, "So, what does all of this mean?" Defeating Behemoth made Charlotte famous throughout the Empire. The Imperial newspaper even reported on the 16-year-old lady of House Van Helm taking down the invader's minion. However, according to the original timeline, he shouldn't have been planning to invade Stalent just yet. Why would his disciple show up in this lawless land? Isn't it way too early? Cruz felt that the disruption of destiny was happening much faster than he had anticipated. "I have a bad feeling about this," Cruz muttered. He decided he had to get the Golden Dragon Potion and leave immediately. His journey then took him to Ceylon, the magnificent capital of the Empire. The atmosphere there was buzzing with excitement for the opening of the martial arts tournament. Massive crowds of people were pouring in, filling everyone with anticipation. Look at that, it's absolutely packed. There must be so many interesting people here. Amidst the crowd, a young girl with white hair stood out. That was Cicely Iania, the fourth princess of the empire, at only 14 years old. Cicely observed the arena with a calculating gaze, thinking, "My diamond's in the rough. I'll drag all of you back to Jane Academy." She planned to use this tournament to snatch a few of them back to the palace. Seeing the princess's rather free-spirited attitude, her lady-in-waiting worriedly reminded her, "Your Highness, that is highly improper. If His Majesty saw you, he would faint right on the spot." Mentioning her father only made Cicely sigh in annoyance. "Don't even bring up father." "Oh great, speak of the devil, I can already hear him." Instantly, the image of the furious emperor roared in her mind. "Cicely, you again?" Cicely Iania was the youngest princess of the emperor, a genius who had displayed extraordinary intelligence since the age of 7, solving complex mathematical theorems. The ministers were so astonished that they claimed she would rewrite the history of the empire, insisting her brilliant talent be reported to His Majesty immediately. A candidate for succession? Cicely stared at the paper in her hand with a deeply worried look. She knew all too well that if someone weak like her got dragged into the brutal struggle for the throne, death would find her in the blink of an eye. To protect herself, Cicely decisively crumpled the paper and began acting like a lunatic, tossing book pages into the air and laughing mindlessly. She told herself she had to make them give up on the idea of choosing her as a successor. Otherwise, she would never survive in a royal court full of schemes, where even siblings would eliminate each other given the slightest chance. From that day on, Cicely used her genius intellect to carefully craft the image of a rebellious, troublemaking princess who was completely out of control. She caused chaos everywhere, leaving the elderly scholars in the library frantically chasing after her in absolute despair. Eventually, even those who had high hopes for her began to lose heart, sighing as they admitted they had completely misjudged her. Whispers began to spread, and they started to view her as completely unfit to inherit the throne. Slumping lazily at her desk with a bored expression, Cicely listened to the gentle scolding of Sarah, her lady-in-waiting, who had watched over her for years. Sarah made it clear she knew this was all just an act, but she also warned that the princess was pushing her performance a bit too far lately. Suddenly, Cicely jumped up, pointed toward the crowd, and called out, "Sarah, look over there!" Her attention was drawn to a figure in a black cloak, walking gloomily with a crow perched on his shoulder. Cicely analyzed him in her head, dark aura, a shady look, and he even has a crow on his shoulder. To her, every single thing about this brooding stranger made him stand out. She was absolutely convinced that every inch of this stranger practically screamed villain. Cicely was willing to bet he was a member of the Van Helm family, the sworn enemies of the royal house of Iania. Even though it was hard to believe a Van Helm would show up openly like this, Cicely trusted her intuition and declared she would uncover the truth herself. Ignoring the panicked shouts trying to stop her from behind, Cicely resolutely took off after the mysterious dark figure. To Sarah's sheer panic, Princess Cicely leaped down and bolted, determined to unmask that suspicious figure right then and there. In her rush to chase her target, Cicely suddenly tripped and realized with horror that she was about to faceplant onto the ground. But just as she thought her face was going to smash into the floor, a hand reached out just in time to catch her. Cicely looked up in shock, realizing she had bumped right into the same guy in the black cloak. Kraush stared coldly down at the rebellious brat in his arms and offered a blunt warning. "Watch where you are going." After helping her stand, he casually walked away through the crowded hall, leaving Cicely frozen, staring after his mysterious back with a stunned expression. He had certainly left quite an impression on her. Cicely stood frozen, her mind in a whirl over the stranger's attitude. That voice, that attitude. Does he know exactly who I am? Meanwhile, Kraush walked away in silence, thinking luck was on his side to have crossed paths with the fourth princess so early. He reminded himself that it was best to avoid any further contact with her to keep his cover. Kraush pulled out his registration form, which listed his fake name as Cloud, a 14-year-old from the Ojibwan region of the empire. After completing the paperwork, he started searching for an inn, but everywhere he went, cold no vacancy signs hung on the doors. Kraush muttered in frustration, "Every single place is booked solid." Standing under a porch, Kraush sighed in disappointment. "Looks like I will have to sleep on the streets tonight." Suddenly, an old raspy voice called out, "Hey there, young man." Kraush opened his eyes in surprise to find a kind-looking elderly woman looking down at him. She asked if he was here for the martial arts tournament, then kindly offered, "If you don't have a place to sleep, you can stay at my place for now." Even though his crow, Crimson, glared with deep suspicion and found the whole situation incredibly sketchy, Kraush flashed a bright smile. "Really? Thank you so much. I'd love to." Without a hint of suspicion, he agreed to follow the old lady right away. Crimson flew behind him, complaining non-stop, "Hey, did no one ever teach you not to follow strangers?" But Kraush just walked on, completely unbothered. He thought to himself that he had slept rough in the dirt way too much in his past life, and he was completely sick of it by now. His carefree attitude left the crow clicking its beak in exasperation at how annoying regressors could be. As dusk fell, they stopped in front of a cozy wooden house nestled in the heart of the capital. The old lady instructed him, "You can take the back room on the second floor. I'll get dinner ready, so come on down to join me in a bit." Kraush bowed respectfully. "Thank you so much, ma'am." Heading upstairs, he breathed a sigh of relief, finally having a bed to rest his back on. But just as he was about to head to his room, he froze in utter shock. Huh? Standing right there in front of him was Princess Sisley. She was just as shocked to recognize him, blurting out, "Hey, you're that guy from earlier." Kraush buried his face in his hands, helpless against this ridiculous coincidence, while Crimson flew into a rage, scolding him. "Shh, what is this, a trap? See, I told you not to follow strangers." Realizing it would be highly problematic if he got identified, Kraush decided to ignore her and quietly slip away to his room. Seeing him leave in a hurry without even saying hello, she remarked, "You really are a weird one." Sisley followed right behind Kraush, prattling on endlessly. "Why are you ignoring me when a beautiful girl is trying to make conversation? Don't tell me I'm not your type." Kraush frowned in pure annoyance. Walking on with determination, he shot back coldly, "You are definitely not my type. There are plenty of people in this world who are way prettier than you." Sisley smirked with curiosity at that, teasing, "Oh? Like who, for instance?" Kraush maintained his distance. He snapped, "I'm under no obligation to answer you." But Sisley didn't seem bothered by his rejection at all. Laughing, she skipped along, hot on his heels. "You really are as mysterious as you look." Her thick-skinned persistence only annoyed Kraush even more. He growled, "Stop tailing me." Despite his harsh tone, Sisley eagerly suggested, "Come on, let's have dinner together. I want to get to know you better." All she got in return was Kraush's cold, flat-out rejection. "No way. You're a pain." The air suddenly grew heavy and suffocating as Sisley stood still in the dimly lit hallway, radiating an aura completely different from her playful self just moments ago. "You know I am a princess. Are you sure you want to treat me like this?" It was as if she was wielding her royal title as a threat. Kraush stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Up on his shoulder, Crimson the Crow also started to sense that something was very off about this girl. Sisley smirked playfully, her eyes gleaming as she stared at his back. "Well, my lord from Staron?" Kraush flinched, a cold sweat breaking out as he realized how sharp this little princess actually was. If he kept talking to her, she might find out he was actually from Valheim. He shut down the conversation with a cold reply. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Kids should just go to sleep after dinner." He was the same age as this princess, yet he was calling her a kid? Infuriated by the comment, Sisley shrieked in anger. "Who are you calling a kid? You're just a brat yourself." Seeing this, Sarah, her lady-in-waiting, walked over and asked with concern, "Your Highness, is that boy really from Staron?" Sisley confidently confirmed that he was. She explained that although the Empire and the people of Staron shared the same language, those from Staron had a distinct accent and intonation that was impossible to mistake. While Karis was downstairs casually enjoying his dinner, Sisley kept her eyes glued to him, analyzing his every move. He sounds like someone from the Empire, but he couldn't quite hide those tiny, telling details. Sarah gasped in admiration. "You're incredibly sharp, Your Highness. Only someone of your status would notice such a subtle difference." Sisley proudly declared that while ordinary folks might overlook these things, she memorizes and analyzes every single detail she lays eyes on. But what struck her as odd was that even though she had absolutely no memory of his face, his reaction made it clear that he knew exactly who she was. "Worried," Sarah suggested. "Should we seize him for interrogation, Your Highness?" But Sisley immediately brushed it off and eagerly leaped down. "No. Things are just starting to get fun. Let's not interfere. Let's just keep a close eye on Karis and find out why on earth he came to this forbidden land." But her playful tone vanished, and her face grew deadly serious when she asked for news about her sister. Sarah bowed her head to confirm. "It is exactly as you feared, Your Highness. Princess Sigrun, the third princess, has completely changed over the past year. Sarah's report hit Sidley like a bucket of ice water. The haunting image of Sigrun flashed in her mind, her face twisted in darkness, a wild, manic look in her eyes, and blood dripping from her lips. Sidley realized with absolute horror that she was no longer the sister she once knew. This situation was spiraling dangerously out of hand. Sidley gripped the handrail, her eyes trembling with sheer dread. My suspicions were right all along. If this keeps up, the first and second princesses will be in grave danger. The imperial palace will be drenched in a sea of blood. Meanwhile, a brutal bloodbath was unfolding in the arena. Savage, bone-crushing blows sent dust flying everywhere, leaving a horrific scene of badly mangled opponents scattered across the ground. The strangers' overwhelming dominant power left the entire crowd completely speechless, their mouths hanging wide open in utter shock. A booming voice echoed from the speakers. The preliminary round has concluded. The 4 victors, please exit the arena. The spectators still hadn't processed what they just saw, whispering among themselves in absolute disbelief. Kraush stood tall amidst the smoking ruins, his hood casting a dark shadow over half his face, while his eerie raven, Crimson, sat perched on his shoulder. Everyone's curiosity piqued as they stared at him and his constant black companion, and quiet murmurs began to swirl around them. Who's that hawk-eyed guy? Is he some kind of secret assassin? The crowd's attention was locked not only on him, but also on that bizarre bird. Even the raven on his shoulder is weird. It keeps flapping its wings but never flies away. Meanwhile, Kraush could feel the intense weight of Sidley watching him from afar. He thought to himself, has that girl been stalking me since yesterday? Having someone as sharp as her lock onto him was starting to feel incredibly exhausting. She's dangerous even in casual conversation. If I'm not careful, she'll squeeze information out of me. What a headache. Still, he tried to reassure himself. At least the preliminaries were over without any major setbacks. This preliminary round was a brutal slaughter. Out of 100 fighters in that chaotic free-for-all, only the 4 strongest survived to advance to the official tournament. The weak don't stand a chance here. That's the absolute, unyielding rule of this arena. As he was walking down a dim palace corridor, Kraush was suddenly cut off by a fighter whose body was wrapped in bandages and covered in jagged scars. The man eyed him with a probing look and spoke up. Hey. Just like the rumors said, a raven on your shoulder and a sly look on your face. Kraush groaned inwardly. Ugh. What do we have here? The man suddenly dropped a question that made him freeze. You're a member of the Night Ravens, aren't you? Why on earth was he asking that? Hearing the name Night Ravens instantly put Kraush on high alert. They were the most notorious assassin guild in the entire empire, feared as the deadliest underground syndicate. And they were also one of the main reasons the empire collapsed in the original timeline. Kraush quickly calculated his options. Since I'm an outsider, I don't know all the details, but I've never heard of a member of the Night Ravens enrolling in the academy before. He coldly denied it. You've got the wrong guy. I'm not one of them. Seeing Kraush's sharp refusal, the bandaged man immediately backed off. He waved his hands dismissively. Whoa, easy there. Look, I know who's backing you, and I really don't want any trouble. He grinned slyly and made his pitch. We're both from the streets, right? Let's be buddies. Nice to meet you, Night Raven. The bandaged guy gave a quick wave and hurried off, claiming he had some urgent business to attend to. Kraush stood frozen, his mind racing as he wondered who this backing could possibly be. Sensing the danger, Crimson immediately spoke up. Something's not right here. Let me take care of this. Instantly, the raven cast an illusion, freezing the bandaged man in his tracks, his eyes turning completely hollow and vacant. Watching Crimson circle back and hover over the dazed man, Kraush curiously asked what on earth the raven had just done. The raven casually replied, "Oh, just a basic mind control spell." It didn't miss the chance to mock him, adding that it only helped out this time because Kraush actually showed some promise. Seizing the moment, Kraush began interrogating the hypnotized man. Hey, bandage guy, what happened to the Night Ravens? He mumbled weakly that the guild had recently been almost completely wiped out. Kraush was shocked. If they're extinct, why on earth are they still monitoring this tournament? The bandaged man muttered that they were acting under the orders of a new master, the very person who had pushed them to the brink of ruin. Despair. Who is this new master? Kraush demanded. The answer shook him to his core. It was the second prince of the empire. An image of a chubby prince stuffing his face came to mind. He was the older brother of Celine and Sidley. Kraush fell silent in deep thought. According to his memories, the Night Ravens were supposed to be a secret tool of the imperial family, used to monitor and manipulate the nobility by spying on their every move. They are basically just like modern-day street security cameras, aren't they? The appearance of a new master, just as he claimed, made absolutely no sense. The connection between the Night Ravens and the imperial family was supposed to remain an absolute secret until the fall of the empire. Yet now, even a nobody knew the second prince was leading this organization, which meant someone was intentionally leaking rumors to use him. Kraush suddenly realized the second prince was just a pawn to strengthen the first prince's faction. But if he killed the first prince, his own power base would crumble as well. And the one who would benefit most from all this chaos was the person watching from the shadows, Selene Ionia. Just the thought of that name sent a chilling shiver down Kraush's spine. He was shocked to realize that the memory Arthur inherited from the previous timeline had indeed brought massive success, but its end was utterly tragic. According to the future information Kraush possessed, Selene's goal was none other than seizing the imperial symbol, the White Dragon. To pave the way for Arthur to smoothly ascend the throne, this crazy woman had even planned to purge her own younger sister, Sidley. In the end, Selene would end her own life, leaving Arthur to sit on the throne completely alone. He was the one who caused the Empire's downfall without her help. If Selene is allowed to take the throne, the Empire will surely face destruction. And that collapse would be the trigger that unleashes the world erosion pandemic on the most horrific scale. Kraush gritted his teeth as dark purple flames erupted violently around his hand. To stop the world from being destroyed, I have to crush his plot and steal Selene's skill. He knew he couldn't just stand by and watch that tragedy happen all over again. Turning to the black crow perched on his shoulder, Kraush pleaded, "Crimson, I need your help." Crimson flapped his wings, his glowing red eyes staring intensely at Kraush as a warning. "Don't just rely on information from the future, but since I'm the one who decided to help you, just this once, I'll back you up." Kraush smiled faintly, holding out his hand for the crow to land on. He glanced at the bandaged man lying motionless under the influence of the illusion spell, and coldly decided, forget it. He served his purpose. However, Crimson had a much more sinister idea. He shot out a pitch-black feather, driving it straight into the bandaged man's head, and declared, "Humph, then I'll turn him into my slave." The Black Crow wasn't going to let him off that easily. He kept playing his game. Under Crimson's control, the bandaged man stumbled to his feet like a zombie and quietly walked away, following the order, "Go back to your post." Watching his back disappear into the dark corridor, Crimson asked about their next move. Kraush adjusted his hood, his eyes sharp and cold. "It's time to use the disguise. With this new identity, we'll infiltrate the main tournament and hunt down the real Night Ravens." Meanwhile, in a dark, dust-covered library, a mysterious figure sat tucked away amidst towering stacks of books. He flipped through the old, dusty pages, his raspy voice dripping with murderous intent. "That squinty-eyed bastard, his name is CR, right?" He furiously ripped the papers in his hands to shreds, his teeth gritted in pure rage. A creepy, glowing red energy erupted from his withered, mummy-like body. His bloodshot eyes flashed in the darkness as he roared with a hateful declaration. "To think you dared to pose as a member of the Night Ravens. I'll make you pay for this." This guy had mistakenly thought Kraush was using the name of his Night Ravens to show off. The official tournament finally kicked off, bringing together the 32 best contestants on the continent. In the middle of the fiery arena, Kraush, completely covered in his disguise, easily overpowered a massive opponent. He locked his opponent in a tight chokehold, forcing him to let out a weak groan before collapsing onto the arena floor, leaving the thousands of spectators completely stunned. The announcer's voice echoed across the stands. "The winner of the 30-second match is Ekam." The wild crowd chanted his fake name in unison, with absolute excitement. Crimson quietly remarked that everyone had fought with everything they had, but it was solely because of Kraush's presence that the match had become so dramatic. Kraush quietly adjusted the mask, covering his face, thinking to himself that once everyone around him was convinced he was Ekamif, that would be the perfect moment for his true self to step into the light. Just as he left the arena, he spotted Sidley secretly watching him from above. He sighed to himself, "That girl. I already warned her, and she's still secretly spying on me?" Once the qualifiers officially wrapped up, Sidley suddenly blocked his path in the hallway and asked curiously, "Hey, I heard you completely dominated the qualifiers." Her constant prying and following only made him even more annoyed. Sidley narrowed her eyes, scanning Kraush with a scrutinizing gaze, confident that he was definitely not just some ordinary kid. Faced with her suspicion, Kraush only casually replied, "Huh?" But she refused to let it go, demanding to know the meaning behind the loaded look he had given her. Kraush slowly closed his eyes, calmly replying with a deeply mysterious remark. It is nothing. I just figured you have been through quite a storm yourself, have not you? That hit the nail right on the head, sending a jolt of shock through Sidley. Her face turned pale, completely shaken as if her deepest secrets had just been laid bare. Seeing that she was still completely frozen in shock, Kraush brushed right past her, leaving her with one final warning. I will only say this once, watch your back. He decisively cut the conversation short. The main tournament starts tomorrow. I am going to bed. The door slammed shut coldly, leaving Sidley holding her head in utter confusion and panic. She could not wrap her head around how a complete stranger could have dug up such deeply hidden secrets about her. He is from some faraway place, so how does he know so much about me? Sarah, is that royal spy you hired actually reliable? Sidley asked anxiously. Sarah bowed her head, her expression grim as she replied, I will look into it again. Sidley let out a soft sigh. I am counting on you. Watching all of this, Kraush realized that Sidley staying put despite his warning meant she likely knew a thing or two about Siren's plans. Sidley stared at Kraush's retreating figure, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. So, you are not as simple as you look, are you? Meanwhile, Kraush signaled his crow. Let us go, Crimson. Now we just have to wait for the real player to show up. Deep down, he could not help but wonder if that little princess had already seen right through his disguise. But after only a few steps, a raspy, hate-filled voice suddenly echoed from the shadows. Hey, having fun pretending to be Hecate? A figure with long, messy hair, tattered clothes, and crazed eyes suddenly stepped out of the dark. Blocking Kraush's path, yet another uninvited guest stood right in front of him. Sensing that all too familiar, bloodthirsty aura, Kraush froze in his tracks. He stared at the figure wrapped head to toe in bandages and muttered to himself, well, I did not expect you to show your face this early. In an instant, the real Hecate unleashed dual blades and lunged at him with terrifying speed. He closed the distance like a madman, unleashing a barrage of deadly strikes that forced Kraush to focus entirely on defense. Suddenly, he lunged forward to grab Kraush and roared, Once I lock you down, everything is over. A crimson energy resembling a demonic mist erupted from his arm, radiating an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. Laughing like a psychopath, he sneered ruthlessly. This is the end, kid. A devastating blow carrying 1,000 pounds of force slammed straight toward Kraush. In the blink of an eye, Kraush spun around and delivered a devastating kick right into his avatar. It is useless. Your world invasion technique has absolutely no effect on me, Kraush coldly declared, looking down from above. The shadow of the crow crimson engulfed the area. In a sudden twist, Kraush completely turned the tables, handily defeating his opponent. Lying defeated on the ground, his opponent was struck with pure horror upon hearing the name Bernapochi. Shaking uncontrollably with sweat pouring down, he wondered how on earth this guy knew the true identity he had worked so hard to conceal. Kraush pressed on, his voice cutting like a razor. You are looking for the person Siren snatched away, right? Where are they now? I have some business to discuss. Staring down at his panicked, trembling opponent, Kraush offered a deal he could not possibly refuse. Let us make a bargain. Pointing straight at the assassin's chest, Kraush made a mind-blowing promise. I will use my powers to get your heart back and expose every single one of Siren's dirty schemes. The terrifying secret was finally out. The world invader known as Hecate was actually none other than the summoner Bernapochi. An image flashed of a frail, bespectacled girl looking utterly exhausted and terrified. She was desperately clutching a tattered cloth bag. Bernapochi lived a tragic life, locked away by the Empire for 1,000 years simply because she had lost her heart. Kraush looked at her, thinking to himself, your fate might be even more cursed than mine. Staring at her pathetic state, memories of his past life came rushing back. He remembered that in the previous timeline, it was Arthur who had brought her in, claiming she would be a valuable asset to the team. But because she was branded a world invader, the other heirs always treated her with cold disdain. Despite holding the prestigious title of the only summoner in existence, the poor girl could only hide away in her tent, silently doing heavy manual labor just to escape their judgmental glares. Because she kept entirely to herself, nobody ever discovered the truth. She was actually the legendary Hecate. As Kraush walked away in silence, memories of the assassin clan began flooding his mind. He knew that a corpse could not tell you secrets no matter how much you pitied them. But a necromancer could easily manipulate those dead bodies to get exactly what they wanted. And that was why every single clue regarding the notorious assassin guild pointed directly to Bernapochi. Hecate had actually been eliminated back in her academy days, vanishing completely after her capture by Arthur, leaving her true identity an unsolved mystery to the entire world. Putting the memories of his past life behind him, "Why are you so aggressive today?" Crimson commented, watching him treat the girl so harshly in the dusty, cobweb-covered room. Kraush replied coldly, "With a girl like her, being tough is the only way." He grabs her chin, forcing her to look up and meet his eyes. Trembling, tears streaming down her face, Bolas cries out, "Wait, what are you doing? You just said you'd help me get my heart back." Before she can even fight back, Kraush activates his skill. A dark hood, magical chains, and a purple aura begin to wrap around his target and her very heart. Realizing the complex conditions make it too hard to use direct force, Kraush leans in close to her ear, offering a new deal. "If you agree to hand your heart over to me, I can reclaim it right this second." Faced with her only option, the girl screams through her tears, I agree, I'll do it." But Kraush isn't satisfied yet. He tells her not to just say the words. She needs to put some real feeling into it. Only with intense emotion will her heart hold any value. Ignoring Crimson's confusion over why he is taking this so seriously, Kraush continues to play on her deepest fears. Painting a picture of her future, he asks, "You are completely exhausted by your life right now, aren't you?" He promises her a life of just lounging in her room while the undead do all the heavy lifting. A life of delicious food and absolute relaxation. But if you don't get your heart back, you will be serving the royal family for the rest of your life. Working like a slave, without a single day off. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, Bolas loses control. Sinister spirits erupt all around her as she screams, "No, no way. I don't want to work anymore." Under her sheer fury, the power of a necromancer begins to explode violently. Bolas sobs, broken by the thought of the forced labor she has endured for 1,000 years. Clinging to Kraush, she begs, "Please, save me." Kraush coldly pushes her to the final step of the deal. Then, "The only way out is to give me your heart, isn't it? So you won't have to be a slave forever." "What heart? I don't care anymore. I'll give you this heart. Just set me free," the desperate girl screams. Kraush calmly replies, "Not yet." Placing his hand on her head, he demands her absolute trust. "I will bring your heart here in exchange for your deepest desire. You must trust me." Sobbing in utter weakness, Bolas begs, "Please, I just want to live a peaceful life." The magical chains shatter under the force of her will. Bolas screams, "Just take my heart already." Driven by his pressure, she finally surrenders her heart to him willingly. Kraush smirks, deeply satisfied that he got exactly what he wanted. He whispers, "Good job." Then, he proudly declares, "Bolas, you are finally free." Even though they have a deal, Bolas still asks tremblingly, "Then, give me back my heart right now." Kraush coldly reassures her, "Hold on. Remember to keep your end of the bargain. This is a deal. And I will give your heart back once this is all over." Watching the girl slump onto the ground, sobbing, "I don't want to work. I hate working." Kraush snaps at her, "Stop your crying already." He gets straight to the point. "What is Celine Green planning? You know the fourth princess's swordmaster, Sarah Vatera, right? She was given a secret order. I was commanded to eliminate her, so we could use her corpse to assassinate Princess Sidley. But the reality is completely different. Sarah Vatera is currently severely injured, her face twisted in shock as she realizes her opponent's power is overwhelming. "No way. You are stronger than me?" Right then, a spear suddenly pierces straight through her chest from behind. The one behind this brutal attack is Mary Diana. She blindsided Sarah, leaving her heavily wounded and unable to fight back. Standing in a pool of blood, Mary Diana looks down at her defeated opponent with sheer contempt. "You should be proud to sacrifice yourself for the Empire." While a hideous giant looms behind her, she mutters about the brutal order from Lady Celine Green. The order from Lady Celine was to use Sarah's body to assassinate the fourth princess, Sidley. Looking up at the bright moon, Mary is lost in thoughts of her master, Arthur. It has been 1 year since she traveled back to the past, and her heart still holds on to hope. "Master Arthur, can you see me? Lady Celine and we are doing all of this for you." Her painful longing for Lord Arthur continues to gnaw at Mary's mind, pulling her back to her memories from right before the apocalypse. On the first Saturday afternoon after her regression, Mary clearly remembers Arthur's promise. "Let's meet in front of the Peace Monument." Back then, her heart was racing as she rushed to the meeting spot, filled with absolute faith. But Arthur never showed up. Standing at the foot of the statue alongside Abella, Mary could only cry out in despair. Why had she waited so long, only to be stood up by Arthur? Both Abella and Lord Arthur had vanished without a trace, leaving Mary to wander the empty city streets alone in the dead of night. She wondered where he could possibly be after one long year of waiting. Even so, Celine's words echoed in her mind, reminding her to keep believing that Arthur would return. Gripping her spear tightly, Mary makes a promise to herself that before he returns, she will reclaim her former power and make him proud of her ultimate spear. She tells herself she must push even harder to complete this mission, no matter what. Turning to the giant, Mary asks coldly, "Hey, Bolus, that crow boy in the tournament. He was a corpse under your control, wasn't he?" Bolus, in her monstrous form, trembles as she confesses. Mary smirks, praising her, saying that adding the crow to draw attention was a pretty clever move. But her tone immediately turns into a chilling threat. "Oh, and by the way, don't do anything stupid while Lady Celine Green is away. You do know who holds your heart, right?" Faced with that terrifying power, Everest's facade crumbled, revealing the panicked face of a fragile, glasses-wearing girl behind her giant outer shell. Completely consumed by fear, she could only stammer, "Of course, please excuse me then." Shaken to her core by the threat, Everest quietly left, carrying a large sack over her shoulder. Watching her from behind, Mary let out a cold, sinister smirk. "Everest, you usually only collect ugly corpses. Why are you hiding a cute specimen like Kraush now?" She licked her lips and murmured with regret, "What a shame, he is just a corpse." Meanwhile, Kraush remained hidden beneath his cloak, his hand tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, bracing himself for the decisive battle. Who would have thought he would end up facing him in the finals? His opponent was Frey, a 14-year-old commoner contestant who looked completely innocent and dreamed of a peaceful world. He might look ordinary on the outside, but Frey was actually a legendary warrior from Generation A. As cheers erupted throughout the arena, the Night Crow drew his sword for the very first time. Is his opponent really that strong? Kraush looked straight at his opponent and tried to reason with him. "Frey, you do not actually enjoy assassinating people, do you?" He urged Frey to use his admission to the neutral La Henner Academy as a chance to abandon the title of Night Crow and live a normal life. He has not changed one bit, Kraush thought as he looked into Frey's eyes. He had always been such a kind friend, constantly worrying about and caring for others. "Frey, let me give you some advice. If your hopes are too high, you will not be able to handle true despair." Those harsh words caused Frey's face to instantly turn dark and cold. The battle erupted immediately as Frey launched a powerful counterattack. The moment the referee declared the start of the match, Frey lunged forward like lightning, but Kraush effortlessly blocked his strike. Suddenly, he executed the 10 shadow steps, moving at a terrifying speed and creating deep blue afterimages that surrounded his target. "How disappointing, Kraush!" Frey roared as he unleashed a relentless barrage of sword strikes. Kraush was stunned by the familiarity of every single strike. As they clashed, he realized with shock that all of his moves were being completely read. He could not believe his opponent had memorized his swordsmanship so perfectly, as if they had trained together for ages. Yet, Kraush countered every single strike with absolute perfection, leaving no openings whatsoever. Kraush's eyes grew so cold and deep that they sent a shiver down Frey's spine. Why does he not realize we were destined to meet in a past life? In truth, Kraush was the one who knew Frey best. He knew Frey grew up in the snowy highlands, refining a footwork as fluid as running water to create his signature technique, the 10 steps of 10,000 miles. Frey's intense training even rivaled Annex's, but every single habit, technique, and even his finishing move were already in the palm of Kraush's hand, thanks to his memories from the previous timeline. Kraush murmured to himself that he had been watching Frey for a very long time and understood him better than he understood himself. Frey roared in despair, as none of his desperate strikes could even graze the hem of his opponent's cloak. Right at that moment, Kraush concentrated a deep blue energy into his sword, executing a quick-draw technique that struck first, despite being unleashed second. Kraush was using his own blade to awaken the true potential sleeping deep within Frey. Kraush wanted Frey to grow much stronger, so that even if his hopes shattered, he would still have the strength to keep fighting. Kraush did not want his friend to be manipulated by some bastards due to a lack of power. Though he claimed he was helping, beating up his own friend still felt pretty brutal. The speakers blared across the stands, announcing Kraush as the ultimate victor. Amidst the wild cheers of the crowd, Kraush raised his sword and his crimson crow high, declaring his supreme power. Frey gasped for air, whispering a faint goodbye, wondering if they would ever have the chance to meet again. Looking at his fallen opponent, memories of Frey's past promise to protect the world and his sincere gratitude suddenly rushed back into Kraush's mind. He stood frozen, realizing that this was the very first time in both of his lifetimes that he had ever heard someone thank him. "Yeah, I will see you at the academy," Kraush whispered his farewell as Frey collapsed on the arena floor, to which his old friend gave a firm, determined response. "Fine, we will meet at Lehenner." Meanwhile, the second prince, Siphoniania, was gloating over his illusion of victory. He laughed triumphantly, pleased that the Night Crow under Everest's control did not disappoint him. He was utterly convinced that Kraush was merely an undead puppet under his command. In his mind, he had already envisioned using this assassin organization to win over the nobles and seize the throne. Good attitude. Remember, your heart is in my hands. Just behave yourself like a loyal dog. Everest could only bow her head and tremble. "Yes, your highness." But that arrogance was soon cut short by the sound of rapid, heavy footsteps. Ignoring the guards, screaming at them for daring to barge into the second prince's quarters, the executioners of the Black Dragon Knights marched forward with an overwhelming, terrifying presence. Amidst the suffocating tension, thick with murderous intent, a cold woman declared, "Siphoniania, second prince, you are under arrest for the attempted murder of the fourth princess, Sidley." Siphoniania desperately denies murdering Princess Sisley, but the evidence is absolute. An order with his own signature was found right inside the Night Raven's hideout. He screams in utter madness, "This is insane! I never wrote that." In his desperation, he orders Abella to take care of the traitors who dare to frame him, but the young girl can only mumble helplessly in the grip of the knights. He had not even noticed when they restrained her. Amidst the intense tension, a clear voice suddenly rings out, cutting through the silence. "So, who exactly got killed?" Siphoniania and her female swordsmaster, Sarah, suddenly appear, looking completely fine. She casually mocks them, "Hey Sarah, when was it that I died again? We haven't even seen an assassin, let alone been attacked." Seeing the two people who should have been dead standing right there, Sigrun is utterly shocked. She cannot believe her eyes. As the mastermind behind this scheme, she was absolutely certain they had perished. Stunned, Sigrun can only ask herself, what on earth is going on? To find out, we have to go back to the night Sarah was supposedly assassinated. Sisley's intuition was spot on. Back then, she had anxiously asked Sarah, "Hey, can we really trust that royal spy we hired?" In response, Sarah could only suppress her own unease and promise, "I will go double check." At that time, they had no idea that every single spy planted in the palace had already betrayed them. Sisley bitterly wondered why she, someone who had abandoned the fight for the throne years ago and played dumb, was still being targeted. In the pitch black of night, Sarah rushed out with a bad feeling, deciding she had to return to the princess immediately. But right then, a pitch black energy enveloped her, and a deep, low voice echoed directly in her mind. "Sarah Batella, in exchange for your life force, I will grant you temporary immortality. So just pretend to be dead." Sarah was shocked to recognize Kraush's voice. Was he speaking directly inside her head? The dark power consumed her as she stood in sheer shock, while a glowing red eye with a star mark appeared eerily. Sarah woke up, still reeling from what Kraush had done and his instruction to play dead. But at that very moment, a chilling bloodlust approached from behind, and she thought, "Is someone right behind me?" Before she could react, Mary Diana appeared with a deadly spear, driving a devastating thrust straight through Sarah's body. Mary Diana had driven the spear through her abdomen. If not for the temporary immortality from Kraush's crow, neither Sarah nor the princess would have made it out alive. Now, Sisley confidently announces, "The Night Ravens are back. Get ready to get wrecked, guys. Arrest the vice commander of the Black Dragon Knights on suspicion of espionage." Her firm declaration rings out in the tense air, making the vice commander tremble, dripping with cold sweat from sheer terror. Standing right next to him, Sigrun is completely dumbfounded. "What? A spy?" Sisley sneers mockingly, her eyes gleaming as she looks straight at her dazed older sister. "Were you planning to attend our funeral? Too bad, we're still alive and kicking." Met with Sigrun's silence, Sisley coldly orders, "Sarah, finish her." Instantly, Sarah swings her massive broadsword, bringing down a thunderous strike right where Sigrun is standing. A violent explosion erupts, but Mary manages to block Sarah's strike with her spear, just in time. Sigrun stands frozen in place, her mind in utter chaos. How did things end up like this, she thinks, bitterly recalling her own cruel plan. I ordered Abella to kill Sarah, and then use her corpse to assassinate Sisley. Yet, here they are, acting like absolutely nothing happened. Sigrun grits her teeth and clenches her fists in sheer frustration, realizing that the spies she and Mary painstakingly planted in the Black Dragon Knights were rooted out so easily. Sisley's gaze seems to pierce right through her soul, making Sigrun tremble. That cunning fourth princess has definitely seen through everything. She completely ruined my plan. The enemy is just too strong, and our side had terrible luck. That was exactly why she had to eliminate her, Sigrun tells herself, a murderous, extreme look flashing in her eyes. She realizes that if Sisley is left alive, she will eventually become a catastrophic threat to her plans. Deciding she cannot wait any longer, Sigrun roars. She must die right here, right now. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a raw, pulsing red object, Abellah's heart. Sigrun squeezes it tightly, activating the glowing red magic sigils surrounding her. Gritting her teeth, she orders, Abellah, assassinate the fourth princess immediately. Restrained and helpless, Abellah's eyes go wide in agony. Ugh, what should I do? Kraush hasn't stolen my heart back yet. It is like I have got a virus. My body is moving on its own. Abellah screams in vain as her body begins to lose control under the influence of the sigils. Seeing her delay, Sigrun screams in a frenzy. Abellah, what the hell are you doing? A surging red energy bursts from Abellah's body, terrifying everyone nearby. She really is a monster. Quick, protect the prince and princess. In her absolute despair, Abellah calls out to her only savior. Kraush, help me. Instantly, a powerful surge of dark purple energy erupted from the void, tightly grabbing the arm Sigrun was using to hold the heart. A devastating blow slammed right onto Sigrun's wrist, forcing her to lose her grip immediately. Sigrun stared in utter shock at her empty hand. She screamed in pure desperation, the heart, it's gone. Unable to accept reality, she realized she had been left with absolutely nothing. Not only did she fail to assassinate the fourth princess, but she also messed up her attempt to capture the second prince. And now, she even lost Abellah's heart. With all her schemes instantly crumbling to dust, Sigrun could only shriek in sheer rage as her hard work washed down the drain, but madness quickly overrode her sanity. She gritted her teeth in dark determination. Fine then. I'll end the princess's life with my own hands. Taking advantage of everyone being distracted by Abellah's, Sigrun saw this as her one and only shot to turn the tables. Moving with blinding speed, she lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, locking her eyes onto Sisley and roaring, "If magic won't work, I'll tear you apart with my bare hands." She unleashed a strike packed with immense, crushing force. But at the absolute last second, Kraush jumped in just in time to block the lethal blow. The dark purple energy exploded outward, violently clashing with Sigrun's attack and triggering a massive blast right in front of Princess Sisley. Sigrun stood there in disbelief, thinking, "What? How is he blocking my family's secret technique like it's nothing?" While Mary Diana stared in utter shock at Kraush's sudden arrival. Kraush was putting everything he had into holding back the enemy's spear. Kraush locked eyes with Sigrun, throwing a familiar, sarcastic smirk her way. "Just like always, your simple-minded way of thinking hasn't changed a bit." Hearing those words, Sigrun froze in horror, wondering who on earth this guy was to know her so well. Seizing the chaotic moment, Prince Siphon barked out orders to his soldiers. "What are you all standing around for? Arrest her right now." Suddenly, a hand reached out and snatched Mary Diana's weapon away. As the prime suspect in the royal assassination plot, Mary Diana was finally pinned down, leaving everyone present in utter shock. Held down tightly by the knights, she thrashed around wildly, screaming, "Let me go, my spear." Even though her plan was totally ruined, Mary couldn't hide her bitter rage. Damn it all. Watching from a distance, Kraush quietly blamed himself for meddling in things he didn't need to, even though he had already known how it would end. Meanwhile, Abella was being dragged away, crying out in desperation, "Suna, help me." The moment the crowd cleared, Sisley rushed over to Kraush, asking frantically, "Kraush, are you okay?" Gritting his teeth against the pain, Kraush managed to reply, "Honestly, not really." He knew deep down that he had barely stopped Sigrun's devastating strike, even after unleashing the absolute limit of his dark flames. Kraush bitterly realized he was still miles away from the masterclass, and this was the heavy price of daring to confront the holy sect head-on. Sisley quickly reassured him that she had her royal defensive necklace on, making Kraush secretly admire how incredibly prepared this princess always was. "Man, rich kids really fight differently," he softly reminded her. "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." While the soldiers were busy hunting down the accomplices, Kraush signaled to Evelis. Let's use this chaos to get out of here. Evelis, get ready. A dark energy surged beneath their feet, swallowing them both into the shadows. Before vanishing completely, Kraush didn't forget to leave one last warning. Take care, Sidley, and make sure to keep a close eye on your siblings. Sidley and Sarah could only yell after him, trying to stop him so they could treat his wounds. But Kraush firmly turned them down. Don't worry about it, I'm used to this. Just make sure you take good care of yourself. Staring at the lingering traces of his departure, Sidley felt a pang of sadness that she hadn't even got the chance to thank him for saving her life. She made up her mind to follow Kraush to the academy to repay this debt, no matter what. Meanwhile, the carriage carrying Kraush and Evelis was already speeding away. Kraush silently marveled at how useful the teleportation skill was, even though it still came with quite a few limitations. Evelis explained that she could only teleport living beings over short distances. Moments later, she pulled out a glowing stalk of grass and handed it to Kraush. Here, take it. The golden dragon grass you asked for. I almost lost my life for this weed, so you better pay me handsomely. Kraush accepted it with satisfaction and kept his end of the bargain. Now that everything's settled, here is the heart I promised you. Take it. Evelis shakily caught the pulsating heart, unable to believe she was actually allowed to keep something so precious. Hugging the heart tightly, she choked up. I really thought you were going to make me work for you forever. She noted that Kraush seemed completely different from the other fallen ones she had encountered. Even though he had used that exact same power to block Mary's attack, Kraush thought to himself, perhaps because his dark flames had incinerated the power absorbed from the blood sacrifice poison, he looked like one of her own kind in her eyes. He realized this was the exact reason Evelis trusted him, but he also worried that actual fallen ones might misunderstand him in the future. Suddenly, the Crimson Crow flew in, cutting their conversation short. Well, aren't we having fun? But I have to play the bad guy here because things just went completely sideways. The crow's eyes suddenly sharpen, filled with intense gravity. Looking straight at Kraush, it delivers a bombshell. It looks like something has happened to your family. An image of Bianca collapsing in the endless white snow, her breath shallow and her face deathly pale. Your fiancé is in serious danger. Are you really just going to sit there and chill? Crimson's ominous warning leaves Kraush utterly stunned. He can only gasp in sheer shock. What? Crimson continues in a grave voice, revealing that it just received word from the servants back in Haydenhearts. A dangerous killer, known as the Butcher Dog, has slipped into the Haydenhearts Mountains. Worst of all, Kraush's fiancée, who was staying there, has vanished without a single trace. Panic and sheer fury instantly boil up inside him. Kraush grits his teeth as the pieces fall into place. That awful gut feeling he had when he crossed paths with the Butcher Dog's disciple. It was all leading to this. Without wasting another second, he roars at Ebelask. Ebelask, my fiancé is in danger. Head to Haydenhearts immediately. The carriage whips around, tearing through the wind at a breakneck speed. Ebelask, completely thrown off by his sudden desperation, stammers. Wait, what? Right away. Sitting inside the carriage, Ebelask is still reeling, her mind racing with questions. Wait, you're an invader, and you actually have a fiancé? That means Kraush's girl lives in Haydenhearts. She mutters about the chilling rumors that the fiancé of the Balheim family lives there too. She never imagined any family would have the sheer guts to marry their daughter off to such a terrifying house. Ebelask's face turns pale with dread, but Kraush only responds with a cold, "You've got it wrong." He stands up, his entire aura shifting dramatically as he firmly declares, "I am no invader, and Kraush is just an alias." A surge of mysterious purple energy begins to envelop his body, slowly stripping away the disguise he has worn for so long. Amidst the swirling vortex of brilliant magic, he officially reveals his true identity. My real name is Kraush Balheim, the youngest son of the House of Balheim. Now that's how you make a grand reveal. Witnessing the young master's stunning transformation, Ebelask is utterly paralyzed. Her eyes widen in pure horror, and she drops the heart she was holding right out of her hand. She trembles, stammering in absolute panic. What? Kraush Balheim? You're one of them? Her scream echoes through the trees as the carriage barrels wildly through the deep forest. Kraush snaps, cutting off her panic. We don't have time for this right now. The scene shifts to the freezing, snow-covered peaks of the Haydenhearts territory, nestled deep within the Rokon Mountains. Temporary tents for the search party have been set up, casting a grim, somber mood over the area. A choked, regretful sob breaks through the dark night. It's all my fault. I'm only trying to fix things when it's already too late. If only I had just been honest and told her I already had the white fire fungus. Bianca would never have risked going up the mountain. Jenica Haydenhearts, the second lady of the Haydenhearts family, sobs in useless, agonizing regret. When asked why Bianca had even gone up the mountain in the first place, Jenica chokes back her tears, explaining that since those mushrooms aren't sold anywhere, that idiot Bianca went to harvest them herself, armed with nothing but a guidebook. She had to quickly put together a search party to go after her. Flashing back to a few days ago, amidst the snow-capped peaks of the Rokon Mountains, Jenica was leading the search party, intending to snatch the prize that Balheim loser wanted, just so she could bring Bianca back home quickly. Seeing Bianca trudging ahead, she called out, "Bianca!" But deep down, Bianca held on to a fierce belief. "My husband is the absolute best, and I won't let anyone talk down about him." She turned back, her deep blue eyes filled with determination amidst the falling snow. Jenica snapped, demanding to know why her little sister was tagging along with the search party, only for Bianca to stubbornly shoot back. "It's none of your business. If I want to go, I'll go." The tension quickly flared up as Jenica spat out some harsh words, telling Bianca to just take her mushrooms and go straight back to the Balheim estate, claiming she didn't even want to look at her sister's face anymore. Bianca quietly swallowed the pain. She knew all too well that Jenica had always blamed her for their mother's death, harboring nothing but hatred for her ever since. In her heart, she silently apologized, promising herself she would head back the second she found the white fire fungus. Back in the present, Jenica clenches her fists in pure agony. If only she hadn't said those awful, hurtful words, none of this would have happened. Suddenly, a blood-red murderous aura erupts as a creepy masked figure appears out of thin air, radiating a suffocating pressure. He casually taunts them. "Mind if we tag along, ladies?" Blood begins staining the pristine white snow, turning the scene into a gruesome nightmare as he coldly murmurs, "Hello there, you two beautiful young ladies." Jenica, paralyzed with shock, demands to know who this stranger is, while their loyal guard, bleeding and battered, screams at the top of his lungs for them to run and save themselves. The brutal killer violently grabs the guard by the hair. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he mutters, "How annoying, though today really is my lucky day." The masked killer slowly licks his lips, his crimson eyes gleaming with sadistic excitement as he locks his gaze on his prey. Forcing herself through the pain, Bianca tries to support her heavily injured sister while urging her forward. "Hurry, we have to move." Standing amidst the desolate white snow, the butcher simply watches as the two helpless girls desperately struggle to run for their lives. He smirked to himself, thrilled at his luck. Finding such a perfect hostage in the middle of nowhere was like hitting the jackpot. Instead of rushing to finish them off, he took his sweet time, leisurely stalking his prey with a wide grin. A gravelly, threatening voice echoed, "Where are you hiding, little ladies?" Huddled behind a massive boulder, Bianca and Jenica trembled in absolute terror. Bianca gritted her teeth, realizing the bitter truth. That bastard, he is just playing with us for his own sick amusement. Even in this life-or-death situation, Bianca clutched the blade of grass tightly in her hand, her eyes burning with pure determination. "Sister, I promised Kraush that I would bring the white fire fungus back to him, no matter what." Seeing her sister's stubbornness, Jenica screamed in despair, "Forget about your fiancé. I do not want to die here either." Suddenly, she froze as her eyes caught a possible escape route. "Wait." A bold idea flashed through Jenica's mind, and she whispered to Bianca. "Bianca, I have an idea." She explained that since they were equipped with the ancient relic, they could navigate the deep snow much easier than the killer. Jenica pointed toward the treacherous glacier cliffs and suggested that if they could reach the crevasse, they might be able to slow him down. But the butcher had already seen through all of their plans. Standing right at the top of the cliff, he looked down at them with a sinister smile. "Clever girl. Go ahead and try to run. Heh heh." But as they reached the edge of the crevasse, Jenica collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. She sobbed uncontrollably. "My legs are completely dead. Just leave me here to die, sister." Staring down into the bottomless abyss, Bianca looked at her sister and asked, "Are you ready?" Jenica stared back blankly, completely lost. Bianca coldly commanded, "We are jumping to the other side." Jenica protested in sheer panic, knowing that if they missed, they would surely die. But Bianca calmly replied, "We are dead either way." Just then, the killer caught up. He swung his massive axe and sneered, "Hey there, little ladies. It is dangerous to stand so close to the edge. Why don't you come over to me?" The moment his hand reached out, Bianca screamed, "Now!" With a sudden shove, she pushed Jenica straight down into the abyss. Stunned to his core, the killer could only gasp out, "What on earth?" Watching the two girls freefall into the pitch-black darkness of the crevasse, the butcher frantically lunged forward to grab them, but he was too late. Jenica's screams echoed through the dark chasm. Standing on the edge, the killer roared in shock and fury. "Are you trying to kill yourselves?" The killer peered down into the crevasse and smirked as he realized the two girls were desperately clinging to the ledge. "Oh, well, look at that. There is a ledge down there." Realizing their hiding spot was blown, Jenica panicked. "We have been spotted. What do we do now?" Giving his prey no time to react, the butcher leaped straight down with a manic grin. "This looks like fun. Let me join in." But playing hero is an easy way to get killed. Despite the deadly situation, Bianca remained incredibly calm. She looked at her sister with a reassuring, steady gaze and said, "It will be okay, Jenica." Before Jenica could even process what was happening, her sister lunged forward and tackled the killer, using her own body to protect her. Left alone on the ledge, Jenica could only sob helplessly and scream, "Bianca." That was the last thing she saw before her sister disappeared into the blinding white snow below. Fortunately, the search team reported that the area where Bianca fell had a massive accumulation of snow, meaning there was a good chance she had survived. Back in the present, Jenica wept bitterly in front of Kraush, consumed by overwhelming guilt. "If only I had not suggested going to the crevasse. Bianca would not have had to jump." But regrets would not change what was already done. She blamed herself, believing she should have just given her sister the items from the mansion from the very start, so they never would have run into that cold-blooded killer. Hearing this, Kraush's eyes narrowed as he muttered, "So that is what happened." Meanwhile, Jenica continued to cry out in deep anguish. "How can you say something so careless? It has already been a whole week since that day." She feared that even if Bianca managed to escape the butcher, someone who spent all her time reading books would never survive the harsh environment deep in these mountains. Meanwhile, deep inside the snowy forest, Bianca lay curled up, her breath faint and shallow under the base of a withered tree. Even in her delirious state, she weakly called out for the only person she longed for, "Kraush, please save your wife. It is so cold here." Opening her eyes, she let out a tired sigh, realizing she had dozed off again. Over the past few days, she had barely kept herself alive on a diet of wild seeds and the faint warmth of the solar snow mushrooms, pushing her body to its absolute limit. Checking the injury on her leg, Bianca murmured to herself, "My leg seems to be healing fine." After falling down the icy crevasse with the killer, she had been wandering aimlessly toward higher ground, desperately searching for a way to get help, and by some miracle, she stumbled upon a spot filled with solar snow mushrooms, all glowing with a gentle, warm light. Just as their name suggested, these solar snow mushrooms naturally radiated warmth. Bianca knew she had to rely on this heat to survive the bone-chilling cold. Using them to keep warm, she found a small cave to shelter in. She then pulled out her survival guide, using it as a reference to treat her wounds and forage for food. However, the freezing temperatures, her unhealed injuries, and severe malnutrition had completely drained her remaining strength. Bianca felt herself constantly slipping out of consciousness, terrified that if this kept up, she would not make it. The recent avalanche only made her hopes grow even slimmer, as she knew for sure that the rescue team would be severely delayed. Even so, a promise still weighed heavily on her heart. "Until I can give my husband his present, I am not logging out of life just yet." Out of nowhere, the murderous beastman appeared, looking completely menacing. "Damn it, I finally found you," he smirked, declaring with pure cruelty. "This little game of hide-and-seek ends here, little lady." Meanwhile, Bianca was still struggling to walk through the blinding snow. She mumbled to herself that she needed to find something to eat. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks when she spotted something under the snow and gasped, "Is this an acorn hidden by a squirrel?" "Sorry, Mr. Squirrel, but I need to borrow this for a bit," Bianca muttered as she dug up the tiny scrap of food from beneath the deep snow. Suddenly, an axe came flying through the air, burying itself deep in the ground right next to her. Bianca looked up in shock, her breath catching at the sudden appearance of her enemy. A violent explosion of snow blasted outward, throwing Bianca backward and sending her rolling across the freezing ground. She could only let out a terrified gasp. Out of the snowy mist, the dark, towering figure of the killer, Beastman, loomed over her. He mocked her, calling her a freak because her expression had not changed one bit. He narrowed his eyes maliciously at her and said, "Getting money out of the Vanhem family sure is a pain." Beastman then roughly grabbed Bianca by the neck, lifting her high into the air. He growled threateningly, "If you had just behaved like a normal kid and acted like a proper hostage, you might have made it home safe and sound." His gaze locked onto her glittering snowflake hairpin, casually calculating how much fortune he could make by selling it. On the very edge of life and death, Bianca let out a faint, painful cry. In her mind, a fierce desire to return home surged. Memories of those happy days at the manor flashed before her eyes. She remembered quietly reading a book next to Kraush, with their butler Ariat standing nearby. The memory of Kraush's warm smile seemed to soothe her current pain. Bianca realized that every single day spent with him had left her with something resembling real emotions. Even someone as naturally emotionless as her knew that those days were truly happy. A single tear silently rolled down her cheek. Staring into the void with a pale face, she silently thought that if she had known what feelings were like, she would have fallen in love with him much sooner. Regretting it only when she was on the brink of death, these final thoughts drifted through Bianca's mind as she was being choked. In her despair, she softly whispered the name of the one she longed for. "I want to see you, Kraush." Instantly, a mysterious shadow materialized like a ghost right behind the killer. With an incredibly powerful close-range strike, Kraush delivered a thunderous punch that sent the enemy flying. Caught completely off guard, the killer coughed and roared in pain. "Cough, who the hell are you?" Ignoring the enemy's angry screams, Kraush gently caught Bianca's weak body in his arms. Looking at her pale face, he comforted her softly. "You did great, Bianca. Let me handle the rest." Absolutely badass. A solid 10 out of 10 with no notes. Bianca could only whisper his name in utter shock and relief. Kraush gave a faint smile, then turned to order the Black Crow. "Grim, I am counting on you. Take care of Bianca." Crimson repeated his earlier warning that neither he nor Abella could directly join the battle. This was to avoid breaking the rules of the invaders. Besides, his underlings were completely useless in a real fight. Meanwhile, Abella was trembling in pure terror of the Bloodhound's master. Kraush understood that teleporting Bianca out of here was the safest option. Still, Crimson remained worried. He stared at Kraush with his glowing red eyes and warned him that the Bloodhound was far stronger than him. "Last time, there just happened to be a loophole. But do you really think you can win this time?" His eyes burned with determination. "No matter how strong the Bloodhound is, I will be the one who wins." The killer roared in fury. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in my business?" Kraush coldly demanded. "Give it back." While the other guy stared in confusion, he growled firmly, "Give my wife's blade of grass back right now, or I will toast you alive." "Oh, so you are the Vanhem kid." The Bloodhound, Beastman, smirked as he recognized his opponent's identity. Glowing red axe strikes rained down continuously, forcing Kraush to brace himself and block. He realized with shock that his enemy's speed was insane. Even his sixth sense could barely keep up. The pressure from this butcher was terrifying. It seemed he had already reached the realm of a peak master. He roared like a maniac, shouting that the ransom would increase tenfold if he captured both Kraush and Bianca. Kraush gritted his teeth. He knew full well that he had only just reached the mid-level master rank, yet he still managed to surprise the beast with his resilient defense, despite his small size. Beastman laughed maniacally, unleashing a non-stop barrage of stormy attacks. "Poo-ha-ha-ha, let's see how much longer you can keep blocking." Seizing a fatal opening, he delivered a crushing blow that knocked Kraush's sword away, sending it impaling into the ground. Standing before the weaponless boy, the killer smugly declared, "All right, that was pretty fun, but let's end this now." Well, trash talking too early always backfires. But just as the axe was about to come down, Kraush suddenly vanished like a ghost, leaving Beastman utterly stunned. "Huh?" He disappeared. He frantically sniffed around, roaring as he searched for any trace of the boy in the white snow. Suddenly, Kraush burst out from beneath the snow, right behind him. Gathering all his strength into a single close-range strike, he aimed straight for his opponent's ribs, sending him flying in agonizing pain. Cross knows that even with a blunt sword, he cannot deploy his domain to match the killer's raw, brutal strength. The blazing fire skill is officially activated. Birdman's eyes widen in sheer horror as he realizes his opponent is determined to defeat him at all costs. Whoa, take it easy, kid, don't go losing your cool." He unleashes his Shadow Lock skill, instantly freezing Cross in his tracks. Unable to move, an oppressive, invisible force washes over him, making him feel as if he is slipping into another dimension. The killer slowly approaches, sneering, "Kid, you won't survive this. I am sure the rescue team is on their way, but let me send you to the afterlife first." His massive axe swings down relentlessly. Cross shudders as he realizes his very senses are being brutally distorted. This is a secret technique that uses sound waves to shatter an opponent's aura and paralyze their nervous system. If this were the old Cross, he would have been dead before he even realized what hit him. But he is not that helpless weakling anymore. He has survived things far worse than this. Gritting his teeth, Kraush decides to push his aura to its absolute limit to trigger his sixth sense super perception. Facing the boy's resistance, Birdman smirks mockingly. What is the matter? How much longer can you keep this up? Kraush warns himself to stay sharp, knowing Birdman is on a completely different level. He decides to keep his trump card hidden, letting the killer play the victor until the perfect moment to strike. Knowing the search party must be close, Kraush bluffingly warns him, the search party is on their way. You better run while you still can. But this threat is nothing more than a psychological bluff to rattle him. Unleashing his full strength, Birdman swings his phantom axe, sending countless glowing red blades slashing forward, while Kraush remains trapped by the shadow lock, struggling to move. Relying on his sixth sense, he manages to block the onslaught, but the toll on his body is immense. Watching the horrific battle unfold, Abella trembles with fear. Oh my God, at this rate, he is going to die. Is this really how it ends for him? She breaks into a cold sweat, just watching from the sidelines. Her mind is a chaotic mess, desperately torn over whether she should jump in and save him. But the terrifying thought of the mad dog, Birdman's master, paralyzes her. Abella knows that if she kills Birdman, that absolute monster will hunt both her and Kraush down to the ends of the earth. No, Abella grits her teeth, steeling her resolve. She might be a loner, but she is no ungrateful coward. She cannot just stand by and watch her savior meet such a tragic end. Just as she is about to rush in, the crow Crimson swoops down to block her, coldly commanding, "Hold on, do not interfere." We almost had a classic beauty saves the hero moment there. Crimson explains that Kraush chose to fight this battle alone, telling Abella to put her faith in the man who reclaimed her heart. He insists Kraush has the grit to see this through to the end, before casually adding a cynical remark. Besides, if he actually dies, I will just find a way to bring his corpse back to life. By now, Kraush is completely spent. He drops to his knees, leaning on his sword for support as blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. He gasps through ragged breaths. I have reached my limit. I used my sixth sense to track his movements, but... Kraush grits his teeth, bitterly aware of his current limitations. He has burned through so much aura that he can barely keep his eyes open. From this moment on, he must gamble his life on pure instinct. Suddenly, the shadow of an axe flashes past, and Kraush gasps in horror. It is a feint. Before he can even react, the butcher Birdman roars like a maniac. Eat this axe and rest in peace, kid. A devastating blow comes crashing down directly toward Kraush's head, threatening to end him in an instant. In that split second of life and death, a bitter memory flashes back. I realized a long time ago that I have no talent. I was always weak. Kraush knows he is nothing like those blessed geniuses who can overpower their enemies in a fair, honorable duel. That is why I have kept my fangs hidden until this very moment. Kraush's eyes suddenly flash with a deadly crimson glow as he activates his limit-breaking state, the fire-devouring burst gate. Using the Ignis flame, Kraush takes a massive gamble, converting all the world-eroding energy stored within his body into raw power, forcing himself to break past all physical limitations. However, the price is astronomically high, as he can only maintain this monstrous state for a mere 3 seconds. Kraush roars in sheer agony. I am ending this right now. The explosive burst of power leaves Birdman utterly dumbfounded as he gasps, "What?" He can no longer track Kraush's speed with his bare eyes, realizing that if he does not dodge immediately, he is dead. Kraush unleashes his ultimate technique, the Phantom Demon Slash, a flaming strike that tears through space and cuts straight into the butcher's body. However, Kraush clicks his tongue in regret as he realizes his strike missed by a few millimeters, wasting a high-grade slash. That sound distorted his vision at the very last second. Kraush realized the danger from B-Man's noise just before a massive impact sent him flying. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His sixth sense screamed in alarm as the erosion effect started to fade, signaling that there was only 1 second left before the butcher's claws would rip his head apart. Kraush roared in absolute fury, screaming that the ticket to hell he bought was for that bastard, not himself. Then he unleashed a powerful blast of dark energy to counterattack instantly. In this life-or-death moment, Kraush's focus reached an absolute peak. A single blue eye glowed with immense power as his entire body was enveloped in a brilliant, deep blue aura. He unleashed his one-hit strike to finish off his enemy. With a deafening crash, the battle was over. But man, the price he had to pay was brutally painful. He had lost an arm, and his body was covered in wounds. The strong might defeat their enemies without breaking a sweat. But for an underdog to secure a victory, they have to pay with their own blood and sacrifice. Crimson flew close and asked, "Are you satisfied?" Kraush could only chuckle weakly through his ragged breaths, muttering that he still had not finished settling the score with that family. But whatever, he just needed to sleep for a bit. With that, he collapsed onto the cold ground, completely exhausted. Crimson ordered them to move out. A glowing teleportation circle opened to bring the whole group back to the hall of Green Pine Pavilion. The giant of Everest carefully carried both Kraush and Bianca in his arms, quietly stepping into the portal to leave the harsh, snowy mountains behind. Recalling memories of his past life when he met Bianca at the mansion, "If I could just let my emotions show like that, then at least in my eyes, this world wouldn't have been so bleak and gray." Those were Bianca's secret thoughts as she sat across from Kraush in the quiet space. Kraush watched her silently, his heart heavy with deep, uneasy questions. Between having feelings and being completely emotionless, which one actually causes more suffering? He wondered if her soul suddenly started to feel things again right now. Would the sheer shock of it be enough to end her life? Bianca gently looked up, her words dripping with bitterness. "We're total strangers now, so even if something happens to me, you probably wouldn't care anyway." Kraush clenched his teeth in frustration. He knew all too well that this distance stemmed from the cruel, one-sided decisions made by her family. The horrifying memory of the day Duke Hayden Hans, the head of the Hayden Hans clan, suddenly lost his mind came rushing back. He had slaughtered his entire family with his own hands before taking his own life, leaving behind a truly gruesome scene. Bianca was the sole survivor of that tragedy, saved only by the sacrifice of her second older sister, Janiska. Right after that, the O'Neill family decided that an alliance with the Hayden Hans clan was no longer of any value, so they unilaterally called off the engagement between Kraush and Bianca. "So, this place was prepared for us to say our final goodbyes," Kraush said, his voice low and heavy. Bianca sadly agreed, admitting that was likely the case, and they would probably never cross paths again. But in an instant, a powerful burst of dark purple energy erupted from Kraush, his gaze turning razor sharp. He growled, "I warned you. If you're still bent on seeking death, there is nothing I can do to stop you." The black hat skill was activated, and a massive demonic mouth materialized, swallowing the snowman entity that was controlling Bianca. Having absorbed far too much miasma from the curse, the snowman entity dissolved instantly beneath Kraush's hands, which were covered in magical seals. He looked at her and asked softly, "How are you feeling right now?" That was the first day in Bianca's entire life that she was free from the control of the snowman's curse. She uttered bitterly, "This life is truly too cruel, Lord Kraush." Yet, at the exact moment those long-lost emotions came flooding back, she also officially transformed into a monster within the shackles of destiny. 3 years later, in the freezing lands of Hayden Hans, the conflict continued to drag on with no end in sight. Two soldiers looked at each other, utterly exhausted, with one sighing. Fighting for 3 years, with dirt-poor pay and a high chance of dying. The other bitterly replied that if it weren't for the Iani Empire's interference, their kingdom of Stalon would have enjoyed peace a long time ago. He held secrets that could shake the very foundation of the empire, forcing the North to dispatch an envoy to prevent the leak of information. It was that very envoy who drove the Lord of Hayden Hans mad, leading to the slaughter of the clan and the raging fires of war we see today. People whispered that after the incident, the White Beast itself took action to eliminate the envoy, who was one of the 10 great masters, to seek revenge, before retreating to live in seclusion in the northern ice palace. Amidst the brutal battlefield, an earth-shattering explosion erupted right at the food depot, throwing the guarding Stalon soldiers into a complete panic. What the hell are those Stalon soldiers doing over there? Kraush, now fully grown with ash-gray hair and strange tattoos marking his neck, calmly observed the enemy's opening. He dashed forward like a phantom through the falling snow, causing the panicked guards to scream, "Over there! That's the one from the demon faction. Don't let your guard down." Gritting his teeth, Kraush felt his body pushing past its absolute limit. "Damn it, I overused the curse's power way too much. Even a saintess wouldn't be able to heal this by now." He played with fire, and now he had to pay the price. Standing before the massive city gates, Kraush knew he absolutely had to rely on Bianca's help. He banged furiously on the wooden door, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Honey, open the door. Your husband is being chased, and I am about to get wiped out." Instantly, a surge of deep blue energy erupted from within. Sharp ice spikes shot up from the ground, taking down every single soldier chasing Kraush in the blink of an eye. Looking at the lifeless bodies impaled on the icy pillars, Kraush slowly turned his head. A figure with long, white hair gradually emerged from the ruins. He softly murmured, "It's been a while, hasn't it?" But the sight before him left, Kraush completely shattered. Bianca stood there, but a sword was driven straight through her chest, her pristine white dress stained crimson with fresh blood. She weakly called out, "Lord Kraush." Panicking, Kraush rushed forward to catch her collapsing body. Bianca. He realized with absolute horror that this fatal blow was dealt by none other than the daughter of the messenger from years ago. Gasping for air, Bianca brought up the very question she had asked him before all this tragedy unfolded. Having emotions versus living completely numb. Have you ever wondered which one is more painful, my lord? Memories of that tragic day flooded back, of when her older sister, Janiska, held her tight and confessed that she didn't actually hate her deep down. "I don't hate you, I just hate myself." Her sister Janiska's final words echoed deeply in Bianca's mind. Back when she was just a soulless doll, she couldn't comprehend what those words actually meant. It was a feeling far too complex and contradictory. That was why, when the hardened Hans family, the ones who caused her so much suffering, was wiped out, she didn't feel a single thing. Only after learning what feelings were, did Bianca finally understand what her sister meant back then, that she truly, deeply loved her. Bianca clutched her head, sobbing uncontrollably in late, bitter regret. If only she had developed feelings a little sooner, her family could have shared their sorrow together. Perhaps they could have sat down and talked, and their ending wouldn't have been so tragic. And as for Lord Kraush, maybe they could have been together in a much more meaningful way. Bianca's consciousness faded, her face stained with blood and belated tears. In her delirium, a desperate shout calling her name shattered the darkness. Kraush snapped awake in a hospital bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages after his horrific battle with the butcher. A small hand gently touched his. Bianca, sitting right beside him, said softly, "I'm right here, Lord Kraush. You're finally awake." Looking around the luxurious room, Kraush asked in confusion, "Is this the hardened Hans manor?" Bianca anxiously asked if his arm was still hurting, but Kraush scolded her with a stern voice. "Did you climb that mountain alone trying to play hero? Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Bowing her head, Bianca explained softly, "I only wanted to find the Verindua snow mushroom for you." Stunned by the young girl's sincerity, Kraush gasped softly, "You." Then, suddenly remembering something, he reached out with his heavily bandaged hand and handed her a sparkling, snowflake-shaped snow mushroom. Looking down at his bandaged hand, Bianca whispered, "I am sorry for making things turn out so badly." Despite being covered in wounds himself, Kraush offered a bright, reassuring smile. "Thank you. Thanks to this, I can finally start brewing the elixir." Bianca quietly called out to him, "Lord Kraush." She bowed her head, admitting a painful truth. "Right now, I am still a person without any emotions. Even though you risked your life to save me and ended up like this, I cannot feel joy, anger, or sadness with you." Bianca clutched the hem of her dress, her heart heavy, and right now, it frustrates me so much that I can barely stand it. I don't want to show you an empty, lifeless face at a time like this. My system is completely frozen, and I need a major reboot. Deep down, she yearned to smile, to share her sorrows, and even her anger with Kraush. Yet she feared, "I don't want you to lose your soul and emotions like I did. And if you can no longer smile, then I don't want to smile alone either." Seeing Bianca's melancholy, Kraush gently reassured her, "Don't worry too much about that. The effects of the curse are cut in half for those who aren't the primary target." Bianca looked up at him with her deep blue eyes and pleaded, "Lord Kraush, please, help me find my lost emotions." A mysterious purple energy flared up around Kraush as he smiled confidently. "Yeah, even if you hadn't asked, I was planning on doing that anyway." Instantly, the magical padlock of the Black Hat skill glowed brilliantly, revealing the second unsealing condition, become the most important person in Bianca's heart. The purple chains wrapped tightly around her frozen heart began to shatter under the overwhelming force. Bianca gasped, her eyes widening in shock as she felt a sudden flutter deep within her soul. Kraush silently reaffirmed to himself, "I've had every intention of doing this from the very start." He smiled gently down at her. "Oh, my sweet girl." Bianca couldn't hold it in anymore. She rested her head on his chest and just broke down sobbing. Those warm tears rolled down her cheeks, melting away the cold ice that had locked her heart for so long. Hey, sometimes a good cry is all you need to feel alive again. Kraush thought to himself that if this plan actually works, at least her world would no longer be a depressing shade of gray. But then, a tragic vision of the future flashed before his eyes. Kraush, clutching Bianca in pain amidst a heartbreaking scene. Bianca kept sobbing, her vision blurring as she felt the rush of emotions she had lost during those long, emotionless years. Sitting right next to her on the bed, Kraush gently asked, "Do you feel any better now?" Wiping away her tears, Bianca softly replied, "Yes. Thank you so much, Lord Kraush." But within a split second, her face returned to its usual icy cold expression. Watching her, Kraush could only sweat drop, thinking, wow, she was crying a river a second ago, and now she is back to being an ice cube. Talk about a delayed emotional response. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door broke the silence. From the other side, Jenica Haydenhouse's voice called out, "Kraush, it's Jenica. May I come in?" Kraush knit his brows, immediately on guard. "Jenica? Sure, come on in." But the moment Jenica stepped inside, she froze, completely caught off guard to see Bianca there as well. Noticing Bianca repeatedly rubbing her eyes, Kraush asked with concern, "Bianca, what's wrong? Is there something in your eye?" Turning back to Jenica, Kraush cut straight to the chase. "So, what brings you here?" Jenica started to explain, visibly hesitant. "Go have some dinner, sis, and stop staring at me. You're giving me the creeps." She then added that since Kraush still couldn't walk, she would have someone bring food directly to his room later. Kraush narrowed his eyes in suspicion. It was obvious she had something else she wanted to discuss in private. "Is this family business?" Jenica avoided his gaze, lowering her head as she mumbled, "Yes, that is indeed the case." Kraush noted to himself, "Wow, she can't even look me in the eye, huh?" He remembered that in his past life, Jenica acted exactly like this right before she apologized to Bianca, so she would probably be offering her apology soon this time around too. Kraush gently called out, "Hey, Bianca." Looking straight into his fiancée's eyes, Kraush gave her some very specific advice. "Look, if she apologizes, just ignore her. Forgive her if you feel like it, and if you don't, then don't." He gently squeezed her hand and promised, "When the time is right, let's head back home together." Bianca froze. A strange, unfamiliar warmth welled up inside her, making her gasp softly in surprise. It felt as if cherry blossoms were fluttering around them as Bianca slowly raised a hand to her face. Suddenly, a bright smile bloomed on her lips. She used 2 fingers to gently pull up the corners of her mouth, experiencing pure, genuine happiness for the very first time. Deep down inside, Bianca realized that she was actually feeling incredibly happy. Softly, she said, "In that case, I will take my leave first." With that, Bianca said goodbye to go have dinner with her family. Kraush waved and smiled, "Yeah, take care and stay safe out there." But the very second she disappeared behind the door, Kraush's warm smile vanished, replaced by an icy, ruthless glare. He called out, "Abella, lend me your ear for a second. Get over here, quick." A crimson aura flared as Kraush commanded his magic mice, "Follow her secretly and report back every single word they say to Bianca." Talk about a literal mouse-powered CCTV system. The magic mouse gave a tiny nod and vanished into the shadows. Kraush clenched his fist, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. "If any of those bastards dare say a single insulting word to Bianca, I will make them pay a heavy price." Watching this display of overprotectiveness, Crimson the Crow couldn't help but sneer. "You literally lost an arm, yet you still have the energy to worry about your fiancé? With your body in such a pathetic state, do you honestly think you can steal my immortality?" Crimson glared at Kraush with utter contempt, muttering that regressors truly are a pain in the neck to deal with. Kraush just waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, stop whining, it's not going to do you any good. A wound like this is nothing. One touch from the Saintess, and I'll be good as new." You see, in the Holy Kingdom of Freeman, one of the 4 great empires, there lives a Saintess blessed with supreme divine power directly from God. Her ultimate power is so absolute that she can literally bring the dead back to life. But your family would never waste a massive fortune just to hire the Saintess to heal a useless cripple like you, Crimson scoffed, trying to crush his hopes. But Kraush didn't even blink at the insult. He just smirked, thinking, who cares about losing an arm? I can just upgrade to a much cooler one. Crimson froze, suddenly realizing the boy's terrifying plan. Replace your arm? Wait. Don't tell me you're planning to? Is that why you recruited that girl into your group? Crimson gasped. And yep, Kraush confirmed that bringing Abella along was exactly for this reason. After all, for a necromancer who manipulates corpses, sewing a new arm on is absolute child's play. Although Abella complained about the sudden demand, She proudly boasted that a surgery like this would be a piece of cake. Crimson could only shudder at Kraush's terrifying, calculated mind. Are you seriously going to squeeze every last bit of labor out of her? You regressors truly are a bunch of terrifying, manipulative monsters. Kraush just shrugged, claiming it was just an unexpected coincidence since he had to sacrifice his arm anyway. But when Crimson pressed him, demanding to know whose arm he was going to steal, Kraush's expression turned chillingly cold. Well, the sword demon's arm is the strongest, so I think I'll just borrow his. Hearing this, Crimson let out a shocked roar. He never expected Kraush to already know that the sword demon was his subordinate all along. He was a legendary master swordsman who shook the world with his lightning-fast sword-drawing technique, capable of taking down an opponent in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, the sword demon was Crimson Garden's most cherished subordinate, the one he had poured his heart and soul into training for so long. Don't you always want me to get stronger? Then take good care of me just like you did with the sword demon. Kraush smiled provocatively, driving Crimson mad with rage as he barked at him to shut up, since he had already taught him the secret Rotom swordsmanship technique. Kraush quietly realized he understood Crimson's deep feelings for the sword demon and his other subordinates. He realized Crimson Garden's weakness. Finding his real body was actually quite simple, because he observed the world through the eyes of his subordinates. Kraush knew Crimson had unconsciously formed an emotional bond with them, something the demon didn't even realize himself. Right now, we have the Saintess's help. Kraush thoughtfully recalled Arthur's warning about an ultimate cruelty, using healing magic to prolong torture, forcing subordinates to reveal their hiding place. He realized this was the perfect leverage to persuade Crimson. Even though the sword demon died of old age, his sword mastery was still there, and Crimson definitely remembered every single detail of it. Kraush cut straight to the chase. If we transplant the sword demon's arm onto my body, his ultimate draw technique will live on. Wouldn't the sword demon himself want a successor like that? Dumbfounded by Kraush's smooth tongue, Crimson could only click his tongue and say, "Man, you missed your calling as an insurance salesman." After some thought, the Black Crow asked for 2 days to prepare and clear his mind. Kraush smiled with satisfaction. "Thanks, Crimson Garden." Looking at his bandaged arm, Kraush breathed a sigh of relief that this matter was temporarily settled. However, he started worrying about the Balheim family's reaction and Butler Aliad's safety, as his movements at Hardenhearts would sooner or later be exposed. He told himself that if things got too tense, he'd just tell Aliad to ignore it, since they had never cared about him anyway. Yet, lying in bed, a bad feeling kept rising in Kraush's heart. That intuition proved right at the dining table of the Hardenhearts family, with a sixth sense sharper than Wi-Fi. Mario Kan, the eldest son of the family, was slamming his hand on the table and yelling at Bianca, forcing her to give up her position as fiancée to her younger sister, Jenica. Greedily realizing Kraush was no longer a useless trash after defeating the top expert Berkman, he wanted to turn him into the ultimate trump card for his own family. With his selfish nature, Mario declared that whatever he wanted, he would get at all costs. So, when it comes to this fiancé, I absolutely won't back down. Bianca stood before Mario, her gaze more determined than ever. She loudly declared that the only thing she wanted to protect to the very end was her position as Lord Kraush's fiancé. Enraged, Mario slammed the table, calling her a cursed outcast who would be abandoned sooner or later and lacked the strength to carry any responsibility. Unable to stand her brother's cruelty, Jenica jumped up to stop him, but Mario coldly brushed her off. He forced Jenica to take over the engagement herself if she felt sorry for Bianca, demanding she think about the family's interests. Bianca looked at the two of them, her heart turning cold. This family is a complete wreck. I'm better off leaving with my husband and being happy. She bitterly realized there was no place left for her here in Hardenhearts, as neither her father nor her brother had ever truly cared. For Bianca, her resolve would never waver. Even if she were exiled or no longer his fiancée, she was willing to follow and stay by Lord Kraush's side to the very end. Mario roared her name in fury, but a sudden knock at the door cut through the tense atmosphere. "I'm busy right now. Whatever it is can wait," Mario barked, but the door opened anyway. Kraush calmly walked in, apologizing for barging in like this. He admitted he had accidentally overheard a few things, echoing all the way down the hallway. Talk about accidentally on purpose, folks. Stunned, Mario stammered Kraush Balheim's name and advised him to stay in bed and rest since his wounds hadn't healed yet. Kraush smirked, bringing up two conflicting rumors going around. One was that Kraush bravely saved his fiancée and took down the butcher, despite losing an arm. and the second was that the Hardenhearts family's defense was so laughably weak they couldn't even stop a killer from breaking in, leaving a member of the Balheim family in mortal danger. Kraush asked Mario which rumor would be more beneficial while the head of the family was away. Breaking into a cold sweat, Mario asked with a tremble, "What on earth do you want?" Kraush cut straight to the chase. "It is very simple. Please let Bianca do whatever she wants." He demanded that Bianca herself decide whether to continue or call off the engagement. Mario stood frozen at the proposal. Kraush drove the point home, firmly declaring that he would never abandon Bianca and didn't care about that wicked curse at all. Bianca looked at Kraush with eyes full of emotion, while Mario couldn't help but be shocked by the deep connection between the two of them. "All right, I give up. Just take her off my hands already." Mario finally backed down, sighing in defeat. Kraush wasn't done yet, as he made his final demand. "Oh, there is one last thing about my arm. Let's just say that the priest invited by Haddonhouse successfully healed it. Would that be all right?" He even sarcastically remarked that this would save the family the cost of hiring a priest, which is a win for Haddonhouse. Even though Mario suspected Kraush was up to something, he had to agree and demanded a report as soon as there were results. Kraush thanked him and took his leave with Bianca. Watching them walk away, Jenica remarked to her brother that Bianca had truly changed a lot. Mario fell silent, even considering letting the two of them get married right away to get it over with. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the Valheim estate, a powerful man held a report about Kraush in his hands. He quietly called out the name of his youngest son with a mysterious air. 2 days later, in a spacious courtyard of the Haddonhouse estate, Kraush trained relentlessly despite his severe injuries, realizing that reality was far harsher than he had imagined. To combine the single slash with the sword demon's peak quick-draw technique, he had to simultaneously focus both aura and the invasive toxic blood into a single point. Staring at his arm, which was crackling with blue and purple electricity, Kraush thought to himself, "Right now, I can only move one side, so I have to try this at all costs." Sweat poured down his face as he clicked his tongue, muttering, "My mind still seems to be too slow." However, the only bright spot right now was that the snow doll was still functioning very stably. Thanks to its presence, the eruption of the invasive toxic blood was completely suppressed. Not only that, but it also helped him identify the critical weaknesses of the immolation skill, the coolest defensive power in the series. Essentially, this immolation technique used the Ignis flame to burn up the energy absorbed from the toxic blood, helping his body break through and surpass normal limits. Although using the invading energy as fuel created massive destructive power, the price to pay was absolutely devastating. Kraush collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as he realized that the moment the immolation effect ended, his entire body would go completely paralyzed. "If I keep using this, my internal organs are going to end up completely grilled," Kraush thought anxiously. His internal organs were at risk of being burned to a crisp if he used it for too long. Looking up at the sky, he longed for the ability to control heat so he could sustain his power for longer. Suddenly, a chilling aura carrying the dark power of the moon flashed through his mind. Amidst the blazing flames, the mysterious figure of a heavily bandaged man with crimson hair and sharp, cold eyes appeared. Kraush let out a sinister smile as pitch-black feathers drifted down around him. "And just like that, I've set my next target. It's the Flame Emperor Aslan Ygritte's ancient moon shadow secret art." His eyes burned with determination. Once his arm was fully healed, he would definitely go and steal his curse. Standing before a massive, bizarrely shaped ancient tree, Kraush softly asked, "Is this Abella's home?" The Crimson Crow immediately confirmed, "Indeed it is." Right after that, a girl in a maid outfit with long rabbit ears appeared, bowing respectfully. "It is an honor to welcome you, Master Kraush. My mistress is waiting for you inside." Looking at the funny rabbit ears of the maid from the 8th Undead Legion, Kraush couldn't help but feel surprised. "She actually has rabbit ears? Boss Abella has some weird tastes." He stepped inside and noticed that the room looked exactly like his last visit. It seemed Abella had used her power to connect different dimensions. The moment she saw him, Abella cheered with excitement. "Kraush, you're finally here. Everything is ready for the transplant." Kraush's gaze fell on a withered, pitch-black arm lying on the table. "Is this the sword demon's arm?" Staring at the precious item in front of him, Kraush asked directly if they could start the connection right away. Abella warned him in a serious tone, "We can do it, but you are going to experience unimaginable pain. If you're scared, we can call it off." Seeing maid number 8 holding a massive hammer in her hands, Kraush couldn't help but shiver. "Are you trying to beat me to death with that hammer?" However, he quickly regained his composure. I'm more than used to pain by now. Abella smiled defiantly. Crying won't help you, sweetie. Once you're on the operating table, there's no turning back. She ordered number 8 to tie Kraush down tightly and bring the arm over to begin the ritual. All right. Let's do this, Abella shouted. A fierce, crimson energy erupted, enveloping both Kraush and the demon arm. A bone-shattering pain washed over him, forcing Kraush to bite down hard on a cloth to muffle his screams as sweat drenched his body. The grueling process of restoring and fusing the sword demon's arm went on until it was finally complete. Abella focused intently on the final step, with only the last part of connecting the nerves remaining. Bolts of blue and white electricity surged through Kraush's body as his nerves began to reconnect, making his eyes snap wide open in sheer shock. Once the ritual was over, Abella let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Kraush in admiration. Impressive. You actually endured that without passing out. Despite being drenched in sweat and in intense pain, Kraush snapped back. Don't just stand there staring. Hurry up and untie me already. Move it. Maid number 8 apologized flusteredly and quickly undid the ropes that were binding him tightly. Kraush muttered to himself that there was a good reason he had fought so hard to stay conscious. He stared intently at his newly attached arm. Dark, muscular, veins pulsing with an eerie demonic aura. The upgrade was finally installed, and it was time to rev the engine and see what this baby could do. Instantly, a surge of dark purple energy swirled around the bizarre arm, making Abella gasp in horror. Oh my god, what the hell is that? It looked absolutely hideous. The muscles on the new arm twitched violently, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Kraush focused with absolute concentration. He knew that if he had lost consciousness, the arm, after absorbing the toxic blood, would likely have spiraled out of control and gone completely wild. That was exactly why he had to manually regulate his aura, forcing it to adapt to his new body, piece by piece. After a tense struggle, the chaotic energy finally stabilized, and Kraush clenched his fist in pure satisfaction. Right then, the crow Crimson flew over and asked, "Is everything finished?" Feeling a perfect connection, Kraush replied, "Yeah, it actually feels like my own arm now." Crimson excitedly suggested that since he was already learning the quick draw technique, why don't you give it a little test run? Kraush turned to Abella to ask if he could use the training grounds, but she immediately snapped, "Who do you think I am? Your personal servant." However, the moment Crimson mentioned he was looking for an ancient text on dueling skills, Abella's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. With stars in her eyes, she rushed over to flatter him. "Oh, Lord Grimm, dear Lord Grimm." This dizzying shift left Kraush completely speechless. When passion calls, who needs self-respect, right guys? Abella excitedly ordered number 8 to show him the way immediately. On the way to the training grounds, Crimson asked in a serious tone, "How much do you actually know about the sword demon's legendary quick draw technique?" Kraush casually replied, "Well, I just know that it's insanely powerful." Talk about a terrible student for a reincarnated guy. This naive answer drove Crimson absolutely nuts. He shrieked, "What? You call yourself a reincarnator, and that is all you know? Yet you had the nerve to ask me for the sword demon's arm? Oh my goodness." Crimson then began to explain the core difference. While a standard quick draw technique simply accumulates aura and releases it rapidly, the sword demon's technique is on a completely different level. It splits the accumulated internal aura into countless microscopic particles to trigger an explosion that delivers the absolute maximum destructive power. Those dust-like aura particles accelerate the explosion the moment the pressure inside the scabbard reaches its peak, which is so intense that the sword itself could shatter to pieces. "Do you actually grasp what I just explained to you?" Crimson asked after a lengthy lecture on the theory. Meeting that expectation, Kraush just nonchalantly admitted, "Not even a little bit." Realizing that listening to the lecture was not helping, he decided, "This theory is giving me a headache. Let me swing this thing a few times and see if I hit the jackpot." Crimson flapped his wings and flew up to encourage him. "Just put your full trust in that arm of yours. The sword strikes that the sword demon unleashed tens of thousands of times are undoubtedly still etched into that muscle memory." Kraush focused deeply, his eyes burning with determination. Guided by an excellent mentor and armed with the sword demon's limb, he knew everything was perfectly set up, and the rest was entirely up to his own willpower. Kraush muttered to himself, resolving to train relentlessly until he had completely mastered the legendary quick draw of the sword demon. Even if he had to swing his sword tens of thousands of times, even if his body fell completely apart, he was more than willing to pay that price to grasp its ultimate power. Over the next several days, the training grounds shook endlessly, as intense surges of deep blue aura erupted violently. Kraush swung his sword relentlessly, unleashing slashes at terrifying speeds. Yet, number 8, who was watching from the sidelines, threw cold water on his progress by commenting, "I can still clearly track your blade with the naked eye, sir." Her words made Kraush freeze, sweat dripping down his exhausted face as he realized he was still miles away from reaching the realm of the unseen. He understood that the sword demon's quick draw had to achieve a speed that was absolutely impossible for normal human eyes to register. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the legend, Kraush had to make his sword completely invisible to his opponent. Godlike speed comes from the aura, not physical hand speed, he thought, quietly observing his hand as it radiated a blue vapor. Kraush planned to return to the Thon Tung Pavilion to train in other skills to enhance his overall combat power. He turned and thanked number 8 for spending the last few days training with him. In response, number 8 urged him to have more confidence in himself, explaining that as a single-digit rank, she was already a true master swordsman. Even so, the opponents I have to face in the future are far beyond the level of a swordmaster, Kraush thought quietly, offering a soft word of thanks to number 8. Suddenly, Abella poked her head out and asked, "Hey, why the sudden silence? Are you all done with your work?" He calmly replied, "Yeah, I was actually just about to look for you. Listen, Abella, I'm heading back to the Owen clan today." The news startled Abella, and she anxiously asked what would happen to her. Kraush explained, "Why tag along and blow our cover? Just stay behind and hold down the fort, all right?" Abella hung her head, sadly admitting the truth. Because except for her own home, the outside world was full of terrifying monsters. Kraush continued to warn her about the 5 elders. They had likely noticed something unusual and might even capture her to turn her into a slave. "So, could you help me? I have a favor to ask." Standing in front of Abella and number 8, Kraush gave his request in a serious tone. "Help me keep an eye on the one called the Poison King. Do not let him get near the building. His name is Wang Ye. Just ensure the safety of Chief Dagrakan, and that will be enough." Hearing this, Abella was so shocked, her eyes widened. "Are you asking me to deal with the Poison King? One of the 10 Supreme Masters? This is a bit of a rough matchup for our doctor, guys." "Well, I know that is not easy at all." Abella hesitated, but then she steeled her resolve. "But if it is just protecting the chief, I should be able to handle that." Kraush smiled warmly. "Thank you. In the future, if you ever need any help, just say the word." Watching Kraush walk away, Abella blushed, thinking to herself that this guy did not even know what she would ask for, yet he made such a promise. Number 8 anxiously asked his master if things would really be okay. Abella fell into deep thought. She admitted that in the past she would have definitely followed Kraush, but if they stayed together any longer, she was afraid she would mistake him for her comrades of the past. Besides, following Kraush meant she would have to face extremely dangerous invaders. So, this choice is for the best. Abella smiled, reminding herself that she was always a homebody who hated going out anyway. Still, she made a silent promise. "If there ever comes a day when Kraush is in grave danger, I will definitely repay this favor to the very end." The magnificent white carriage began to roll, taking Kraush away from this place to return to his family. Amidst the falling white snow, "Welcome back, young Master Kraush. I am glad you returned safely." Arius bowed respectfully as he saw Kraush holding a fast-asleep Bianca in his arms. Kraush quietly asked if anything unusual had happened while he was away. Arius reported that the main family had asked about his whereabouts, but he had quick-wittedly told them that Kraush was spending time with Lady Bianca. Since the people of the main family always looked down on Kraush as a useless, incompetent fool, the messenger had only sent back very brief, careless updates. He even laughed and looked down on everything related to this estate. Thanks to that careless oversight, the head of the family did not suspect or reprimand them, and that irresponsible messenger was fired shortly after. Kraush did not hold back his praise. "You did an excellent job. You truly are my shield." Arius modestly waved it off, but he immediately delivered a piece of shocking news. The chief butler himself is coming here to personally reassess Kraush's abilities. This man commands the entire servant force of the Wanheim household, and holds the authority to evaluate members of the direct bloodline, reporting straight to the head of the family, facing a chief butler who is at the master level. Kraush realized things were about to get a little troublesome and annoying, but to seize the power of the Flame Emperor Aslan, he knew he had to rely on the family's influence. If you want the premium goods, you have to put on a good show. It was finally time for Kraush to show his true power. Is there anything else? Kraush asked, still carrying Bianca in his arms. Arius informed him that there was a message from Ding Danfian, urging Kraush to bring the ingredients over immediately. Imagining Ding waiting in absolute excitement, Kraush could only sigh. That guy is always so impatient. He thanked Arius, but the old butler still had one last important matter to report. Lady Charlotte has come for a visit. More precisely, she is currently resting right inside your room. Right at that moment, a brilliant blue-purple aura erupted on the balcony. Charlotte, the genius of the family, suddenly leapt down from the upper floor, exerting an overwhelming, terrifying pressure. She landed with pride, the great sword strapped to her back radiating an imposing aura, a literally earth-shaking entrance. Charlotte looked at her younger brother with a smile and spoke. It has been quite a while, hasn't it, Kraush? Kraush froze in place, cold sweat dripping down his face as his bad feeling became a reality. He could only stammer. Why, yes, sister, meeting a strong opponent is nothing. What is truly terrifying is dealing with your own sister, making your big sister wait this long. I was almost bored to death here. Charlotte Wanheim, the fourth daughter of the Wanheim family, smiled meaningfully as she watched Kraush return. Still holding Bianca, Kraush could only scratch his head in embarrassment. I thought it would be a while longer before you arrived, sister. Charlotte narrowed her eyes teasingly. Oh? Or did you only decide to come home now because you thought I was not here yet? Breaking into a cold sweat, Kraush hurriedly tried to explain that that was not his intention at all. Suddenly, an immense, terrifying pressure radiated from Charlotte, making the very air around them feel thick and heavy. Her eyes glowed with a dangerous intensity as she pressed. Is that really true? Kraush froze, his heart pounding heavily against this overwhelming power. He wondered to himself, had Charlotte already surpassed the master level? But in the blink of an eye, her tone shifted back to a cheerful one, as she reached out to gently pinch Bianca's cheek. She mentioned she had heard all about how Kraush fought to his absolute last breath to protect his fiancée. Charlotte teased him once more. Don't worry, your big sister is not going to steal your little lover away. Not at all, but man, it really is just so heartbreaking. Kraush looked at his sister with total suspicion, explaining he was just startled when she suddenly barged into his house. But those careless words from Kraush instantly wiped the smile right off Charlotte's face. She narrowed her eyes and asked back, her voice dripping with danger. Your house? Immediately, she slammed her foot down, shattering the ground and sending a massive shockwave right in front of the butler, Ariot. Charlotte coldly declared that this estate originally belonged to the Wanhei family, which meant it was a shared home for both of them. She pouted, acting hurt that she had simply come home, only to be welcomed by her own brother with such a cold and heartless attitude. Sweat pouring down his face, Kraush thought to himself, Yep, Sis and Mom are cut from the exact same cloth. Always ready to level the place at the slightest thing. He timidly asked if she was mad at him. Suddenly, Charlotte flipped right back to her cheerful self. She complained that as his closest relative, she felt totally hurt that Kraush was keeping so many secrets from her. She cut straight to the chase. You can hide things from anyone, but not your big sis. You just hacked your way to a power level up, didn't you? His sister's praise left Kraush completely frozen. He couldn't help but wonder, had Charlotte awakened the mind's eye, the legendary vision capable of seeing through everything in existence? Charlotte thoughtfully noted that she could sense a massive and highly ominous energy swirling inside of him. Witnessing that terrifyingly sharp perception, Kraush shuddered as he finally realized why those hounds could never defeat his sister. He was shocked to realize that what Charlotte had awakened wasn't a regular mind's eye, but an even higher realm called the Star Eye, which allowed her to peer through the world via the stars. Thanks to her Star Eye, which could even see through the erosion of the world, all of her enemies' illusions were completely useless, allowing her to finish them off in the blink of an eye. Does that mean she can see right through my actual state as well? Kraush thought to himself, fully realizing the power of Charlotte's Star Eye. He glanced down at the dark purple flame flickering in his hand, then asked Crimson, Crimson, how do other people see my black flame? The Black Crow nonchalantly replied that most of them would only see it as a highly ominous-looking flame. Crimson explained further that in this world, the number of people who could actually identify the power of the erosion could be counted on one hand, unless they themselves were erosive beings, or closely connected to them. It pointed out the example of how Kraush could see the star crest appearing on the necks of his subordinates. Kraush nodded thoughtfully. So that was it. Crimson then continued to analyze the source of Kraush's power, which was entirely different from its own true form. While crimson was the actual embodiment of the world's erosion, Kraush was merely blending that erosion into his own aura. Because of this, most people would mistake it for some kind of wicked curse he was suffering from. Kraush smirked. He realized that nothing had really changed compared to how things were before he turned back time. Despite Crimson's reassurance, Kraush knew he couldn't let his guard down, especially while holding Bianca in his arms. He knew he had to play it cool. If he slipped up, his sister would kick him straight out of the family register in a heartbeat. Charlotte suddenly leaned right in close, her deep blue eyes drilling into him as she remarked, "You sure are carrying a lot of gear on you." Kraush calmly replied that he was just trying to test everything within his limits. At that, Charlotte burst out laughing. She teased that he was just as greedy as she was, and that when all was said and done, Kraush actually took after their mother more. Charlotte then ordered him to leave Bianca in his room and follow her to the training grounds. Looking at his sister radiating a brilliant blue aura, Kraush knew there was no running away. Charlotte said firmly, "I absolutely must test your current skills." Standing opposite each other in the middle of the magnificent training grounds, Kraush couldn't help but sigh. Before returning to the past, he never once had the chance to spar directly with his sister due to the massive gap in their levels. Charlotte took her stance, confident that her brother had picked up plenty of new moves lately. She growled in warning, "Hit me with everything you've got. You can even use forbidden gear. I'll take it all on." Kraush gripped his practice sword tightly, his eyes burning with determination. "Understood, sister." Yet, both of them just stood there, neither making the first move. His sister thought to herself, "It's been 3 minutes and this kid still hasn't drawn his sword, let alone covered his body in aura." She yelled out, "Why aren't you attacking? Don't make me lose my patience." Instantly, she stomped hard on the ground and lunged forward. The tip of the sword was right in front of him, yet his eyes remained tightly closed. He could feel a burning heat boiling inside him, consuming the erosion power to break past his limits. His eyes blazed with fire as his hand began to draw his sword. This breakthrough moment will only last for 1 second. I have to make it count. In a flash, his sword erupts with a terrifying dark aura, catching his sister completely off guard. Boom! A massive shockwave ripples out as their swords clash head-on. It is clear that Kraush put everything he had into that very first strike. He immediately unleashes his second form. A powerful surge of dark aura erupts from his blade, completely shattering his sister's wooden sword. Realizing she can't let her little brother show her up like this, she quickly shapes her aura into a solid blade. This incredible technique is the ultimate proof of a master-level swordsman. To counter his sister's insane power, he has to unleash a massive wave of sword energy to cover the entire area. The blade that shot straight from his palm had nearly struck her down. But in the end, he was still completely outmatched, simply not on her level. Charlotte was shocked to realize that even though Kraush couldn't completely shatter her protective barrier, that strike had actually reached her body. She stepped back, staring at her exhausted younger brother in absolute disbelief. She never saw this coming. Charlotte silently admitted to herself that Kraush was the very first person who could actually sense and pierce through her flow of power. Her protective barrier was a divine energy granted by the gods, a flawless shield enveloping her body that those weaker than her, and even those on her own level, could never hope to touch. Yet, Kraush had just done the impossible. Standing in the middle of the training ground, Charlotte suppressed her aura. She told herself she had held back, only using her energy to create a sword wave at the last second, instead of actual swordsmanship. Even so, a sudden shiver ran down the spine of the Valheim family genius. She knew deep down that if Kraush's desperate strike had truly hit its mark, she might have actually lost her life right then and there. That should have been absolutely impossible for a master like her. After the duel, Charlotte met up with the butler, Arius, on the mansion grounds. She asked with worry, "Arius, is Kraush's arm going to be okay?" Arius reassured her respectfully, "A few scratches like this are nothing to my young master." Meanwhile, Kraush had completely passed out in his bed, utterly exhausted from the intense clash with his older sister. Charlotte mused, thinking back to a rumor she had heard. "Oh, by the way, I heard Kraush plans to enroll at Rahin Academy. Is that true?" Arius confirmed that it was indeed true. Charlotte let out a faint, expectant smirk. She mentally calculated, only 3 weeks left until the start of the term, right? That should be plenty of time. As his older sister, Charlotte decided to head to Rahin Academy, ahead of schedule, to wait and see what her brother would do. Dean was completely stunned by Kraush's working speed, shocked that he could finish everything in such a short amount of time. The efficiency of a regressor really is on another level. Perched on his shoulder, the crow Grim spoke up to remind him. Kraush, why don't you ask if they have a training ground around here? This elixir is best taken in an open space. Hearing this, Kraush turned and asked, Dean, could I borrow your training ground for a bit? Dean enthusiastically agreed right away, believing it was indeed the best choice for a potion like that. Kraush was a bit puzzled by those words, but he readied himself anyway. Stripping off his clothes, Kraush sat cross-legged in the middle of the vast training ground, thinking to himself, taking a legendary elixir is great and all, but what is up with the look on Grim's face? Suspicion was written all over Kraush's face as he asked, What on earth are you having me drink? Grim replied in surprise, Wait, you drank it without even knowing what it is? That elixir is called the Nine Dragons' Cry. According to legend, anyone who consumes this medicine will turn into a dragon after screaming 9 times. It works on a brutal principle, tearing down the body and aura simultaneously to force the user to grow stronger, just like how muscle fibers must be ripped apart to grow. Grim looked at Kraush with a devilish, mocking gaze and taunted him. Aren't you already used to pain anyway? Just endure it 9 times, and you will completely transform. Standing nearby, Dean broke into a cold sweat at the sheer madness of this elixir, while Kraush silently sat and waited for the coming storm. As the heat began to spread, Kraush calmly noted, It feels like there is a wave of heat exploding inside me, but it's not unbearable yet. If it is only this hot, there is nothing to worry about. This calm reaction left Grim dumbfounded, and he blurted out, What on earth? Kraush explained that although it felt like he was burning alive a moment ago, now it was just a warm, tingling sensation. He casually thought, Maybe because I've been through worse, this feels pretty normal. Grim shuddered, unable to believe his ears. Just what kind of horrifying life did you live in your past life? Kraush smirked, responding mysteriously. In my past life, I was basically an action movie hero. You know. Witnessing Kraush muttering to himself, Dean was completely bewildered, wondering, is he talking to that crow, or is this some kind of side effect making me hallucinate? Ignoring the murmuring, Grim urged Kraush, Whatever, just focus on absorbing as much as you can. The deeper your concentration, the faster you will absorb it. Kraush immediately closed his eyes, channeling his entire will into merging with the medicine's power. A burst of brilliant golden flames suddenly erupted, enveloping his bare body. Crimson Garden August, in his glowing red spirit form, manifested behind the crow, silently evaluating. That level of concentration is truly remarkable, since this guy has already endured having his internal organs burned and his nerves reattached. With a willpower like that, nothing can tear him down. He stared intensely at Kraush, certain that out of all the regressors he had ever met, this kid possessed the most ironclad and crazed willpower. Crimson watched Kraush writhe under the strain of the medicine's power and silently mused. Perhaps it is because your desire to achieve your goal is so desperate that you can ignore such pain. He swore that even if Kraush collapsed, he would force him to stand back up, no matter what. For that was the price of the contract between them. Inside his mind, Kraush could clearly feel the change taking place. What an unbelievable transformation. His aura capacity, once as tiny as a mere puddle, has now expanded into a vast, boundless lake. Before this, he could only refine the quality of his aura using the secret arts of the Thon Tongue Pavilion, while his innate capacity was always strictly limited. But the moment he drank the Nine Dragons' Cry, Kraush broke through from an intermediate expert to an advanced expert in the blink of an eye. He confidently declared, This means, I'm finally standing on equal footing with the geniuses. Watching Kraush step out of the roaring flames with powerful, deep blue eyes, Crimson couldn't help but be amazed. That kid has one hell of a stubborn life. He was stunned to see Kraush using the Ignis flame itself to burn away all the impurities purged from his body by the potion. Kraush collapsed to his knees, gasping for air as sweat poured down his face, but his gaze remained razor-sharp as he stared at the black crow. If I weren't this stubborn, how could I ever hope to defeat enemies stronger than myself? And by the way, that includes you. Crimson could only let out a helpless squawk, utterly defeated by the boy's sheer audacity. As Kraush stood up and composed himself, he was surprised to see everyone had been waiting for him all this time, so he asked, Are we done here? Are you guys seriously waiting for me here? Man, I wake up, and suddenly I've got a whole fan club. Durling explained that because Bianca refused to leave his side for even a single second, he had no choice but to stay and wait with her. Blushing furiously, Bianca softly whispered, Since I'm your fiancé, we're supposed to be together all the time, right? That is one high-quality, super clingy fiancé, right there. Kraush gently patted her head, and told her to wait somewhere warm next time, making Bianca feel incredibly happy. She noticed that Kraush seemed to have grown taller, his clothes now tighter due to his sudden growth spurt. Watching this lovey-dovey scene, Durling suddenly had the wild idea of proposing to Charlotte. This instantly caused Kraush to unleash a dark, terrifying aura. "Are you trying to log out of life early? Or do you just really want to be my brother-in-law?" Undeterred, Durling made a sly, mischievous face and tried to hit on Kraush instead, making the boy want to send this alchemist straight to the afterlife on the spot. "Hey Kraush, you're enrolling in the Rahan Academy next year, right?" Durling suddenly asked as Kraush was resting after absorbing the potion's power. Kraush casually replied with a sharp, decisive nod. Right away, Durling excitedly declared that he would enroll a step ahead, all because he wanted to proudly hear Kraush call him senior. Kraush narrowed his eyes at the alchemist, remembering that Durling wasn't in the same year as Charlotte, and Rahan Academy didn't even use a standard year-based class system anyway. He calmly replied, "Yeah, I know. If you don't pass your classes, you can't move up, right?" Durling gasped, completely caught off guard by how thoroughly Kraush had researched the academy beforehand. He beamed with joy, believing this was a golden opportunity to be close to both Kraush and Charlotte. But Kraush couldn't help but wonder, she's going to the academy too? Isn't she planning to travel the world to prevent the erosion? Durling merely winked, claiming it was just his gut feeling that Charlotte would be enrolling this year. He wrapped his arms tightly around Kraush from behind, whining playfully. "So, I'll be waiting for you to join next year, okay? I'll be so lonely without you, so hurry up and catch up to me." Kraush could only grimace in sheer disgust at his friend's over-the-top enthusiasm, while Bianca silently stood there, watching them from behind.